I think when I was at the bottom of my career in academy, reflecting back on how I grew up and how my family's doing definitely played a very key role in bringing myself up. I think I have to do it for them. I have to provide for them and make sure they're also living comfortably, and they have no one else to fall back on. It's only me that they can rely on, and I want to help them, and I think that was a very big motivator for me as well to keep striving to be pro and to get back into the LCS.
I'm giving up on my expectations. Let them go and see where it takes us.
This is the first time I've ever talked about something like this. I've never vented to anyone. It's just always been bottled up. When I'm doing well, I'm really doing well, and I'm doing bad, I hold it in and don't vent basically to anyone, and then I'm gonna be playing worse, and definitely it's hard.
I just wanna wake up in the warmth of the sun and thank the gods for the gift.
My name is Juan Garcia. I'm the jungler for CLG, and some people know me as Contracts.
I don't wanna worry no more.
So I grew up in just like a single mom family. My dad passed away before I was born. Relied a lot on my mom and also my brother as well. My brother and my grandma. That's pretty much the kind of like the family that I grew up with. My mom always worked 2 to 3 jobs growing up to support us, make sure I could eat, I could live in a house, didn't have to worry about working another job. Just overall doing everything she can to support me and my brother.
I was 4 months pregnant with Juan when his dad was in a car accident and was killed by a drunk driver. Trying to raise 2 kids on my own with working 2 jobs, it was just hard.
So my mom's had a few jobs. She mainly worked as a waitress, and she also did an office job for a bit. She works at a bar with my grandma now.
My mom watched him while I worked during the day, and while she watched Juan, they played online PC games, hunt for the hidden objects or ABCs, or he used to just sit on her lap and just do it for hours. It was great.
It sounds funny, but the grandma was always on the computer playing solitaire and Mojang and all these marble games. She was the one that got me my first computer when I was younger. Getting home from school right away, I would go into League. I would wake up early in the morning to watch LCS, watch Worlds. So I was definitely very dedicated, and it's always something that was floating in my mind when I started getting higher rank, but not something I was necessarily pursuing. It kind of felt like I got lucky in a sense.
C9 offered him this amazing contract to go down and live in the house. I was terrified. I'm like, who's gonna watch him? He doesn't know how to use an ATM card. He doesn't know how to do laundry. I still cook his dinners. What is he gonna do? So it was a big step for both of us. I remember him calling me from Santa Monica, doing FaceTime and showing me his washing machine, telling me which buttons he's supposed to press to do laundry. It was crazy. I was more concerned about school. I wanted him to go to college and do better than me working 2 jobs, trying to raise kids in a family. So I was really trying to push him to college, but so I let him go. I figured he had to follow his dreams. If I had one, I would hope my mom would let me go. So that's what I had in my head to do, let him do.
My mom was very supportive of letting me have hobbies and just playing games and enjoying what I do. Her letting me have this opportunity to even attempt to go pro, very grateful.
To start off, we've got Cloud9. They're welcoming in rookie jungler Contracts. He's looking to be that missing piece to get Cloud9 back to the very peak of the North American LCS.
He was just another young, talented, extremely mechanically proficient NA jungler, just wants to outplay everyone at every possible moment.
Here comes Contracts! And Contracts trying to turn it around. Jensen does not Contracts! He's not going to back blood! Kickstarter into the Tara range! Woo! Just breaks the game over his knee, looking for number 5. Here comes the damage up, but he does! 5 solo kills for Contracts!
My rookie year was definitely expected for myself. I feel like that was like the expectations I had for myself at the time. I was a very confident young player.
Finds it, gets it! Oh my god, Contracts!
That was probably like the peak of my career where I was like the happiest and I was playing the best and, you know, I had everything set up for me.
Making it to finals for Contracts as a rookie, winning Rookie of the Split, that's a super impressive start to a career. It's shocking to think how good he was, to think he wasn't on that team again.
C9 became my home, you know. I was really happy there. You know, they were very supportive of me and, you know, my ideas and what I wanted to do. And unfortunately, I made some mistakes, made some hasty decisions, which led to me getting off of C9. I had a really good offer from C9 that I wasn't, you know, I just kept wanting more, you know. I was too greedy. And like I said, I was young, I wanted more, right? I made mistakes. My first year of LCS, I felt that peak, right? Like the top 8 at Worlds, you know? And that feeling is something many players don't get to experience. So just remembering back to that peak and how it felt to be there, I'm just trying to get back to that point. I definitely took a lot for granted, at least from when I was on C9. Once I got into GGS, I lost it all. I was very quick to learn that I'm nowhere close to the top of the league and, you know, where I want to be. And I had much to learn.
Golden Guardians, by the numbers, one of the biggest failures of a roster that the LCS has ever seen. I don't think any team has ever gone 10th twice. You go from a second, almost first place team to 10th twice in a row to not even playing in the LCS. Like, Contracts goes on the roller coaster, and not the one you want when you're a professional player, right?
Putting myself in those circumstances is, as a young player, it's just really hard to deal with, especially when your team's not doing well, you're losing every scrim game, stage games aren't going well. It's definitely something that adds up over time and builds up a lot of mental stress. And I think at some point during those GGS years, I kind of just gave up on myself for a bit. Didn't put in much effort. Was kind of just going with the flow and really just driving by.
I've had a back problem since 2006, and I fell at a job. It's just a really difficult situation for everybody, especially the kids, because I wasn't quite there as I should have been. My mom had to step in and take care of the kids a lot of the times. Pain, medication is just, it's hard. And people that don't go through it don't understand what it does. It grabs onto you, the medication does. And unfortunately, it did grab onto me. I wasn't present like I should have been. I just hope he understands that it wasn't something I chose to do, and I just love him, and I just hope the best for him, and I just miss him.
At the time, I was definitely, angry, upset, frustrated, disappointed. It's just so hard for me to relate to, being addicted to something like that. So that's why I was really frustrated and disappointed, because I just could never see myself in that kind of scenario. As time went on and, I'm 22 now, almost 23, I can definitely see where she's coming from and, and how much pain she was in. And, she just didn't want to be in pain, right? That's all it is. And she's working 2 to 3 jobs, doesn't have enough money, to pay for surgery. And, I'm still getting new computers and just, braces, et cetera. You're just never really having to worry about money myself. I think she buried it a lot in herself, and obviously that's what a parent wants to do, right? You don't want to make your kids worry or make them stress. You just want them to have, you know, a happy life, you know. So definitely as I grew older, I realized like how much she was doing for me and you know, how much she cared for me because of what she did. I was already on GGS at the time when I had this conversation with her. I had a talk with her about it, you know. She told me she's doing a lot better. You know, she's overcome it, and you know, I'm just happy that, you know, she's gotten to a point where you know, she's just living well, and you know, she doesn't need to rely on those things.
Every life situation, problem gives someone a little bit of a lesson. And I think me going through that situation and him and Juan seeing what happened with me, who wants to be in that situation? No one wants to be in a situation where they're struggling. And knowing that he fell off and he wasn't being thought of as one of the top, that it gave him an absolute motivation to keep on going.
Because I was contemplating just like not playing anymore, but kind of just told myself that, you know, I'm gonna give it another go. I'm gonna put in all the effort that I can to be the best and get back into LCS. And you know, that was kind of like the turning point in my career where it kind of clicked to me to where like I'm gonna put in the effort to, you know, be the best that I can be.
We have a new person coming into the EG lineup. Contracts swapping in for Sven Skjern.
I subbed in for EG in 2021 summer. It was probably one of the most emotional games of my career. I think it was just really surprising to me to go against the first place team and, you know, perform with this much confidence. Like that game, for me, it felt like I was just in flow state.
Well, that looks risky. Moonfall pop, Contracts looking for the solo play! Finds a Contracts in the 1v3 outplay! He's going again, look at that! Oh, that's so filthy!
Let's fucking go, boys! Oh, it feels good, man. And after the game, after we won, you just start getting emotional. I couldn't control it. I think I kind of backtracked. I'm like, wow, it's been like 2 years since I've been on stage. Had like a rough 2 years after I left C9, right? Sorry.
When he went to C9 and I saw him went to China, they did amazing. I knew it wouldn't stop for him. I absolutely knew that he was gonna be one of the best. I just felt it.
What a summer split so far by CLG! Into the wall. Well, Contracts wants it again, and he gets it. Contracto going in for another one. Contracts!
I'm changing my ways, and I don't want to do no more.
Contracts is just an absolute hero for this squad.
You know, I'm excited. It's been a while since I've competed for, you know, a top spot. I mean, that's always the goal, for sure, when you're a pro league player, at least for me. I'm confident in myself, and that was always something that I wanted to achieve again, get back to finals, make it to playoffs, make a good run for Worlds. My mom's, you know, still very supportive, and definitely she was, you know, texting me congratulations and, you know, happy to see you back. And you know, whenever you get messages like those, it always hits a little bit different, you know. It always feels really good, and kind of your hard work is showing and it's paying off.
I'm just proud of him. It was a hard struggle growing up with him, being a single mom. And I'm just glad he's doing well.
She's the reason why I'm out here. A lot of my motivation and, you know, just drive comes from her.
I'm not gonna run no more.
LCS has been around for 10 years. Can you believe that?
That's just insane.
It's been a wild ride.
Yeah.
I wonder what LCS will look like in another 10 years.
Y'all thinking what I'm thinking? All right, let's get it.
Dash, get your own tube. This is like 2 hot dogs in the same bun.
Bonus dog. Just hit the button. LCS has been around for 20 years. Can you believe that?
That's just insane.
Boring.
Yeah. You want to try another 10?
Yeah.
Oh!
Chrome!
That's it for the LCS Summer of Love. We'll catch you next week.
Nope.
I'm riding with Raz this time! Let's go! You all right, Raz?
Let's go.
You all right? Okay.
Whoa. 10,000 BC. Dash, your hair looks amazing.
Oh, you're right. Wow, it does.
Raz, you take a picture of the past?
Yeah, why not?
They haven't even discovered fire yet.
It's like baby pictures.
What? That was a whirlwind.
I swapped Caps and Pobo third birth.
What?
Oh, that's good.
How did I not notice that?
That's really good.
Dash, you got inked by a squid.
Oh my God, I forgot. I don't want to talk about that. I think I prefer to stay in 2022. You know what I mean? I like the now. It's been a great 10 years, everything that we've been a part of, and honestly, guys, it's just been so great to be a part of it with you too.
Thanks, man.
I forgot my phone back in 10,000 BC.
Raz, haven't you ever seen a movie?
My bad, guys.
The butterfly effect.
We're gonna have to go back and get it.
Our sport might not even exist now. Welcome back to the LCS and the LCS waiting room, where who knew the LCS had such a history that we haven't even explored
It's
just
rich.
yet. Yeah, it's a rich history, a rich future, I guess, as well here at the LCS.
Earlier than time itself.
TL and CLG are the 2 teams taking to the stage today as we enter another week of 4 days of play. Best of 5s across all of them for TL and CLG, though. It is do or die time. You either keep your tournament hopes alive here, or
We're the
say
TL
goodbye.
guys. They even show up.
Apollo!
It's all CLG.
No, they were the early shots. The very first shot was TL.
Oh, Freak!
Freak.
Freak is representing Team Liquid.
Freak!
I didn't.
He came with a whole
You
damn
are, you are
pizza, by the
tripping.
way.
It's all right.
He came to the green room with a whole damn
He just
pizza.
walked in with a giant
Yeah.
pizza.
Apparently there are food trucks. Us 3 missed them.
Yes. That's crazy.
We totally messed up. We messed up with the
Yeah.
food earlier today,
I
guys.
like catering.
Ah.
In case you're listening. I love the catering.
But I could have had a pizza.
You could have had a
Whole
pizza.
pizza.
Missed opportunity, Raz. You can try again tomorrow. All right. Couple things to get through before we dive into the playoff action. Emotes have been enabled on the channel.
BTTV.
Let's
Finally.
go.
7TV.
It was a hard-fought battle.
FFT? I don't
Yeah,
know.
FFT.
One in which
Yeah.
we finally won. And so to celebrate the addition of the emotes onto the LCS channel, we thought it'd be fun to kind of challenge each of the analysts themselves to go through and pick an emote that they felt most closely represented
Mark,
the
what am I
teams
looking at?
playing
This is
today.
beautiful, Mark.
So Mark is going to go first.
Okay, so Team Liquid is praised because they are just desperate to get through to Worlds. That is Steve. Every game, I imagine Steve in the back room just praying that the money that he threw at this roster gets him to Worlds. CLG, they're Monkasteer because they're just trying not to flip the vet. They play the early game like crazy.
Gotcha.
They're, pedal to the metal, just trying
Okay,
not
I
to
like
kill
it.
themselves.
Yeah, they're not using the brakes to bring the
No,
car
there's
under
no
control.
breaks in
Yeah.
CLG. They're just trying not to flip it.
The VOD review. What's the solution here?
Somebody
we
cut
need to
those
go
brakes.
faster.
Yeah. Okay, I like it. By the way, for those of you in chat, please spam along with us. Let us know what you think. We're just kind of curious to see what other people might think are the right emotes for each of these teams. Who's next? I think
Let's see, I'm down to
Emily's
see it.
Emily's next,
Rolling.
I think,
Okay.
as far as I'm aware.
So, TL.
Oh, no!
to them, I think this is how people
Bed.
see TL, which is Bedge. Like, you heard that interview with Closer where he's like, oh yeah, we even beat them playing like their slow style
their
game.
style.
Like, it's either that or like Resident Sleeper.
We
But
sleep better than them.
I love Bedge. I feel like this is how people see TL. I don't actually think it's accurate because I think the early game is really good. And then
What is CLG not aware of?
The Pepe laugh for CLG.
They don't know. Hold it in. They don't know if that may laugh.
Mark, hold it in.
I get that
I
one
guess,
so
yeah,
much.
my
I don't
question
know
is
why.
is it CLG saying to the world they don't
Yes.
know, or is it us
that-
saying to CLG they don't know?
So I was going more off of regular season. So I was
Okay.
like, you know how many people put CLG 10th and CLG are just like, they
Yeah.
don't know.
It is too perfect, actually. All right,
I
Raz.
do love the idea of there's so much copium in the room that they truly don't know.
What?
Raz goes a completely different
Where's
direction.
the I?
Have you seen CLG's giraffes? The amount of edginess in the Yone, the Akali, flipping and stuff. And then on top of that, the Seraphine. There is so much Aya in their drafts. That's number one. And then Team Liquid, yes. Just through A, how they draft, and B, how they play. There's the nice way of saying it, five-head. There's the a rude way of saying bench. Because they're all the same idea, basically. So, yeah, I thought that was great. I thought that was fantastic. And I hope that gets banned, by the way, the CLG one, the moment we see any of the champions get locked in.
I mean, I kind of hope all of these get spammed because I feel like they are all indicative of aspects of those teams' personalities or stories, right? And y'all kind of took a different angle or like a different thing to cherry pick about them. But there's also a good chance like all 6 of those things could appear in this game, right? We can see each version of TL. We can see each version of CLG.
They draft the Yone, you spam the Aya.
Yeah.
The Yone lane early on, Monk steer.
Yeah, it's too good. All right, so there you have it. Emotes are enabled. Please use them.
Oh.
Yes?
We also have an emo for the teams that couldn't make it to playoff.
Do we?
People leave. I'm just putting that out there.
People leave.
Too good, too good. All right, well, from there to a little bit of other business. A player who is both playing today, but also picked up the FTX Most Improved Player of the Year award is Contracts. Let's hear from him now.
Contracts has these games where he literally 1v9s, you know, surfing around the rift.
Are we doing most improved? If we are, then he wins. Congratulations.
Contracts, W up, instinct gonna be trapped. Contracts latched on in. First blood. The double shuffle, that's gonna be a ton of crowd control. And Contracts is ready for him.
Contracts still a smite. If he gets over there, he can smite still.
Wait, he can. He's gonna go in, Q smite. Thank you very much.
Yoink! This kid has no fear. They've got a ward on closer. They see him.
Oh, he's gonna go for the knockup. Gets a bit of damage there. Ignite is on. First blood. Emily's wrong as well.
Abadaga, he's next.
W auto is gonna flash the wall. He knows not to. Contract though. Gonna be a 3v2. Connor's gonna be safe. Body slam though, and he finds one. Takes the body. This is it. CLG are gonna get everything. Contracts coming in now. Looking for Berserker and Spanning. It's the knockup. He gets the Q. He's going in for another one. Contracts made it look so simple.
Thank you, Dash. It is my pleasure to be joined by FTX Most Improved Player, CLG's very own Contracts. This was quite an honor for you to receive. What was your reaction upon receiving the news?
Definitely very, very happy I received this award. I kind of saw it coming a little bit, but it's kind of like a what's the word? A start of like a fresh start for me, kind of in my career, just because I've been through so many ups and downs recently, and it's kind of like a fresh start to where I can, this is like the start of my career again, and start of like something new and something great that I think that I can keep, driving for years to come.
In terms of that fresh start, it's great timing being that we just had that Drive episode that highlighted that journey that got you here. While it is kind of a blank slate in some ways, what are those pinpoints of your journey thus far that stand out most when you're thinking about what this award stands for?
I think for this award specifically, you kind of have to look at like my downs in my career. So basically when I'm dropping to Academy or I'm getting 10th place in LCS, and just moments like those, you look back on it and you're like, wow, I've come a long way right now. I'm in playoffs now. I have a good shot of going to Worlds and really making a name for myself. So definitely just very happy that I can prove people wrong.
In that journey through playoffs, going for that shot, this has been great watching you specifically since joining CLG, the journey with the team. In fact, CLG also receiving an award for the coaching staff. What specifically, when reflecting upon that, do you feel were your biggest takeaways working with this team in this journey of improvement?
Yeah, it was never like all good, Like in spring, we had a really rough start. I wasn't playing too well, so just a lot of perseverance and a lot of communication with each other and making sure we're on the same page to really make it so we're aligned on our goals and our visions. And I think like us not changing our roster like mid split or mid season, it was really important for us to keep growing and improving together. I think without that, then I wouldn't have had a chance to deserve and win this award.
And all of that comes into that focus with every match that you take on. You are going to be heading into this matchup against Team Liquid. Final thoughts on that regard?
I'm just here to have fun. Whatever the result is, I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna try to play my best, and I'm gonna try to help my team play their best, and I'm excited.
We all look forward to watching your contracts. Congratulations again on receiving this award.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Back to Dash in the waiting room.
Thank you so much, Tigris, and such a deserved award for Contracts. For those of you who are wondering, though, how you might find yourselves in a similar position to Contracts in the future, he's got some words of wisdom to share with you. When it came to his journey of becoming the most improved in the LCS, he had this to say: never stop giving up.
23-year-old
I just love the never like. It was so funny. Dom immediately called him out.
I will continue to give up. So he obviously put in an addendum there. I think the tweet had gotten too much traction that he wasn't going to delete it and repost. Obviously, never give up is more what we mean there. But good on him, because I think his grit has shown through as he finds his way back into a 4th place regular split finish, fighting, for a world shot and possibly the trophy. Still here, got to get through Team Liquid today. That brings us to this comment from Thomas Baker off of the Twitter sphere. Best LCS playoffs ever? Crazy to think that EG or Team Liquid will miss Worlds. Also, what if CLG and TSM somehow both upset and they battle for the last spot? It's a good way for us to get into our bracket, Mark, and talk about the remaining scenarios here in the postseason.
Definitely going to ignore the second half of that for now.
For now.
Maybe entirely.
Yeah, okay. But I might want to talk about it.
It's interesting about if it's the best ever, just because the series themselves have been so close. There has not been a 3-0 yet.
That, to me, is the indicator that we're on track for what he's talking about.
Yeah, and a lot of 3-2s even there. So it's been a crazy ride. It does feel like you can't really take any assumptions, too hard.
Yeah, it's definitely the best start to that. If he's talking about best playoffs of all time, then I love the fact that there are, every series has been somewhat competitive. The least competitive you can say is the Team Liquid FlyQuest one, but at least FlyQuest started out with a banger, right? So like the solo kill, the eventual win, and then Team Liquid took over. So it's fun. But much like most things, you have to wait until it actually ends. Because if he is right, if this poster is correct, that TSM makes that run, and then it's TSM versus CLG, and then somehow the finals are going to be amazing, then yes, then I would agree with that. But we're on pace.
Even if TSM and CLG lose here, you get TLEG. Like, honestly, if the rest of the playoffs plays out to chalk, but they're close series, I actually think it's still a pretty spectacular post.
Yeah, he brought that up in the beginning of the tweet too, where like it is true that one of EG or TL won't be making it.
Crazy.
I like Raz's point though, where the only series where we look at the scoreline and we're like, maybe this wasn't as close as it comes off of in the series itself, is that TL FlyQuest game, and even then they were able to take game 1. The most impressive thing to me is that it even, like, you can have 3-1 series where it's like super one-sided. You can even have 3-2 series where it's super one-sided and like one team is just crushing the games that they win. These have been really close, really back and forth. I mean, it's kind of an 80 carry team fight meta. So that has also been fun to watch.
And this is also why I love lower brackets, is because if there is an upset, that team gets a chance to really push themselves to get to the finals. And maybe they'll have a repeat match in the losers finals, right? So those type of things make it so at least the ending will be strong. Because all of this conversation kind of falls flat if it's a 3-0 finals. I don't want to manifest that, Dash.
Well, you did just put it out into the universe, so at least my sights are set on you for the blame.
Don't blame me.
If and when it does happen.
Mark, don't even think about making that video.
I also just want to call out,
like, pin in that.
already we've had 3 series are technical upsets by the numbers, right? So that alone has been exciting. I think it points to, again, how, expectations, all the way from pre-split to now, or even at the end of the regular season to now, have completely been turned upside down, and it really feels like it's anyone's game with the remaining teams. Speaking of which, Mark, I think it's important to talk about expectations for the 2 teams that are stepping onto stage today, because they are essentially as opposite as they can get.
Yeah, I mean, so this is all from the announcement of the Team Liquid roster way back at the start of spring. People are saying obvious split winner, super team. This was expected to go to Worlds, hands down, probably dominate the regular season. And because this was the expectation at the start of the split, the fact that things have not gone that way is
crazy. And the community has very quickly changed, and there's so much pressure now on Team Liquid to actually step up. They're going into this with so much pressure.
Yeah, comparing these two teams, like Bjergsen had his own like photo day where like journalists were there, photographers
Bjergsen
were
day.
there. Yeah, like Travis did a whole interview with him. And then by contrast,
Look at those idiots.
CLG announced their roster, and the only people who were happy are people who'd seen these players in Academy, right? Because they were like, oh, this is a fun roster to root for. There's a lot of like North American players on here that may have been passed over. They might have a chip on their shoulder, that kind of thing. And wow.
Just so we're
impressive roster comparison.
It's hilarious. And so yes, the idea that CLG were, as you can see here, a last place team.
That was perfectly placed.
There we go. Was a lot of our suggestions. I think Kobe was the one that was different, and his list was actually coagulated in the dive overall, and mine wasn't.
So they still landed 10th.
So they still landed 10th under those circumstances. I will say, started split. I said this was a regular season ranking, and I said even though Team Liquid would land first, I said C9 would win the finals. I said this clearly.
Yeah, I mean, these were
but I was still wrong.
They were regular season rankings,
Yes.
and we all had other teams actually winning the finals. But it is worth noting that everyone just thought Team Liquid would be great. For going into this specific matchup now, you have one team with all the pressure where if we don't go out there and win, we're getting roasted alive. Who knows who's going to have jobs next split? You know, like there's so much pressure where you might be playing for your livelihood. For CLG, they're already overperforming expectations. They can go into this matchup feeling so free and just play as aggressive as they want.
I mean, you want to talk about setting expectations. TL doubled down, right, in turning to the summer split, saying, hey, spring did not land. We recognize that spring did not land where the expectations were. We fell just short. This split, we will meet expectations. Like they did not want to let that go.
Even like a week or two ago, Steve did an interview where he was like showing off the Team Liquid facility and said like it's worlds or bust kind of. So they are still 100% in that mindset.
So there you have it. They got to get through this best of 5 and one more to at least lock that spot for World and have a shot at the title. Speaking to the CLG side of things, again, we've talked about how expectation, at least from outside the team, was that they would struggle and maybe at best break into the top 8. For the teams themselves, though, it was a little bit of a different story. Here's Dokla.
I mean, I don't think all the teams are pretty good right now. I think we're pretty underrated, and I think we'll be top 5 and probably top 3 by the end of the split.
CLG faithful
Top 3 by the end of the split.
You said
You're reaping. You're reaping. CLG top 3 at the end of the split, I'll eat my shoe.
I've never wanted CLG to win
I know.
so badly.
I'm so sad they didn't make it top 3 just because I wanted to see how Double Lift was going to try to eat a shoe.
You still make it top 3.
Could still be top 3
Well,
postseason.
so does it count?
I don't know.
Does it count?
I mean,
is the thing. Like,
we'll make it count.
I feel like it only counted for regular season. If I'm wrong, then
I don't know. And I'm not going to be the
CLG.
judge on that. But I think that again the point is that this is just to showcase that even while the team themselves was being vocal, just like Team Liquid was, and I think this is the difference, right? Team Liquid was vocal about thinking and saying they plan to be the best, and so everyone was like, well, yeah, I agree, you should be, and everyone got on that train.
Yeah.
CLG was out there in week 1, week 2 saying we're definitely top 5, if not top 3, and everyone's like, I'm not so sure. And I think, again, it goes to highlight what was the perception of the players on each of the team and their individual ability, as well as our expectation of how they would ultimately mesh. They have far surpassed that.
Yeah, and I think the other cool thing is, like, obviously, TL built this roster to win NA and go to Worlds, right? Whereas CLG, before this year started, purged their entire organization, got this entire new team, didn't do as well as maybe they would have wanted, but set really appropriate expectations, I think, for the roster. Made one roster move going into summer, and it's just been really cool to see the players' confidence come out.
Yeah, and speaking of in summer, last time they played, it was this game where CLG cemented themselves in a lot of people's minds that they were legitimate because they took down Team Liquid. And the way they did it with Palafox taking Azir and just slamming Bjergsen in lane and then having monstrous team fights, made people realize this team is not a fluke, it's not a joke. They have the power to take down top teams when they're playing well, and this was the last time they played each other. They might be able to do the same thing again today.
Exactly. That draft I really enjoyed. I think that was the predominant conversation, was not only did CLG outdraft them, but also just the flexibility of the teams, right? The Dokla can come in with a wide variety of picks, take counter picks, stomp on that. Same can be said about the flexibility of I mean, I'm talking about Dokla, but also Palafox, that they can pick up one and then deflect it. They didn't do it in that game, but they've done it throughout the regular season, and it's going to be really tough for teams to deal with them in this best of 5.
Well, not only that, but their bot lane, right? Like, we've talked so much about Luger being hyper carry, but then they've also played like the Senna Seraphine or just Seraphine in general, flexing that. So it's the entire team.
Now, Palafox, who was integral to that victory there over Team Liquid, has been vocal about giving the young guns the recognition they deserve and starting to, put some respect on their names. He's got some thoughts on his opponents as well today, though. Take a look.
Yeah, so TL, I think that, honestly, I think Bjergsen played like super well in the series against FlyQuest. So I'm interested to see how I match up against him now. It's going to be exciting. Other than that, I think that their other player that I usually would look out for the most is Bwipo, because he just does some random stuff sometimes, and when random stuff is happening in the game, you're usually not prepared for it, right? So I think that's their second carry threat.
All right, so randomness is not something we can prepare for.
Yep.
Let's talk about maybe some things that we can prepare for, Raz. A general understanding of these teams' play styles and maybe the way that they'll approach this best of 5.
Exactly. So let's move up and talk about it, because
Let's do it.
Boom. We'll start with CLG, the play styles that they have, the level 1s that they tend to go for. Now, this is not the level, this is just early game in your first clear. You're invading Golden Guardians. This is during the series, making River's life a hell. This is not the first invasion. This is the second one. Contract comes back, makes Ole's life hell, and it's not just him, it's the surrounding lanes that come out and help him. So when you're facing CLG, you have to be prepared in the early portions of the game, because they have level 1s patterned down, and they have basically the first clear. So Contracts is meant to succeed. And you're seeing Palafox on a Zakali pick be a real demon. So if we're just talking about playstyles where a lot of the meta is based on front-to-back team fighting, it's CLG that tries to flank you and try and dive into the back line.
And one thing that wasn't in those stats, but I still love tracking, is CLG's first blood timer, because they get in there and they get in there early. It actually increased to 3 minutes and 25 seconds. It was at one time all the way down to 3 minutes and 21 seconds.
Yes. So they're fast, they're loose, and a lot of that is something that the people love to see. Not only are they loving the fact that CLG is starting from the ground up, but also just the overall play style that they go for now.
Uncle Steer. All right, TL, let's go.
Roll the clip. For Team Liquid, they're still creative in different ways. So I'm looking at Bwipo here, and we all know that he can play Singed in certain specific matchups against Ornn. This one, he had a dominant set game where it was a counter pick into what we had offered here. What are you thinking, Mark?
I was trying to, they just took me off screen. My hand floated in to point down to the early game stats where you were talking about how good CLG was, but unfortunately, Team Liquid's #1 across the board right here.
Yep. Early game has just been so damn good for this team. And so, that's been the conversation. Last split, they were a late game centric team and tried to scale. This split, they actually changed that completely. And so now, what you're seeing here are are specific picks that Team Liquid are good at. We're looking at the set prior. This one, we're seeing the Seraphine from Hansama that is shared, by the way, between both Team Liquid and CLG, and the Swain for Bjergsen. So not only is the Swain going to be a threat, the Zillion for sure is something that CLG has to account for. So there are clear stylistic differences between CLG and Team Liquid that both teams are aware of, and we have to be ready for.
These are going to be some wild drafts.
It's going to be great.
Yeah, some absolutely wild drafts. We saw before a number of teams, their approach to CLG, removing at least one piece of that Yone, Akali kind of combo. So a lot of people are going to be thinking about that. You already mentioned it. Swain, Zillion, the set. I do not know how you approach a champion select in this best of 5.
At least we know that CLG will try and play team fights a lot more, flexible, looking for flanks, all these type of things. And also the early game is going to be a focus on how they invade and put the enemy jungler, in this case Santorin, behind. Whereas Team Liquid are going to be a front-to-back type of team consistently. They really abide by the meta. The Azir first picks will be something they will say, where CLG will try and kind of bait out the Azir so they can play their Yone and Akali.
Yeah, I think both teams want to be super aggressive early. And the main difference, to your point, is that I see TL as definitely more of a full 5v5 team, where CLG are really good, especially in early to mid, in separating smaller skirmishes and picking people off.
Well, so then when we talk about full 5v5 team fighting, Mark, obviously your eyes start to drift down to the bot lane because those 80 carries are going to become integral to the late game damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just these two teams. It's the entire worldwide meta right now. It revolves around the bot lane. And if you look at the stats between the regular season and what's taken over in the postseason, you see a dramatic jump in kill percent, damage percent, gold is the least likely one that you're seeing as much of an increase to. But like overall, they are becoming so relevant to how you win in the mid to late game. And even when you're not on the hyper carries, if you're on the early game ones, you need resources to shut down the hyper carry. And even if you're in Seraphine, yeah, you're not getting a ton of resources, but you're critical for how your team's gonna play. So bot lane is kind of the driving force of what your drafts look like right now.
A 5% jump in damage percentage is actually a pretty astronomical number when you're talking about averages, right? Like that is huge. And I also love the CS post 15 because that is always an indicator of where teams are looking, right? Yeah, like where do we want to put our resources? And so again, good indicator that people are indexing more and more. Okay, let's talk a little bit about drafts. I know we've talked about the difficulty that either of these teams might have in identifying how to, approach it or dismantle the opposing team.
I'm also gonna get.
But as Emily Rand is accustomed to doing, over to the three wall to break it down for us.
I pulled a few red side drafts that I thought were kind of interesting. We talked about, this was when they saved the counter pick for Palafox. He picked Ahri, they hovered Lissandra in this draft. CLG are also a team who will play Karma with Poom in addition to the Zeri as their enchanter option if other enchanters are banned. The other thing I wanted to point out in this draft is they do ban the Zilean against Jensen. So Raz had identified that as a pick that they absolutely have to watch out for TL. I wanted this draft specifically because I do think it's something that CLG should keep in mind. They kept in mind for Jensen, they'll probably keep it in mind for Bjergsen. So I'll pull up another cool TL draft, which also has to do with the footage that Raz pulled. Which is the Seraphine Nautilus, which I know Jat was back here joking, like, who knew the Seraphine Nautilus is so powerful? But that was really fun. And then the other cool thing is the Bwipo set pickup, and perhaps most importantly, the Swain for Bjergsen. This was an anti-Vi comp. Whenever Vi is picked early, it's actually pretty easy to pull a bunch of stuff, like a giant death ball like this, to be able to counter her. I know James is smiling because he is very sick of seeing first pick Vi, despite the fact that she's really strong, because you can come out with a draft like this, where you can play very easily into her and really stop a lot of the dives that she wants.
No more Vi's ulting into team fights where a Swain is waiting for you. I love that you call out that the Zilean's already on the radar because just referencing Inspired's interview after losing to C9, he had mentioned how throughout the series he kept reminding his team, and I know this is a C9 point, but had kept reminding his team about the Zilean and the possibility of it. They forgot about it in the one game where it became relevant and it comes out. And it's a similar kind of thing that I feel like happens postseason after postseason with Bjergsen, is people get lulled into, oh, drafts without Zilean, and then when it actually matters, the Zilean does find its way in.
I'm also really curious to see how Red Side pans out today, right? Because in prior series, we've seen Red Side rising in a weird priority depending on, whether you want to take the Zeri Sivir trade, what you want to do, that kind of stuff.
All right, 2 minutes to go until series time. I want to start to understand where y'all are going to throw your weight when it comes to the predictions. We've had it laid out for us. Obviously, Team Liquid, EG, one of them is missing, but they got to get through their first opponents to even earn that matchup. TSM, CLG, they want it just as badly.
Yep.
I'm so curious to see if anyone is going to go CLG.
Let's find out.
Yeah, same.
Prediction.
Let's find out. Let's reveal. We've done what we always do. We've pulled
Wow!
There's a split.
Whoa, that is more than I thought. I knew we would get a couple, but to get 5 out of 16 is actually a little more than I thought.
I knew we'd get it from Kobe because he's got to stand by his CLG boys, right?
I mean, I love it. I love to see the faith. Notably, there's only 2 3-0s.
All of the play-by-plays are on the hype. All of the play-by-plays. Flowers, Taste Your Time, and Freak are here for the danger.
Don't play-by-plays just want to see the world burn?
Yes,
it
they
makes
do.
for a more exciting game anyway, right? So I think that they're always just rooting for whatever gives them the hypest, coolest calls.
I mean, I can see the world where CLG do pull it off.
Absolutely.
I'm personally on that boat, but I see the aggressiveness that they have, the fact that they can skill check Team Liquid early and go for these big roaming plays that get them big leads. We talked about the pressure that Team Liquid's facing. Like, if they get rocked game one, it's a much harder time for them to recover, I think, than CLG, who can just kind of shrug it off. So there are things working in CLG's favor, but
so
I just love the idea that it's like, You're right. On brand, the play-by-plays are on the CLG side, and typical Yasuo going up against the odds.
For me, regular season versions of these teams are like 55-45, but because of Hansama stepping up in playoffs, I think it's just a little bit more TL favored. We'll find out soon enough, though. That's it for the waiting room. Let's get into our first day of this week's LCS postseason.
Hello and welcome to the LCS playoffs. At the end of the week, we are going to figure out who is the final team headed to championship weekend. Right now, CLG and Team Liquid are fighting for elimination. A battle on Saturday, and you win that one. You are Sunday, actually, and you're going to move on forward from there. Either way, it's going to be exciting. I'm here with Jat and Kobe, 10 years of LCS. We've been casting it for all 10 years.
Yeah. We're only missing Riv from the first season of the LCS.
Also, Team Liquid, CLG, two teams that were around in the first split of LCS as well, if you count TL as Curse.
Formerly Curse? I count it. I count it, personally.
But also, just so much road ahead for these teams still if they want to win the LCS. Not only do they have to win this best of 5, they have to win 3 more additionally, so dropping down a loser's bracket makes their road back very long.
And that is the main goal of this Team Liquid roster. This roster was constructed to win the LCS, so that's where their eyes are towards, but you can't overlook these games. Let's take a look at the picks and bans so far, though. Sivir banned out. Okay, this puts a lot more pressure on the Zeri trade. Because the Zeri-Sivir trade is the predominant scaling AD carries trade. Whippo giving them the look. Are they gonna ban it? Are they gonna?
Yeah. Mustaches have been dropped, and since then, Teal have lost best of 5. So, you know, that can always consider here. Looking also at Azir as one of the trades for Zeri. Last time these two teams met, CLG played themselves the Azir, and Palafox popped off on it.
This is really interesting, though, because in the 100 Thieves series, Hansama had Zeri in games 1 and 2 and got a grand total of 0 kills with her. So, really, the fact that they've banned out the Zeri counter in Draven is saying, dude, pick Zeri. They refuse, and they're going with the Seraphine comp again.
And Yuumi is up as well. They could easily get the Zeri with the Yuumi, just one of the dream scaling bottom lanes. Seraphine has been the queen of the LCS playoffs, though, has dominated regardless of who has picked up the champion, and especially with Team Liquid, already showing their preference for these big healing and shielding comps that have big balls of power to just roll right at you.
And I will say, I can maybe even make a stat, make a call that what if Seraphine is actually the new queen of the bot lane? Like, I know we're focusing on Zeri, and around the world, Zeri's been a really big deal, but, I mean, CLG have already played a couple of Seraphine games down there. Poom has played it alongside Senna, for example. We know Luger's played it herself as well, so they have 3 farm Senna games, or 3 farm Seraphine games already on CLG, and she is very good. If you figure out in the previous week, oh, Seraphine's the top pick, now she's first pick.
I would say you're just jumping one patch a little bit too early, because Zeri will get put in the dirt next patch.
Okay.
Zeri nerfs are over 4% nerfs on the next patch. 4% win rate, that is.
Yeah.
Because currently, though, still Zeri pentakill machine.
Sure.
So I do think the priority there is quite strong. But getting into the rest of it here, Silas early picked, even with the Azir up for Palafox for the blind pick.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of these Seraphine compositions that we've seen 100 Thieves or Team Liquid or even CLG run, I think rely less on lane counter picks and more about just creating a very strong death ball. It's generally Seraphine, and then Swain is super good, Silas is very good, Aatrox works very well. It's those brawly self-healers that Seraphine can put over the top.
The best use of this style of comp, though, that Team Liquid have already drafted here has been when the opponents already show that they are going dive, you know, like Vi or something, early pick like that, and then you can counter it. This one, though, for Team Liquid, they're just throwing it down right into the Zeri. Nautilus is always a very strong pick into Zeri. For the ultimate, you can point and click on her, and CLG ended up picking up exactly what we thought. The Zeri Yuumi, the most preferred scaling bottom lane here for them. So we shall see who comes out ahead, and put your theory to the test, Freak.
Yeah.
How strong truly is the queen?
I want to see the rest of the comp. I am personally a huge Seraphine fan. If I can pick her, that's win rate. Like I'm gonna crush some games in that one. Personally prefer the Senna alongside because my primary support player is a really good Senna player, but regardless, still a good lane. Fiora off the table. Of course, CLG get counter pick for last pick. Mid laner, of course, they can get whatever they want right now. TL not betting anything else against Sylas. He is a pretty safe pick overall, but you can see they are going after Dokla here as well. Yone was already the first one off the docket. CLG, they have a jungler to answer as well. Olaf, you mentioned self-healing Deathball champions. And there's Xin Zhao going to do something pretty similar.
Yeah, I think just trying to get rid of the good brawler junglers that Santorin would be able to play. I expect the Yone and the Trundle, those two bans we saw in the first three, to likely remain permabanned throughout the whole series. 100 Thieves had a permaban against Team Liquid in their series, and also CLG had Yone permabanned against them in Golden Guardians. Those things I don't think will change this entire time.
Team Liquid clearly here trying to ban out some carry top laners from Dokla. The difference in the top laners up there, Whippo much more well-rounded, willing to go for more frontline tankiest champions here to build in with this Seraphine Nautilus composition. Dokla has had so much more success on carry top lane champions here. And so banning out both Fiora and Renekton, those aggressive looks.
And I believe those were both considered Aatrox counters as well. I'm thinking of the Deathball picks that you guys talked about. And again, Aatrox was mentioned by name as well as one of those options there. CLG take the Aatrox away. They said, this is what you're probably trying to set up here for Whippo. But Whippo, I mean, he's got answers usually.
And when we had revenge on the entire day for the previous Team Liquid series, he just kept repeating, Whippo has nothing to deal with this Aatrox. It's a huge problem. Someday smashed Team Liquid with the Aatrox game after game after game, and CLG are trying to repeat that strategy.
He keeps trying, though. He's got a number of picks that could go into it, but that's what looked to be a lot of indecision, cycling between a lot of picks that could have worked. Jax is not a matchup we see often in Aatrox.
And he had to dig deep, and nothing worked against 100 Thieves against Someday in the previous one, but Jax over here is a scaling split push threat here for Team Liquid. Another melee champ to get in there. Big melee ball with Seraphine.
Statistically from solo queue, a relatively flat matchup. So as you mentioned, Jax outscales, because in every matchup, Jax outscales, I'm pretty sure. But relatively flat. In other ones, we'd seen solo queue data indicating it was a self-counter pick. This one, again, relatively flat. Vi comes through as more aggressive answers.
Full
again, another
dive,
fighter.
baby!
Yeah.
Team Liquid train is going straight to the back line.
Galio getting picked at the end, though, is super interesting. So Team Liquid is a death ball with 4 melees. And what CLG has actually done is they picked a bunch of champions that are very good against melees. Zeri Yuumi can kite almost infinitely. And then Galio, Aatrox, and Wukong all work very well in small spaces. So I think CLG has done their best to try and counter what TL wants to do.
Yeah, it's very difficult to kite a Vi ultimate on you and a Nautilus ultimate on you.
So just Galio ult and send everybody else in.
Exactly. Get some AoE, some disengage for your team, some counter engage, and let's put it to the test. First game here, CLG, Palafox specifically had his interview talking about the big names in the league are overrated.
Yeah.
These players of the past, time to make room for the new ones.
The All-Pro voting this split was 4 Team Liquid in the top 3, 0 for CLG, despite being 1 game apart, meeting right here, 1 seed apart in the lower bracket of playoffs. CLG hoping to play to the level of their opponents. Every single CLG series has been an absolute banger. I know the fans are hoping for it yet again here. Team Liquid, their hopes at the start of the year were to crush the entire league, to win the LCS and be #1. And that road starts again right here.
Now that we're into game, I want to point out how I think CLG is going back to their roots a little bit in terms of heavily counter-picking draft. When they played that series against Golden Guardians, I thought they played a little too conservatively, picking late-game team fighting, scaling stuff. This is a much different look by CLG, and I like it.
And if you're talking about the roots of where they first started to find success with this roster, it was with Palafox roaming mid lane champions and going to camp for bottom lane. You know, Luger, this big carry they could rely on at the very beginning, and Palafox was always just spamming Talia, Twisted Fate, Galio, these roaming mid lane champions. So it truly is back to those roots of success.
And as well, a lot of eyes on Contracts in the jungle, who has stepped up a ton, and Santorin is going to share some thoughts on FTX most improved player and opponent, Contracts.
Well, I think everyone knows that Contracts, he does flip games a lot, and he does go for like very cheesy stuff and things that, you know, sometimes shouldn't work, but it works. I think he's always been that kind of player that does go for the risky things, and that also makes him more unpredictable, and that's also something that you have to watch out for. I remember one game we played against him this season actually, where he took my blue and went straight to Wolves and started doing my Wolves, and in my head it's very, very risky doing that. So I was checking my Gromp first, but he actually did the Wolves, which most people I don't think would do it, but he did it, and it paid off heavily because it's just kind of unexpected for him to go the extra mile, I guess. So it's something to be aware of.
And you can see Team Liquid really trying to prepare for any Contracts cheese. 3 early wards already on this part of the map, so definitely wanting to track Contracts early on.
What's funny is there is a route still where he could jump over the back of the Baron pit and get in.
And they also haven't even seen him yet with all those wards.
So try as you might, bottom lane though, flash level 2.
Ain't gonna land level 2, level 1 is a lot of damage to it in place. The cleanse was hella late from Luger. 200 HP left, he'll be okay, but that is Summoner down.
You're Northern California, it's showing through, baby, I love it. Core JJ going and forcing the Summoner spell trade though. Cleanse and Exhaust from CLG, a little bit of the defenses there.
Yeah, 2 for 2. Is not a terrible thing, especially when you're able to lifesteal back a little bit and have the sustain of Yuumi. Going back to the jungle a little bit, just stylistically, I do feel like Santorin should be pretty good against Contracts because he thinks so much about what could go wrong. So Contracts almost has to be extra random in order to get those advantages, which would hurt his efficiency. And what's actually really interesting about this start by Contracts is he's just doing a full clear. It doesn't seem like crazy tech, but for Contracts it kind of is. They've had their first blood basically at 3 minutes in every game of playoffs so far. It's impossible for that to happen with Contracts doing this clear.
Yeah, and number one thing as a jungler, is to not be predictable. So do not follow your own trends.
Yeah,
is the name of the game. Wukong also is one of the jungle champions with some of the greatest rewards for getting to your level 6. Huge kill pressure once you get to your level 6. Wukong always, trying to focus a bit on experience. As well, I kind of want to move the spotlight towards the mid lane since there was so much setting up between Palafox and Bjergsen. And the mid lane difference was the difference in the last matchup these two teams had in the regular season. Palafox had the Azir. He had huge Azir sweeps. Never mind, we're going to get gank on top, though.
Looking for it right now. Pull-up will not land on a Jack. Sun's going to land Q easily as well. Ignite is already there. Flash follow. Need one more hit, though. He's going to hold aggro. Whippo goes in. He needs another hit, though. You gotta be kidding me! Grabs first blood, and he wants another, but can Soren get away? Next Q is up relatively soon. Double kill!
Oh my God! Team Liquid want that one back immediately. They want that one back right now. They wish they could rewind the clock on that one. Oh my God! Big Dokes with the well.
Scheduled tweet, by the way.
Scheduled.
He's in a matchup against an Ignite Jax in order to get late game split push pressure. Dokla just walks it out on that gank, able to run Santorin down on the back end. This is the dream start for CLG.
Yeah, to have a 2v1, you're talking about jungle perspective. You're like, oh, I see my top laner get 2 kills when he's getting dove. Whippo jumps in, Qs,
it's just
one auto.
Damage.
He gets all the autos. He right-clicked to get back into range, but because Dokla's path blocking, his champion walks downward, which I understand.
Oh
That's how the game's coded.
But it means he doesn't stay in auto attack range.
And what it means for the game is now you have a massive, massive pressure point on top lane. Aatrox with accelerated level 6. You have so much pressure here. He can constantly push in for CLG. And what this does for the comp overall is allow Palafox on this Galio the freedom to go for aggressive Galio ults on Contracts. You see Contracts already invading the Vi.
Galio's 6. Aatrox is 6. Santorin can't take his own grump. He's pushed completely out of his jungle, and now just has to sit in this bush to defend against a dive.
Huge, huge ramifications all off of a top dive, 2 for 1. CLG here taking away pretty much all of the jungle as CoreJJ on the support roam timer is found out.
And good restraint there by CLG. I definitely see a CLG from even a month ago tries to set up that 3-person dive right away. CoreJJ made that read, but they've seen CoreJJ on that control where they're
about to get caught though.
Yeah. Oh, one actually grabbed and pulls him out of the E as well, so the taunt's gonna buy some time. A flash forced out, but Bjergsen has second Wukong ulti. Anchor's still down for a while, but it doesn't matter. The rest of the squad is here. Good to kill back in the board.
Good pick there. CoreJJ lands the hook. The support roam timer, even though they found him, they saw him on the Spire's Bloom. They knew CoreJJ was on a timer on top lane, and CLG get lazy. They go for the ward kill, even with a support deficit there.
I think just thinking they had the ways of getting out no matter what. I mean, Wukong can clone to get rid of an anchor. Yeah, good damage here. Luger, though, is by the wall. Yeah, I assume it's CLG thought they were safe, right? They both have dash to safety, but it was a good interaction with the hook now, so now...
No flash on Dokla, but he should be fine.
Yeah.
Bjergsen knows, too, that there is still a Galio ultimate to be used. And I want to bring it back again, because Galio Ultimate right now, this is the big point for CLG, trying to play off of these mid-roams that he can try and get. Bjergsen, picking on the blind pick Sylas here, really left it open for Palafox, for CLG, to have this turning point. And the other thing I wanted to hit on when Revenge was on the desk with us during that series with Team Liquid, and Bjergsen picking the Sylas in the 100 Thieves series as well, he specifically called out Palafox as being a much better melee mid-champion player, Sylas player, than Bjergsen, and thought Bjergsen did not look comfortable on that Sylas. See if he can actually make some changes here in this series, though. Farming just fine for himself.
Yeah, doing okay. I actually kind of like playing this time as well. We already see steel caps through on the Aatrox. You're assuming both Galio and Aatrox are running their respective stat shards as well for the opponent lanes. It's like, well, we're going to put physical damage up against Galio and magic damage against Aatrox. Have fun with that one. I actually like this quite a lot. You see this a lot more maybe 5 years ago where you'd like repeatedly lane swap around to kind of dodge defensive buys. But right now, seeing Herald being started.
TL must feel very strong. They've gotten a lot of damage on that Herald already, but Contracts is over the wall with ultimate. Palafox
they're going.
This is a fight.
Ulti is in already. Ethan get nothing out of the Galio. Needs some help though. Gets a taunt maybe. Gonna find the reinforcements, and there's the combo. CC coming over CC. Trying to kill off Bjergsen. It's gonna be enough. Just too tanky here. And now Whipple forced to run away.
Team Liquid roam their bottom lane too. Look at the bottom lane now. Zeri can free push into this tower, and CLG won the fight around Herald. This is really bad for Team Liquid. They're going to lose the kills. They're gonna lose the minion waves. They're losing control of the map.
Galio's just too tanky. I mean, I understand what Team Liquid thought. Soon as Wukong comes in over the pit, just go strong on one side. They dump everything on him, and he still has 50% of his health.
And they're still looking for him, waiting in this brush.
Yeah, flash to get the anchor. Oh, he sidestepped. He can rip it. That's going to be enough, though. That's going to be so much damage. Core will stay alive. The charm won't matter at all. Hansama has to know that fight was already over.
Yeah, Contract's still around, so Team Liquid going to have to give respect there. Big Dokes on the top side after the 2 kills here, working out.
Level advantage.
Basically a turret plate as well. Contracts after that Scuttle Crab though. CLG now, look at the swaps here. Jax on bottom side. It is still pre-unleashed teleport. So they're assuming Whippo not going to come to this one. He could teleport to a tower, but would have to walk himself out. There's no Galio ultimate for CLG, but they get the Rift Herald regardless.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge test, going back to Draft Freak, of how powerful are these Seraphine comps?
Sure.
Because Team Liquid is rapidly falling further behind.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the opening here is for sure coming down to so much execution in these plays. And CLG executing on so many of these skirmishes. Team Liquid, they're going to have to find something to bail them out. That ball comp.
Yep.
And they can group up later. That is going to be on at least one item for Seraphine first before they can try and pull this together. Palafox waiting on his next Galio ultimate. And the kills, more kills going into Dokla, getting the third one there onto Bjergsen off of the little skirmish too. Just, again, really sets up a big power point for CLG to constantly have a pushing side lane and causing Team Liquid to make some interesting lane assignment swaps.
Yeah, and it feels like Team Liquid actually has a lot of tempo in this game to move around. It feels like Core JJ has spent most of the game like roaming or waiting in a bush, but Seraphine isn't necessarily behind Luger, so it's more of a testament to how important those kills by Dokla were, because now CLG is starting to hit some, will be soon hitting some item breakpoints, and they can start making plays of their own.
First rate still available right now. CLG with their dual lane back down there, safe in a similar spot. Not, of course, their strong point, right? The Aatrox is pretty much the gold lead right now, but Hansama pushing to the tower means they do have bot lane control for a moment. Wukong starts up the Drake. Core JJ is around. Will it matter? Vi still finishing up Krugs. Bjergsen maybe first move down. We got pings going who looks like TL, where this could be a play.
Yeah, first move doesn't really matter against Galio ultimate, though. He could just pop it.
Aatrox has moved as well. So they're going for a steal. If anything, they'd lose the fight, I think.
And now it's going to be grabbed. Make sure the Q lands first. Seraphine damage was coming through.
Yeah, critically, Dokla showed mid lane, and that meant TL definitely didn't want to go for that play.
And Dokla does have teleport, too. He could teleport to the tower, but he's walking back up.
This feels pretty playable as long as they're ready for it. Charm's going to land on everybody, but it gets cleansed. Can they keep alive for now? No, Contracts goes down. Will they get another one back, though, is the question, because Galio's on the play. Santorin getting chased, gets a heal. Can he get out in time? He cannot. Luger able to chase him down 1-for-1. Slow won't matter, but Bjergsen's around. Zeri ulti, not the most useful, I feel like. No. It's fine. Whatever. We'll run around real quick.
Yeah, run right back to lane and farm that sucker up. Top laner stayed up there, by the way, evening up a little bit of the minion wave there. So Dokla got back in time, just walked his way up, keeps his teleport cooldown for the next play. Here's another look at it. You put together the hard dive with the counter dive, and the hard dive barely ekes out the kill in time here, and it just traded back 1-for-1 on junglers. So not a really big change in game state.
Yeah, definitely not. And it's going to be a bit of a struggle here for Team Liquid. They perfectly chained that CC on Contract so he could only have about a split second to press his W at the end. Doesn't even get his ultimate off, and still trading the 1-for-1 when it definitely felt like they were the ones that were setting that trap. So CLG able to fight back a lot, and we'll get the majority of this turret. If not, okay, just the majority of the turret with this Herald.
Yep, turret plates acquired.
Love to find pressure on the fourth one, but it goes down pretty quickly, and Dokla does not feel like he can keep taking those hits, and not sure if he actually got the any semblance of that fourth plate himself, but ooh, an over-the-wall play? Maybe.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure CLG saw them on the ward that is towards mid right now, so we got blue pings coming out.
And will it happen? Vi ulti, though, is up. Looks for the Q. Dokla going to be hit. Blue flanks for a bit more as well. Will he ult for anything more? Does not feel like he has the damage. Dokla taking up.
Oh
the ult
my
he gets the
God.
fall back. Q3 force the flash away, and Jax just has nothing to him, honestly. Maybe again, though, Vi goes back in for the ult. The 2v1 is enough as Santorin claims a 600 gold shutdown.
Team Liquid, they actually get revenge. They're like, not this time. You're not 2v1ing us. Santorin flashes away and gives them the opening to go back under tower. So they finally do take down Big Dokes. They get that gold bounty. That is something Team Liquid needed to start chipping away at this lead and getting back in the game.
Pretty crucial mistake there by Dokla. That bounty is very important, and he'd already bought them so much time just by getting that initial chunk on Santorin, but I can't necessarily fault him for that because he's trying to make those big plays. Hansama has to burn flash.
He gets away with it. It's going to be a 5-minute long cooldown for him. You can see Kempuk Chainsword right away for Santorin. He's against 4 healers in the team. Zeri Shield, though, Mythics for the top lane 2-0, and of course Yumi there as well. So pretty valuable there. I think it's good to identify someone against a comp like this. Like, someone's got to go hard for it early on. I think Hansama wants better power spikes than an Oblivion Orb.
So who's going to do it for CLG? Because this was a big deal against the Seraphine comps we saw last weekend. Sometimes you just don't have the player who can do it. Yumi has a great anti-heal item, but it's going to come in fairly late. So I wonder if they'll go with something earlier, and if Contracts will also go for the Chain Sword as a second item.
Yeah, I like Petrifier. I think it's just like the play you go for.
It's
You
the
just
best
call it
healing
out.
reduction item.
Yep, like you heal someone, their damage will apply massive grievous wounds, and honestly, it's not that hard for you to put a heal on someone relevant and go on from there. So top lane turret though gonna fall. CLG will finally get the first turret kill of the game. Several are very low, I want to point out, across the map. But first one to fall, gold will go back up to 1,000. So still a pretty close game. 70 seconds until the second Drake of the game spawns. Decent pace towards a Soul if CLG wants to play for it. And now that Aatrox gets another surge of money, might see him recall and play for it.
The other benefit here for Team Liquid with drafting such a hard dive comp is that with the towers going down on outside, you can see Whippo there, Jax, just farming the side lane with his down tower deep in Team Liquid territory while they've got the 1-3-1 going, because you've got the threat of a Vi always, coming over. If anyone overextends other half of the map, you have that instant lockdown. And Galio shows bottom here for Palafox to clean up the minions here in front of Bjergsen.
Yeah. Want to see if CLG keep playing aggressively. You mentioned it earlier on when it was the first level 6 contracts aggressively counter jungling caught by the Galio. Now a play to the top side. Galio coming in right away. Jumping to safety. No Seraphine ulti for now. Zeri hitting on the sides. Will it be enough? They can just kill Santorin. The man's just too quick against the entire squad. And it's now Bibo forced to run away. Core JJ the same. Whoa. Jumping over the wall is Luger. Has his own Galio. He's going to be fine for now. Hansama will drop. The chase still in toward Core. The flash taunt catches one. And it's a flash forced out of Bjergsen. 5 seconds on the Drake, and they're still chasing for more. He's fast. He's got a Yuumi, and he's got a kill on the Bjergsen. CLG are 8-3,
and they're gonna get their dragon. They're gonna get the mid lane tower. CLG are taking it to Team Liquid so hard in game number 1. That was a straight up 4 versus 5 fight, and CLG bursted down Santorin. It was a stolen Galio ultimate coming in.
I think we're seeing a little bit of the team comp design from CLG though. Just like Vi jumps in, and how do they follow through the Yuumi successfully as 4 melee champions? Galio's not even there. Luger doesn't even have more than a shield bow at this point, and he's already shredding Team Liquid. This team composition and game 1 play by CLG is very strong.
Exactly. That's why we talked about from Champion Select, the power of that counter dive. Palafox, once he does get into range 2, they can chase down the rest of the Team Liquid members. Bjergsen not safe either. Everyone knows the pain of trying to run away from a Zeri Yuumi late game. It is basically impossible. Whew! Jumping over the walls.
Zeri damage.
Team Liquid do
watch out.
Get Riptail number 2.
No Gloomy 2 gets away from every chain there. As you tried, but no, I walked in a straight direction.
And we've got an invading Yuumi. Boom. The Yuumi invade.
Who wins?
On red buff.
I think Poom got this.
He's got teammates. It's a team game. Poom versus Bramble back.
Kind of close. All right, puts the heal back up. Luger bails him out. Saves his lane mate from the evil red buff.
I mean, they could get a lot of damage down onto Whippo here. Remember, he's a flashless Jax.
Over the wall they go. They're going to get through it at the end of it, so the Q's going to keep landing. The autos, Turk can get in the way, but the Wukong there for the knockup. And the kill comes through in the end. Another one on the board, 9-3.
Okay, there is going to be a counterplay for an objective bounty on top side. They're going to use the Rift Herald up there by Bjergsen to try and get objective bounty shut down for Team Liquid. Should be able to get it, but the payment still losing out on the bottom side, losing out on the extra kill here. CLG pushing this game forward, and you can see it in their vision line too. All of this, the invade from Poom, you comical but successful. Look at all the wards moving up. They get the red buff, they get the jump onto Whippo.
And Team Liquid is definitely just trying to make something happen because they're not in the good position in this game. So lots of just waiting in a bush and hoping to pick Dokla.
I like this.
That's kind of been the strategy of the whole game.
What did Dokla do to Team Liquid?
2v1 to their top side. Exactly, thank you. The crowd understands. Anchored? You gotta be kidding me! Core JJ just whiffs an easy skill shot.
They might turn this.
By the way, Galio is here! You did it, buddy! A 3-for-0, and CLG will not be stopped!
Team Liquid, they're too transparent. They open up first 3 picks of draft. Heavy dive. Contracts! Whoa! It's not done!
1v2, he's like, don't do it! Let me try as well, Whippo! Again in the losing end of a fight. 13-3. Baron spawns now.
CLG is just too damn strong. Team Liquid is waiting in the bush for what? Their own demise? It seems like they cannot win any fight.
Palafox said the big names of the LCS are overrated.
It's time for the new generation to rise up, and CLG are making it happen here in the lower bracket. This is an elimination series of playoffs. Team Liquid gonna have to turn it around because you already got to start looking at the next game. This is an engage, like you said, it's getting desperate trying to pick off Dokla here, but with Galio, it's such a super strong counter pick here for the counter engage.
They did not get Aatrox's health below 2,000. Like, they maybe did 200 damage to him in the entirety of that fight.
I mean, every CC was overlapped. Like, Anchor misses, okay, sure, but the Vi ult is overlapped with Nautilus ult. Like, they just both press R. It's like, even the coordination was bad there. Like, okay, Corvus a skill shot. It happens, he's human, whatever. But like, someone just call I'm pressing R first and wait. But he's just like, okay, I got stunned for exactly 1.2 seconds. Cool. My cooldowns are up, and just nothing happens.
I really like how this game is a combination of CLG's roots of success and the way that they've grown in the LCS.
Yeah.
We talked about the roots at the beginning of the game. You know, Luger, bottom lane carry, Palafox constantly roving. But this is that combined with Big Dokes. Difference on top side, and Bjergsen is
far from
in
home.
the middle of nowhere.
Quick slow onto him, and they're not gonna get slow to Luger, but they might get the rest of it now. Goes to the chain, goes for a whole bunch of damage, but it's not gonna be enough. Get a couple hundred health down, but he had the shield bow still, wasn't in danger. And now they're onto the Baron here without a mid laner from TL.
Bjergsen just trying to make something happen, but it looks like CLG should be able to take this Baron.
Santorin's got a dream.
Something.
Santorin's got a dream for his steal. He's sneaking around here. Vi's looking for it. He's unseen.
Dokla's looking. They find him fine with the blue trinket. Where else could he be? Top try. They spotted the notes going on. Dokla knows what wall he has to go over. Sees him yet again, and it's not going to be likely. Blocks the Q. No other way over the wall, so it's going to be a smite. But should it be contestable?
Careful, though.
This is over for one.
That's fine. It's fine.
Everyone's out of range.
I don't think you need to be careful anymore. That's not in the CLG handbook either.
No. And Kobe, to go back to your point earlier, as Buffo will pick up an objective bounty, when the split started, CLG was the one drafting Seraphine, and a lot of us were questioning whether or not that CLG had improved or if they're just exploiting an overpowered champion. Oh, it's just a Seraphine comp. But this game especially, with how Seraphine has shown to still do well in playoffs, they are absolutely destroying TL Seraphine comp.
Yeah, I think it's the difference between Team Liquid had success when they picked this basically exact type of composition versus a first pick vibe, because then you know your opponents are kind of locked into this all dive. But CLG, they save their picks. They have counter with the Galio. Great last pick there. Smart draft here from CLG to get that counter initiation, and has really just thrown Team Liquid through a loop. It's kind of the same thread, because you mentioned CLG being early to jump on the Seraphine. Yet again, they're early and proactive with some of these champion picks and getting more and more diverse and coming up with different looks.
And on the other side of it, when you're the first to play Seraphine, you're also going to be more experienced with what it doesn't work against and what you're going to be able to struggle with. So really like what they've done here in game 1 to likely take the series lead.
Pretty good here. 9,000 gold up for the bounty claimed. Good by TL to constantly cross-map and get some bit of gold back in. It'd be a far worse game without that. So at least still trying for the plays. They just cannot kill the tanky members of CLG. Every single one has a defensive item on their inventory or a Yuumi over the top to make sure it doesn't happen. Only 3 kills on. 40 bottom inhibitor is down, 4 minutes and 20 away from the Dragon Soul.
Yeah, this is a blazing pace that CLG are setting in game number 1. It's 24 minutes. They're already knocking at the Nexus turret doors here, demolishing the base of Team Liquid. They're wasting no time. Completely outplayed this game.
There should be a bit of a sense of urgency for CLG. You never know how strong a Seraphine comp can get, specifically the Seraphine Senna comps. When you look at the gold graphs for those games, about 25 minutes is when they just started to take over. That's when the gold graph would hit a cliff. This seems a little bit more than that, but it should be in the back of your head.
Okay, I'm going to keep it way far at the back of the head right now.
So you want to go to the next game, Kobe?
No.
Just over?
No, that's ridiculous. We've still got Dragon Soul to play for. But this is such a commanding position, and because you have the tools to push it forward. You're the ones, as CLG, with the Zeri Yuumi on your team. So, also in the back of your head, you have supreme security.
You feel it. Right now, Palafox happy to the side lane. Got a Banshee, he's got a 10-stack Magi, is on the way towards the zone. He is now in a 1 versus 3 going for the big play. This time, he doesn't have a global. Nice timing on the stopwatch to get rid of the ulti. And the Q happens to land anyway, as over the wall goes Palafox. Couple Galio ults coming around. They might kill him. They finally do a shutdown for Bjergsen. Charm gonna go wide. But the team fight is a good 4v5. CLG gonna try their best. Bjergsen running away over the wall. Gonna stay alive for now. Luger cleanses away a root. Now looking at Whippo. Not terribly tanky. Stopping to the front line. Can they get that kill? But down goes Contracts. They might kill him off. 2 for the Aatrox. And a 3rd now for Contracts. And the damage just isn't quite there. TL run out of damage, and CLG opt into the 4v5 and avenges a fallen mid laner.
It's a good attempt by Team Liquid because they know time is against them. They've got super minions on the doorstep, but they take a swing and they miss. CLG will punish.
What an opening performance by CLG. 2 games away from eliminating Team Liquid.
Looking at the next couple of bits of this base, gonna knock him down. A 26-minute victory. There you go, CLG starting off strong.
Okay, game number 1, amazing job CLG, both in draft and execution.
Yeah.
It's not one of these things isolated, it is both combined.
Yes.
I will draw it back a bit. This is a best of 5 series.
This is already over, Kobe.
This is just the first game in your best of 5 series. And remember FlyQuest.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, Team Liquid now 0 for 3 in the opening games of their best of 5s this playoffs. They dropped the first 2 to 100 Thieves before winning the next 2. Definitely some concerned looks, though, with the way that played out. And when I was looking at CLG right after the game, I loved how calm they were. This is no surprise to them that they were able to take the first one off of TL.
Exactly. And they weren't overly celebrating it because, like we said, it's a best of 5. You've got way more work to do.
Yeah, and it's about draft adaptation, right? In my mind, I just see Twitch chat, B_N__TROX. That's gonna be all the comments on Reddit as well. Like, it is another game where Whippo cannot handle that lane. 2v1, double kill for the Aatrox. Like, I'm not saying the man can't play, but like, it just keeps happening. At a certain point, override and be like, sorry, bro, we haven't found it working. Evidence game number 5.
Yeah. Also, they just failed the 2v1 dive.
Of course they did. But I'm just saying, it just keeps happening, right? Like, you keep trying to find answers, and it keeps failing, and you feel like, no, it was really just mechanics. Like, do you want to go down 0-2 and screw it up again? Because, I mean, maybe it works, right?
No,
but like,
we've got a whole other series.
I know.
That we have as evidence and proof for it.
So sometimes you just do that one little thing, like, you know what, never mind Seraphine comps. We need to rethink them. You know, there's a whole lot that can change, right? As you said, it was draft and execution. CLG, of course, played very, very well. We'll see what Game 2 has in store. So CLG up in the series, and we are heading over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, Freak. CLG. Woo! Hot start to the best of 5, getting the win over Team Liquid there. I honestly don't know how much or what all we can say about this, Emily. I mean, Kobe kind of said it there. They failed the dive. They failed the dive.
Obviously, he brought up what Revenge thought of some of Bwippo's answers into that Aatrox, specifically the Urgot from their prior series. I want to talk about CLG's draft, right? Because we have some classics from TL that I pointed out before in the Seraphine Nautilus. Seraphine getting huge priority here. But you know, on the opposite side, we have Zeri, Yuumi, Wukong as the first rotation, which is great. I love the Galio pick. Like, obviously, they're super comfortable with the Aatrox, but the Galio pick is really what makes this draft for me.
I love it. The last pick, Galio, not only stuffs a lot of, like, both end up being ball comps, but one has, like, the kind of bomb of Zeri in your back pocket, so you need to kill her. And so that's where the Galio pick's able to come in. The Wukong can also provide peeling. Like, there's so many extra tools to kind of deal with TL's idea.
Rez, you know what we talked about? Like, the last thing a Vi wants to do is ult into a fight where there's a Swain with a giant circle around him.
Oh, yeah?
There's a couple other champions in the game that have big old circles.
A lot of circles.
One of those is Galio.
True. Quadruple melee comp into Galio Aatrox.
Feels good, man.
It's beautiful, right? So, like, I agree. I feel like Demonte in the back is just, like, excellent. Galio pick.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's true. Demonte's in the back there.
This is what I'm here for.
But you know what feels even better is when the Galio side lane partner gets a double kill out of nowhere. Like, this was a good idea for Team Liquid. You have this counter pick. You want to start snowballing it up in the top side. The misclick, or I guess not even really misclick, but the auto pathing to screw over Bwippo there, giving the first kill, and then the chase down by Dokla.
Not bad.
And we talked about, this is actually a late, there we go. They don't know.
They don't know.
No, Pepe left.
They didn't know. TL did not know.
And TL did actually make a point to track contracts, right? They're like, where is he going to show up? You know, like, where is this first blood coming from? And then it ends up going to CLG anyway because of this botched data.
It's a good point. Normally, we would be tracking contracts for that 3-minute, you know, or 3:25
this
first
was
blood.
late. It was like 4.
Totally unnecessary for him this time around.
I feel like the monk is steer under the turret when you're trying not to die.
It was too good. I mean, so again, I don't want to belabor the game too much, as we will play out a few more of the highlights and kind of watch it all come together for CLG. Obviously, with that lead, they still have to put it together, and I think they just found a lot of good skirmishes and fights where the Galio is making the appearance, Raz, to kind of turn the tables.
Yeah, I honestly think they've forgotten just about like the Galio and the reach that he has. It's the TF effect, where you're just like, when you play against him for the first time in a long time, you're like, oh, this is not a legal fight. This is not legal.
So many hooks.
Yeah.
This is another example of it. But to be fair, they were so far behind that they were looking for any avenue. But the one thing Galio is great at, side lane responses.
Yep, yeah, and that plays into what we've talked about Palafox's strengths are, right? Is joining up with the team from a side lane. It wasn't as early on as we've been seeing where it's like push the wave and then go to side lanes, but he was always ready to join with his team, and most importantly, the Zeri is untouched. She's just free hitting in so many of these fights.
I mean, CLG is also just like team identity-wise, we're talking about how aggressive they are. When they get an advantage, like a double kill on a silent like that, they're probably one of the best teams in the league about just running that down your throat. They do not ever let off the gas pedal. And so when they get that advantage, they're down to take 50-50s and just keep going. Like that one bot lane play where it's 1-for-1, like not the best play, but like CLG is never going to back away from that. And so when you already have the gold lead and this kind of comp lead that we think they have, it's just like you can play these fights however you want. They're never going to not take them.
Absolutely. There is no free fight when you're going up against CLG. The Rift Herald fight for me was a real tapper, where 3 of them tried to just go straight on towards the Galio, realized, oh, we don't have the damage for him, and in fact, it's actually, we set him up perfectly for a 3-man taunt. So really bad start to the series, clearly for TL, and they have to reapproach the draft again.
And it was so important that CLG had that aggression in this game, right? Because we've talked about these Seraphine comps, and one of the reasons that TL has kind of swapped over to the Seraphine hype train is because they've lost to it twice now against 100 Thieves, where 100 Thieves just had these Seraphine Senna scaling comps that flopped into their direction even after TL was able to amass these really crucial leads. So it's also nice to see CLG be able to play it out so they can slam the door before Seraphine can kind of take over with healing.
Now, Mark, I don't want to overreact to this game because, as Raz said, it kind of felt clear that at a certain point in it, TL was like, look, we're going to camp the bush, we're going to shoot the shot, maybe we get the comeback. If not, we go next fast. But CLG, I think, is going to 3-0 at this point.
Yeah, you're flip-flopping already.
Hard flip-flopping. 3-0 CLG.
Say that again.
That's it. They're
Say
done.
that again, guys.
The graphic.
We're going to make it official, though. So, you know, erase that TL 3-1. That's going to turn into a CLG 3-0. You don't recover from that turret dive.
Mark.
We set all the stakes, Mark. All the stakes about the expectation and how anything is going to be a failure. You can't start the series that way.
You gave me shit for flip-flopping the FlyQuest TSM
I'm
series.
saying I have Team Liquid 3-1 exactly because I expected this game 1. You heard Jack talking about it. What else do you think Team Liquid was going to do but get smurfed on game 1? That's what they did against FlyQuest. They bounced back just fine. They did against 100 Thieves. Couldn't win game 5, but still recovered, nearly reverse swept them. This is the Team Liquid comfort zone.
So this is all to plan.
The 0-1 comfort.
Yeah, this
all
is.
right.
That's
then
why.
Mark.
Did you see Core JJ massaging Whipple's back? He was like, "Hey, great job giving the double kill over. Just what we
help
needed."
me out, Mark. Help me out.
I don't think Whipple is comfortable.
If this is all going to plan, TL's chosen red. Tell me how they come back here in game number 2 to get to that 3-1 you're talking about from red side.
Okay, so on a serious angle, the red side swap I don't love. This is also what EG did when they lost game 1 on blue side to C9. And then it felt like they kind of overcorrected their draft prep and were like, oh, we need better counter picks or something because they got counter picked that one time. So I'm not sure I love the red side change. I just think the early pick Vi is something we keep talking about and teams have.
Well, it wasn't even early that time, which is actually what's crazy.
4,
I mean,
5,
yes, we've been criticizing that hard, and I still think Vi is being taken too much. But Emily, thoughts, red side?
The really interesting thing to me is kind of piggybacking off of Mark's point. I would love it for CLG, right? Because we've seen them have these really good like red side drafts. I did point out a good TL red side draft, which had the Senna Seraphine in it previously, but it was into that first pick Vi, so in that case, they were the ones responding. I'm a little curious to see where they'll go because I definitely think of more like 100 Thieves and CLG as red side teams more than TL.
So I think I think Team Liquid actually will do well from this change. Not only is it a lot more stabilizing, so you don't have to deal with that pick and 5, the Galio. But another thing, too, is that I think the meta has been changing a little bit, at least throughout the playoffs, and that you don't need a Zeri first pick, especially if you have Hansama in your back pocket, you can go towards Draven. I know the Kalista was banned, but if you have it open, then you can actually pick that as well. If you are trading, then you can hopefully get your pick of the litter. If they're not first picking the Lulu, you can do that yourself. So I think the responses are actually much better if they are playing towards Hansama's strength.
I'm actually super curious to see if the Draven or Kalista come out because we know that Luger also plays them.
Yeah, I think that's cool that both AD carries can swap to the more aggressive playstyle. I will tweak what I said a little bit because CLG is, at least in the regular season, a red side team. They won more games on red side than blue, and so it might be less
just
like
playing to your opponent's weakness.
Yeah, like put them on blue side, force them to blind some things, and still getting rid of the flex picks like the Yone, which is always getting banned against them.
And yeah, those 2 points, yours and Raz, like coupling the idea of like not getting surprised, right? At least on red side, we know we can't be surprised by that final pick. Maybe that's their way of creating some assurances.
Yeah, some of the flexes that they've gone throughout the split, having the Yone, the Akali, good examples when they went up against Cloud9 in the regular season and they had to put the Yone somewhere. They put it top, Tryndamere as the counter for Fudge, so the flexes will lose value from red side, so I'm interested in seeing what they got.
CLG strikes first blood. Our underdogs have taken the lead. Let's see if CLG can keep their momentum going in game number 2 right after this.
Don't make it too hot, Ref. You're gonna make me angry.
Yeah.
You don't want to see Christian
I love that
angry.
much.
For right now, Bullock will not land on a Jack. Sun's going to land Q easily as well. Ignite is already there. Flash follow. Needs one more hit, though. He's going to hold aggro. Purple goes in. He needs another hit. You gotta be kidding me! Whoa! Jumping over the wall is Luger. Has his own Galio. He's going to be fine for now. Hansama will drop. The chase still in toward Cooler. The flash taunt catches one. And it's a flash forced out of Bjergsen.
And they're going to get their dragon. They're going to get the mid lane tower. CLG are taking it to Team Liquid so hard.
Upgrade your shimmering slippers to keep sparkling.
Hey, Ash, what's your plan?
A new and very serious game, Jake from State Farm, but these in-game purchases are wrecking my wallet. I can't keep sparkling, Jake. I need a sparkle.
State Farm has options like combining home and auto, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Very nice. The gameplay is really strategic, I swear.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Welcome back to the LCS playoffs. These teams split 1-1 in the regular season, and CLG have taken game 1 in this best-of-5 elimination if you lose here. If you win on Sunday, you fight for a spot at Worlds and a spot in the LCS Championship.
Such a long road ahead for either one of these teams if they want to win the LCS Championship, but such an amazing first game by CLG. They countered the Seraphine, which had been dominating playoffs so hard in game 1 that they've now actually just drawn a red side Seraphine ban from TL here in game 2.
They do not want to give it up to CLG. They have to be careful about picking so many melees. I think that was the real critical problem, was a bunch of melees into all of this AoE. Yeah. So whichever team shows, if you show too early on a hard commitment like that, the counters will definitely be here. But CLG, of course, blue side this time around. And so they, again, target the Draven from Hansama. That's the only thing they feel like they have to take out of this bottom lane, that aggressive look. And we will be left with, again, the Zeri plus Sivir possible trade here. Azir was left up the entire time. Yeah. Last game as well. Right. Not picked or banned. It's one of the most popular blind picks right now, but saving for those counter picks.
Yone also left unbanned. I don't expect it to be a first pick, but it's the first time in the last 6 games that it's been available for CLG to pick.
Both their solo laners love playing the champion. Yeah. Both of them are well adept at it, so it is also a flex pick, and you can get it a little earlier in the draft than a lot of other teams.
For sure. Of course, TL electing red side here. Want to point that out. That was important for them. When they went regular season, actually, it was CLG on blue both times. They went 1-1. So interestingly, this is actually the first time these teams have fought in summer with CLG on red. Now back to the 1-1 line. Sivir is the first pick, by the way. CLG taking it above everything else.
And I also do like this just because it doesn't seem like Hansama wants to play Zeri based on Team Liquid's drafting patterns. So taking the Sivir side of the Sivir-Zeri handshake is very wise.
I'm very, very curious about the Yuumi pickup as well, because most teams vastly prefer Yuumi as the #1 enchanter support. And it's kind of dropping through the extra priority here. I feel like if Team Liquid don't pick it up, Lulu up as well for CLG if they want to combine it here, but the blind pick Sejuani, this is a flex pick, of course. Santorin can play it in the jungle. We have seen a lot top lane in North America, but especially in LPL, LCK.
I was going to bring up, though it's obviously not going to happen here, I was going to posit Lucian Nami as a possibility. It is his second most played here, 3-1 on the champion. It's actually really hard to spell Shield Lucian Clue. Like, you kind of can, but it's tough. And that lane can work pretty well against a short-range champion like Sivir, but with Yuumi, that's not the lane.
Yeah, feels so hard to give up a Yuumi to the other team. Back to CLG on secondary pick there. Sure. Frustrating, so I do like the Team Liquid pick it up here first. Grab that security for themselves. The ultimate is just so good for these engages.
Of course.
I can understand it, though, and the fact that CoreJJ really hasn't played that much Yuumi on stage. He is generally known as the initiator. In fact, in the 100 Thieves series, he was on Enchanters in games 1 and 2, which they got blasted by 100 Thieves in, but found his footing on Engagers. So now, going back to an Enchanter, like CLG is very okay with that trade.
Yeah, I mean, CoreJJ only has the one Yuumi game in all of summer so far.
Yeah, he was 2-0 on it coming into this split, but yeah, 0-1 on the champion so far, and somebody's mentioning Kobe, so definitely not one that he has played a lot of. I mean, Core has as many Kog'Maw games as Yuumi games in his career. It's like a random aside. Back when he was an 80 carry way, way long ago. See what happens here. Poppy is through, of course, premier jungler, decent engagements into the Zeri and Sejuani as well.
Yeah, and Contract specifically has used this, in summer very, very effectively in earning him that Most Improved Player award. See, as we whittle down on those solo lanes, though, baby, top lane bans should be coming out here. Try and protect possible top lane Sejuani. Blippo gonna have some issues here with Dokla, and everybody's thinking about the Aatrox again. What are you actually gonna do about this problem? Because the Aatrox is unbanned now. I'd be kind of surprised if Team Liquid let it through the secondary bans.
Yeah, well, I think one very important thing to ban out is the Yone, because it's a good flex pick they can take on 4-5. And I think a very important ban for CLG is Zilean. You never want to give Bjergsen a Zilean angle late in draft. And if they can combo Zilean with Yuumi, Zeri, as well as a melee jungler with the Sejuani top lane, it would make them very strong in team fights.
Well, seeing Olaf killed here as well. TL need to pick one champion. CLG answers that lane. And then has to blind pick the other one there. So TL gets one counter pick, CLG simply gets one as well.
Yeah, I always like that ban whenever you're looking at an early Yuumi. The Olaf just pairs with it too well.
Sure. So banned again. It would happen last game as well. Team Liquid banned it against.
And also knowing that the Sejuani is a flex pick, that the Aatrox is still a choice for CLG, and Olaf was the thing that Bwipo did best against Aatrox in their 100 Thieves series.
Yeah, had some regret there as well. Some hit, some miss. One final bound to go for CLG. Can they get the 2-0 lead in the series? Or does TL bounce back as they did against FlyQuest? But yeah, they lost game 1 and then ran the table in the opening weekend for them. Aatrox going to be gone on the CLG side, thinking that TL is going to grab it.
100 Thieves did the same thing too, and they lost that game. Put it on Bwipo or let him try and counter it would be my opinion.
There you move to the back line though. TL, as long as they have any other source of damage, I feel like they're going to have plenty. Frontlaner looks decent on a Sejuani. CLG had to have a big tank there. Poppy's not going to be enough by herself, I feel like. Back to the Silas here. They're loving this pick here for Bjergsen.
The shout out from CLG.
Oh, I love it. So I actually do love that hover because they're saying, yes, we did not ban Zillion because we were fine with you playing it, rather than just pretending to forget about it.
And Palafox, again, he's so aggressive as a mid laner. He actually thrives in melee mid matchups. Assassin gameplay, even Silas itself. So I know he actually feels really confident going here versus Bjergsen, and they lock in the Taliyah Renekton. Such a great combination here. Even when it does come from mid lane, Taliyah combining with Renekton, that stun, you can make those roams up there with the wall, stun into shove backwards is so powerful. And Poppy Charge is actually a really good combination with Taliyah because if you put down the stones, your E, you can actually Poppy Charge them, force them to dash across those stones. Ooh. They will explode.
Set through into the Renekton. I don't think it's likely. It is possible we could see Renekton mid Taliyah jungle with Poppy top. We have seen those champions in those roles earlier this year. Unlikely, but want to leave it as a possibility. But I like Bwipo set. He's been very good at the champion. Had some true carry performances, and here up against Renekton could look good.
I am actually surprised that Bwipo didn't just want to have the Sejuani into the Renekton. It's a hard matchup early, but he was solo killing Renektons as Sejuani this split. So putting it down into Santorin means he also enjoys the set matchup, and as you said, has carried some games with it before.
All right, we'll see if Santorin can channel his inner peanut. Having a lot of success on that as well. And Team Liquid, as a team, can they turn this around? This time, they get themselves the Zeri Yuumi.
Gonna be fun. What comes through to this game here? Final comments from the coaching staff of the Split, CLG, who stepped up so well. A 4th place seed in the playoffs. You can consider an upset loss to Cloud9 in their early round. Of course, 4-5 seed, obviously a pretty close battle, but here, 4th and 3rd seed up against Team Liquid Honda. 1-0 in the series. Does TL bounce back as they had in the previous 2 rounds of playoffs? Or does CLG keep the momentum up? We're getting into the Rift very, very shortly. Elimination, and then a single best of 5 to qualify for championship weekend. Single best of 5, you clear this one out to qualify for the World Championship. Will it happen? Does TL bounce back here to go to game 3? Does CLG come out to the 2-0 start? Let's find out. We are on to the Rift. Who's it gonna be in game 2?
I always get so invested in these games. Like, you watch the entire Summer Split regular season, and it's entertaining because it's League of Legends, but the stakes are just so much higher in these matchups. The next 4 games, or fewer, will actually end the year for one of these teams.
Yes, there's just so much pressure, especially when you're as dedicated as the players on these teams, you know, every waking hour practicing for just this moment, this big run. Funnily enough, too, I was talking to Palafox in the morning when we were coming in the morning, and I asked him specifically about Taliyah because I had just been watching the other regions, and Taliyah super prominent, but kind of dropped off from most of the other mid laners in the LCS. And he was just like, yeah, all the other mid laners in the LCS that don't pick Taliyah, they're just bad at it.
Well, Palafox, been pretty good at it, honestly. Some good walls here from CLG. But speaking of CLG, Tigers is standing by with their head coach, ThinkCard. Let's join him.
And what a start to the series with the CLG victory. What were the biggest takeaways from game 1 going into game 2?
I just think we played pretty well around our timers, and we respected theirs a lot. Dokla had a really good 1v2 early, so that really set the tone, and then we just kept the snowball going.
so much conversation around that top side, bringing in the Renekton and the Taliyah here as well. Tell me a little bit about this matchup.
Yeah, so we have a lot of setup. Set is kind of a Bwipo special. So hopefully we're able to get by like the early laning, and then the later it goes in lane, the better it gets for Renekton, as long as he's not like behind off like level 1.
All right, let's see how that early laning goes. Back to the game.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting matchup. One of the funny things is that since they added shield breaking to Renekton's Empower W, people often think, oh yeah, it's just gonna be like a super hard counter to the champion early, but a lot of times you have to use your stun earlier in the trades, and it's kind of hard to save your rage and your W to be able to actually break the shield later on, but it can be devastating as far as bursting the champion down. It's Santorin coming up early.
Yeah.
All right, round 2 of the 2v1. Let's see.
Words.
This is not a tower dive.
Yeah.
Here we go. Is it a net there? Bwipo, pretty low, finds the stun. Couple of shots come in. Flashes, gets away, but he's slowed. Yeah. He's stunned. They're gonna have the damage, and they want to hand the kill to Bwipo. He'll get it eventually. 400 gold, first blood, Team Liquid.
Huge play by Santorin there. That's a classic. Clear one side of your jungle and gank right away.
This is why in the last game I asked, what did Dokla do to Team Liquid? Because at the beginning of both games, and throughout the entire game 1, they're spamming ganks up at him. This time around, it does work out. They make good on the early gank. Contracts, though, as you can see on the screen. Number 1, like basics of jungling. You see your opponent jungler make the play topside for one of those early ganks, it had better cost them, or your top laner is going to be really mad.
Contracts only gets 1 camp. I mean, he'll get Scuttle as well, which is pretty valuable. Looks like, yeah, Smite Q. Second Q misses, but he's going to be fine. He's going to get it no problem. Buckler comes in, grabs it. So a blue buff steal. Less valuable than a Renekton, to be clear, but at least something done. Wants to go mid. No, the shutback's really good. Bjergsen has to burn his flash to get away.
Nice play there by Contracts, just crossing through towards the double scuttle as well as a full clear of his blue side. So he'll definitely be ahead of Santorin in experience. And now that Santorin also has to go down bot side, Dokla has temporarily recovered in that lane. Like, the first blood doesn't do much at the moment because the first major item completions haven't come through.
Yeah, I love this ward as well from top laners. Dokla taking his time on his move to push in. You get your 30 seconds from pushing the minion wave in. Go get that deep ward to look for second spawn of Krugs. And Santorin, there's only one area to go to because of the counter jungle. Has to go over to second spawn here of Raptors.
This little trading there. I like the Whimsy to go in for it. Ignite is on. Puma's dangerously low, but he will slink away, stays alive. Of course, it's cleansing the 80 carry. Cannot support him anyway. Health bar is low, but Yumi can heal.
3 summoner spells for 1. Just the ignite spent by Poom. But yes, he is very low. Will not be able to sustain still. A powerful trade there by Lugrim Poom.
Up alongside, up a cloth armor. Whipple gonna probably do much better in this fight. Yeah, you can see Dokla 300. The stain is okay on this champion. With both junglers here, I feel like Whipple has too many stats for this 2v2 to go CLG's way, but it is going toward Dokla. And now information is going to be seen. Contracts can get away if he needs to, but goes for the attack, goes for a trade. And OC can probably run away from this one. The slow's not going to be enough. Knows Santorin can't keep up.
Yeah, Phase Rush, you know you can always go in for these cheeky little trades. It's actually one of the most fun runes, especially on junglers, because you can go for those quick little procs. And even with the second half of the W hitting, your slow resistance is too high, can walk away. Does screen enough for big dokes up there, though. Whippo's still crashing the wave, so that's what they wanted. That's the goal.
Yeah, I think the volatility of that matchup as well is just drawing junglers up there for sure. One interesting thing I noted before playoffs was, oh, we got a game coming in mid.
2v2, flash to the tackle! The shove back is gonna land! And without flash, Bjergsen can only heal himself a little bit, but it's enough! They knock out Contracts. Santorin is there in time! 2-0 Team Liquid.
It's well set up, but they don't have the damage to burst the Silas. Bjergsen heals up too much with the Kingslayer. And Team Liquid 2-0 in game number 2, trying to bounce right back. Remember, they did lose the opening game of all of their series so far in playoffs.
Lost their first game to FlyQuest, lost their first 2 against 100 Thieves. And yes, watching this one more time, you can see everything surprised Bjergsen, so to speak. They land the E, they land the Q, they get all the damage from Taliyah. Freak what they missed.
He threw empowered Q. He walked left onto worked ground and didn't get a 5-shot Q out. It would have killed. I'm pretty sure 4 more rocks would have killed Bjergsen. It would have been close at least.
So slight misexecution for sure. Gold staying very close in this game though, even with the CLG solo laners both having kills go over to their lane opponents. Bjergsen and Bwipo both sitting at 1-0.
Close game, though. I mean, 2 kills and a 200 gold lead, like, those kills are worth 1,000.
Yeah.
When you count the assist money as well. So CLG farming very well. You can see 18 CS lead for the mid lane, 3 camps for contracts. Bot lane at least pretty close, but it is still a tight game, regardless of the KDAs.
All right. Can they actually get the push first there? Because Talia ultimate used by Palafox still has his flash and ignite. You know, the idea, the setup there was there from CLG. Contracts camping around, waiting for the counter jungle, or for the counter gank, because they're expecting it from Santorin, just disappearing off the top quadrant of the map. And Bjergsen still without that flash, but unable to finish it all off.
Back on they go to the turret. Pretty hard to clear turret plates against the Sivir. She'll splash you with the ricochet in the first place to take a Q, and you know, you get half a plate or something, but you take a couple hundred damage back for it. Fighting for the cannon.
No
grabs it before he walks away. Good job, Dokla.
No ult on Dokla. He'd burned it earlier to push out the wave. And Kobe, to maybe answer your question, like, what did Dokla do?
It's a joke question of what did he do to them outside of the game to deserve all this.
I have
all
like
this
maybe
focus,
a real answer. Maybe.
Okay.
It doesn't have anything to do with Dokla. It has much more to do with Team Liquid.
Okay.
Whippo was the only top laner of any team to qualify for playoffs who actually led his team in damage percentage. So I think when Whippo does well, Team Liquid does win. So there's a chance they actually just have a higher incentive to try and get him ahead of
Okay,
him.
but what did he Polymorph cleanses flashes. Really nice at a Poom again, the offensive whimsy. Forcing Hans away, flash kill. They get the follow. Core will serve out of the tower, but a kill. Straight up 2-on-2. CLG bot diff. But a Herald claimed by Team Liquid.
Yeah, the solo lanes plus jungle here for Team Liquid are what is finding them success here in game number 2. Bottom lane for CLG, some big plays there as Boom goes in, and he actually got the kill credit as well for that one. But Team Liquid very happy to keep snowballing this top triangle of the map and get that Rift Trail.
I mean, we talked about rising stars. Like, you come into this split, you see Dokla, you see Whippo. Who do you think is automatically better? You see Luger, you see Hans Sama. Who do you think is automatically better? You see Poom and you see Korjay. Who do you think is automatically better? And in this series, Dokla has outperformed Whippo. Luger and Poom have outperformed Hans and Korjay. They are playing so well in this series. Yes, it's a close game, but it's cool to see the next gen of NA talent do so well here.
And CLG's been defying expectations really the whole split. Watching this one more time, you can just see CLG knows this trade better. They land the boomerang right off the bat. Hans Sama immediately has to run away. He's not even close to being able to return fire. Actually steps back for some poke, but Poom, he knows he has lethal damage if he just walks in and flashes. So Luger's flash ends up being completely unnecessary. Huge miscalculation there by Hans Sama.
Yeah, the ignite not going to get reduced by that exhaust, and he's got the juice.
Oh, gets enough for the wall to get away. I mean, if he wasn't close to that one, that was probably enough with the slow to kill him.
And Frick, you were talking about this earlier in terms of all pro voting and just the way people see these teams. CLG had one less win than Team Liquid throughout the entire summer split.
Yep.
They went 1-1 against them in the regular season. Got a gank bot.
And 4 fewer people in all pro. Guess what?
Oh, nice block.
That was sick by Luger. Walks in, tanks it, but the root is still there. Santorin is absolutely everywhere. Gets a kill in every single lane.
Yeah, cool story, bro. Team Liquid going ahead. Gank on bottom, baby. Santorin charges through. Team Liquid are off to the races. Zeri is going to get fed now. Turret plates for Hansama, plus the Rift Trail used for Hansama. This is going to be Team Liquid the ones with the fed Zeri Yuumi.
That's exactly how you want to pay off your strong top side into your Zeri Yuumi bot lane. It is a very popular team composition. 3 strong topsiders.
Oh, they're going to fight it.
Zeri plus Enchanter. They try and bite off a little bit more. Kill, Rift Herald, and Dragon. They don't quite have time for all 3.
And CLG able to walk over and start this one. Contract looks like he's completely safe. Hansama took enough damage. I think he took a turret shot maybe, or at least a double boomerang blade, and is off entirely. So it will be CLG getting a moderately timed first Drake. This one, of course, scales very sharply. And Poom is just going to try to keep stopping the Hansama recall. Doesn't have his own flash. He's like,
the Lulu of death.
I'm 1v2. It's chill. Luger's near enough by. Your turret doesn't help you very much right now. Still getting damage across. I mean, Hansama is just pushed out for an HP. Contracts on a flash. He gets him out of the wall. Poom is just a magician. And now on the top side, a flash to get a bit more done. Whippo is burning. Dokla kills him off. CLG now with the gold lead.
Lulu is inside their heads, and Contracts comes up, flashes over the wall as the Poppy. CLG win both sides of the map. Team Liquid, though, trying to answer. Bjergsen thinks he has it, but Contracts is in the shadows.
Douglas, big Q and big stun, though he's got a lot of tools to deal with Bjergsen.
Yeah.
Renekton ulti stolen, not going to matter. Palafox was not revealed by the sweeper, but Bjergsen says, I'd rather get the wave. It's guaranteed 200 gold. There's a chance the fight goes wrong and hops out.
And after everything that has happened in the first 12 minutes, first blood going to Bwipo, Bjergsen turning the mid lane fight, Team Liquid is down in gold and down a dragon. So CLG just bounced back in such a huge way with that sequence.
Yeah, you guys hit the nail on the head there, talking about them getting a little bit too greedy, you know, wanting a little bit too much. And then CLG, like you're talking about, off of Dragon plus the chase down kill, they just denied a bunch of CS from Zeri. That was such a big dive for them. Let's take a look at it in our flip the switch replay here. Boom starts it out with the 2v1, taunting them here, getting inside their heads, playing the mental game. As soon as they see, oh, Dragon's been taken though, Team Liquid have to know. Contracts could be up here.
Look at this angle, man.
The Dragon notification is global. And Contracts just takes a blast cone into flash over the wall. Meanwhile, they make a simultaneous cross-map play with the Talia wall gank from Palafox.
They knew Santorin was at home and Bjergsen had just taken a recall, so they could make two plays at once, but it's definitely never expected when that happens. Like, if a dive is happening bot side, the top laner isn't also worried about getting ganked at the same time, but CLG pull both off.
Renekton ult pop now by the Silas. Bjergsen happy to fight this one right now. He's feeling pretty comfy, hasn't jumped into MR, so his stats are all useful, and gets the wave in. Bwipo back to the top side as Bjergsen can walk mid. Of course, we did see that mid gank. Bwipo got the kill, made mid happen. Palafox dropped, so it's back to a Team Liquid gold lead, but of course, answered by the fact that CLG are up the first Drake, so a pretty close game still. Mythic in for Sejuani. Santorin just finding more Freljordian champs to play. Good to branch off the Trundle.
Yeah, he's always been such a good role player for any sort of frontline jungle champion.
Yeah.
He's going to be the main engage for this Team Liquid comp. So having that tanky Sedge on the front lines is going to be a big benefit later on when they're trying to force these engages onto CLG. The problem is both CLG carries have taken cleanse this game. And let's take a look at that game. So Santorin, once again, slips right around into the Raptor pit, right over into the face of Palafox, and it is point blank. Sejuani ultimate plus the stun. They also got the flash out.
Yeah, pretty good here, but watch out. Bwipo gets a punch, nearly kills, but not enough. However, Santorin is here again. One answered back. Nice sidestep by Bjergsen and Contracts. He's going to be signed in blood as well.
2 for 1 for Team Liquid, and that is also enough for them to run CLG off of this top side. They've got Zeri up here with Yuumi. They can take the Rift Herald.
Santorin is absolutely dominating this game, 100% kill participation, and about to pick up his second Rift Herald. It looks like they are going to lose the race for this first turret, though, so Civ are going to be getting a good chunk of gold to help counteract this play, but Team Liquid not only get the local gold from both Heralds, they'll be able to break additional turrets with the Eye.
Looking good. Team Liquid going to be about 1,000 gold at the end of this one. Pop the Eye, 2 more autos. There you go. And that's going to be claimed up there. Top lane nearly gone. New wave comes in time. Bjergsen will get this gold. 500 will add to the points right here. 1,200. Thank you very much. And it's going to keep on moving forward. Mid. Oh, just about get cracked, actually. Mid is very close to dying to a Herald charge.
Yeah, and with the Dragon coming up in 50 seconds here, it's time to recall from top side, get your reset for your control wards, and move all your vision down. That's step number 1 here, set up for this Dragon, because Team Liquid actually do feel very confident right now. You know, Zeri got the completed shield bow, actually ready to play these team fights. While it is such a great scaling champion, you're actually ready to go even on shield bow completion here. So we shall see. Will Santorin have another big engage? Sejuani setting up for big Yuumi ultimates could be very difficult for CLG. But like we said, they've got double cleanses on Luger and Palafox.
Blue was handed off just the very end here. Palafox grabs it and is going to be at least...
Santorin's there.
The river Santorin does get spotted, finds his stun. Luger cleanses, Spell Shields gets away. Tackle quick for Poppy, decent damage. Blast Plant will get him back into the pit, no problem there. And they're going to see a nice zap come out from the AD carry, Hans Sama. Drake is alive, but everyone's around to fight for this one. 1,100 gold lead TL, Infernal Drake spots for CLG, but item spikes the part that matters.
I like this from Luger. He moves over to try and get the mid push first. Rift Herald being used as well for Team Liquid.
Oh, this could be a really big fight if TL contests.
Contract, they have a good ulti, goes in for the tackle, finds a little bit done here in a Bubba who's very tanky. Extra stun comes in. Here's the punch, hits pretty well, spell shielded. Then you got Yuumi coming in now as well. Bjergsen over the wall, they gotta fight. Not gonna find the root though. Who's gonna get knocked out? Is it Bjergsen? He's slow, that's gotta be an easy hit. But they hold it the entire time. They say, I'd rather have the cooldown back. Whippo's recall is stopped. He let the TV back in, but now cannot, as they are burning down this Drake, and Santorin is zoned out.
Yeah, they force him off. The only thing is that the Rift Herald is going to go get a charge towards mid lane here. So
Teal's still here. Is it gonna matter? Zap's gonna land good damage. Wall comes in for some safety. Attack over Poppy, but he's gotta run as well. It's a flash out for Santorin, but no one is hitting him. Trick goes down, but no one gets the local gold. Still, it is map pressure. It is Contracts who cannot stay for this anymore. Slowed, could be stunned, does. Nothing else gonna happen. Mid lane turret will fall to half price.
I love phase rush, baby. Charge on in, the synergy there. Palafox builds a wall for Contracts to charge him into, proc his phase rush, and then run all the way out. The whole time, by the way, the distraction was that they actually had Sivir push the bottom wave during that too. So CLG, they do get away with picking up Dragon number 2 and only losing the mid tower to the Rift Herald charge.
Yeah, and I think they were going to lose a turret to a Rift Herald at some point anyways, so I think that's a big win for CLG, managing to actually burn Whippo's flash. They survived the Sejuani flank from Santorin and picked up the Dragon, all while having a gold deficit. I think that's a big win for CLG.
Yeah, what a funny sequence of events there. I want to compare the two AD carries items, because while we're looking at the gold at the top, of course, Team Liquid, as a team, more gold, but this Sivir has been where CLG have relied on. Luger has been eating up very well in this game. 2-item power spike for him with his early Phantom Dancer done. That is just so much, focus fire DPS here for him. See if he is going to be the one for CLG. There, he's the one that has to put out the damage in the big AoE team fights, and he is the one scaling the hardest.
Shove waves on back, and it's going to be Palafox able to shove it up. 1-1-1 here on the Taliyah, but 900 gold in. Still a kill and decent farm on Hansama though. It's going to be a scary Zeri as he pushes through to his Zeal upgrade. Not too far away from that one. Auto attacks on the turret doing decent damage, and Bjergsen not really willing to contest. Poom and Contract both on their way up. This turret should be able to fall. Stays around for it, and indeed will get the gold. So 1,300 is the new gold lead for Team Liquid.
And this is also the portion of the game where Team Liquid has struggled throughout this year. They've been the best early game team in the LCS, but haven't been able to come together, win mid-game team fights, and achieve victory. They just don't seem on the same page with how they want to approach fights, or even how they want to flank to engage team fights.
Yeah, what they're going to need is for Bjergsen to become a strong split pusher here, because CLG controls so much more threat with the Taliyah wall, being able to engage on the open map like this with the side lanes down. They've got Sivir move speed with the Lulu as well to try and chase people down and move to one of these side ganks. Very, very curious to see how Team Liquid will actually handle these side pushes, because right now they've just been clumping up, moving around as 5.
Contract sees Whippo. He's also got a teammate around, so does he have any escapes? No flash
up. He's on the way.
Go back, get ready for everything else, though. Because Top Watch gets burned. There's a stun there on a Palafox, flash to safety, and evicts 2.
Whoa.
Now Centaur's up alone. Has a TP coming in for his mid laner, but a tackle comes in, and they can kill him off. He steals for next ulti, burns a stopwatch, but they're going to stick around to kill him. It's going to be enough. Poppy gets the kill, and the re-engage by Liquid. 5v4. When is Oakland go in?
Whoa,
he jumps in for more. Looks for the stun. A huge ult from Whippo. The punch comes in, and it's a 1-for-1 so far. Contract's low. Is the damage done for Hansama? He cleanses, goes for Boom, gets revenge in his opposing lane. 2 kills to 3, a close fight.
Oh, you better be careful. Zeri Yuumi is on the chase here. That was a flash re-engage from Dokla, but not onto the Zeri. He flash engaged onto the tanky champions running away. The front line, the Sejuani and the Set, and Hansama there almost makes them pay for it. That was very, very close to devastation. Up until that point, it had been a story of Poppy mechanics.
You always have to watch out for angles for Set ultimate, but watching this one more time, it is CLG who has the original numbers advantage, and then it's Team Liquid just kind of filtering in an attempt to support him, but they never have enough damage there. It's like Whippo can maybe reach, they get the double ejection with Poppy, and then CLG is just there first. So a very close explosive team fight as CLG tries to bounce their way back.
Yeah, Contract, he gets them the numbers advantage by ejecting 2 with the Yuumi on it and then charges into the wall. But here's the re-engage.
Watch this angle.
And you look at this.
Finds.
Instead of going, for the other side, it is right into the tanks, and it's a 3-person giant AoE ultimate. Whippo just crushing them with the counter engage from Set. And as I said, no focus was on the Zeri, so Hansama is ripping them apart.
This is an angle for Hansama to maybe carry this game. If you look across the CLG team composition, it's just Renekton who could maybe land a stun, and Dokla, he's in trouble.
It's going to be 4 versus 1. He knows he can't live, goes for a bit of damage, will not get the kill into Hansama. Shield not even popped, wasn't actually close, despite how the health bar kind of got. Wasn't going to be a big issue. Now, the third Drake of the game is alive. CLG got the first 2, but it looks like TL will have no problems getting this Ocean Drake.
Yeah, really good timing here from Team Liquid. I love the focus on this call. Trying to go pick off this split pusher. They know Dokla has no flash left on this Renekton. He just used it on the engage there that they turned around. So huge rewards to Team Liquid. And Hansama continuing to scale here. 420 to score. And that is going to be the attitude here for Team Liquid, trying to pull this one back, even up the series.
Every single team fight, right? Like, he's just going to be off at the races.
Yeah.
Yeah, as you mentioned, right? Does CLG have any options to stop him? He's going to be blazing a trail through them.
Yeah, I mean, definitely going to be thinking about the flashes onto him next time around. CLG will still be able to, on the reset, push in and finish up tower, though.
You got 4 versus 1. There's no way that Santorin, despite how heroic he has been, not going to be good enough to stop that one. 9-7, the kill score for Team Liquid. Down a Drake, but up 700 gold, 900 gold. Looking very good. Dokla going to take some farm on the side. A 1 and 4. Renekton doing the very standard build we have seen of Ruin King into Tank Mythic. Usually it's Frostfire Gauntlet. Yeah, Palafox wants a Grom. Santorin wants to push CLG off the mid lane.
While I agree that it's definitely a game that Hansama could carry and would be a huge confidence booster for him to have a big Zeri performance after having such poor Zeri games in the 100 Thieves series, we can't forget about Sivir. So while he is 0-0-5, doesn't have the 4 kills the Zeri does, once he has Infinity Edge, he also has an Enchanter, and he has a bunch of melee champions that he can bounce ricochets through. So definitely, we're moving towards an 80 carries world in this late game.
Also want to point out, there's always this decision for junglers to go with the individual item, and we're going Force of Nature here for contracts to make some engaged plays with the Poppy, or the giant team fight aura here. Frozen Heart is so effective for these team fights. When you're mentioning 80 carry DPS, differences there, the range from Frozen Heart is actually very long. So Sejuani has a pretty easy time in getting into range of Sivir, one of these short range 80 carries. To try and apply that. Not to mention Santorin have such a good game as far as his engages have been going.
So the Baron control, right now the object for TL, but with the Scuttle recently taken by CLG. Not going to have any problems with Baron setups right now, as they have the guaranteed vision that can't be swept. Santorin wants to kill a control ward, can't quite do it. Gets shoved back, probably survives it. Yeah, the Whimsy, not much of a CC. Will delay the Q if there was one, but not going to matter much.
CLG definitely on the back foot here. You can see Silas is able to push in the side waves. Set has pressure on Renekton, and it's allowing TL to be first on the waves. But CLG's consistently found very creative ways to force fights from behind, and Contracts is going for something.
Saves his own stun, doesn't go for the tackle on a Santorin with a Yuumi on him, says not going to be enough damage, but here goes the attempt from the top lane, but Dokla gets pushed all the way back. Sejuani ult burn for the play, TP down for Dokla's Renekton.
And don't forget about Bwipo here. You left him in the bottom lane, but he comes straggling up to the team fight here, and CLG, they disperse. Teleport there from Dokla.
Oh, careful, buddy. Gonna take a lot of damage here. Ulti's almost gonna kill him. Gets the ult off for Renekton in time. Stun, wants double dash. Bwipo could W flash, doesn't go for it. His flash was up. Maybe had a chance where it doesn't burn the cooldown, though. Bot lane wave was denied. Bwipo shoved at him before roaming. That is more gold that CLG lost.
Yeah, crucially as well, Hansama did burn flash from that Renekton teleport, so that's likely going to be considered worth it, because really CLG just need to find ways to get these next 2 dragons. They have the 1 dragon advantage, they're down in pressure, but even enough in gold. So they really need to find a way to get Infinity Edge for Luger at the same time as Hansama. If he can somehow be given every camp in the game and every free wave so he can get that item. Otherwise, I think Zeri has the item now and Luger doesn't. I think that'll be the difference if they fight now.
Yeah, there's no camps up for him right now, so he's gonna head right on over to blue buff, maybe try and soak up some minions in mid lane here, scrounge together the pieces.
He's not close enough.
Yeah, pro average is around 400 gold per minute on farming rolls if you're given decent farm. Obviously, you can go above, you're doing really well, but ultimately not going to be in that spot right here. So several minutes away, 4th Drake, 2-2. Likely for Team Liquid off of Power Spike. As you mentioned, the IE is done and won't be for Luger. And right now, TL say, okay, in the meantime, knock down everything else. Get rid of some wards, make sure Baron looks safe. Indeed, they've got complete fog and start it right away.
So there is a Scryers here on Sivir, ready to use for Luger.
Well, that's a nice little bait, actually. Hansama showing on mid-wave.
Like, I'm not doing it. The damage is going to be relatively so. It is Ruin King, keep in mind, for the set. So feels safe to tank it up, but Dokka's like, I still want to see this. We're not seeing it on the waves. 5k health, they got to tackle the Hansama.
Oh,
He's stopped with the wall dash, but he's
this is crazy.
He's going to stay alive. 2k health on Baron. Smite is claimed, and a team fight now starts. Ult comes in for Whippo. Bjergsen on the side, cannot be killed just yet. Flashed in for the shot. Not a kill, though, and that means he's delivered himself to his own grave. Goes for one, gets killed for it.
Okay, so Team Liquid have the Baron-empowered recalls to try and reset, but the Dragon's coming up already, so I think CLG will be able to get the counter prize here. Consolation is basically you get 1 kill and the Dragon for Baron. Team Liquid, they do successfully finish off the Baron. See how much they can actually get out of this Baron power play, though, because right now, counting that kill onto Whippo, it's only barely over 800 gold here. Almost 900, the Baron power play, and CLG do get the Dragon in exchange too.
And things just get so messy for Team Liquid. They're hoping they can just distract CLG for long enough, which they technically do, but they burn Cleanse from Hansama, they lose Whippo, they give over Soul Point to CLG. They really have to make this Baron worth it now to make this sneak a positive play.
Yeah, we'll see when we get back to live. How many towers can they actually push down? How much of this standing gold? So far,
against
nothing.
Sivir.
And they just get the reset, so it's gone from 880 gold. It's basically about the same as when we went into the replay here.
Any given wave is about 200 gold anyway. You stack up the melees, the range, the cannon. It's always going to fluctuate. So we'll see what it ends up as. But yes, obviously a kill on Whippo lowers it somewhat. A big surge of XP. I don't want to discount. That's certainly very valuable as well. It's a lot. It's going to give sometimes Protégé a full level as a result of that. But I still want to see what else comes into this game. 4 minutes to go until an Ocean Soul would come through for CLG.
And before that even comes up, I actually want to see one of these split map plays. I love the trailing split pusher plays where you have the other split pusher kind of hover in the fog of war and you make a quick 2 versus 1 pick attempt. Plus, there is a Taliyah in the game. Taliyah walls here, trying to...
Really big damage to the boom. Yeah, Spell Shield comes in. Now we got...
Contracts is in.
Yeah, Contract's behind. Wants the ulti. Sends out 2 yet again. As we have Bjergsen coming in. Doesn't get a whole lot for it.
I mean, this game is so close at this point, and it is so important that Team Liquid, for them, close this one out. Otherwise, they risk going down 2-0 to CLG. They have the Zeri in a winning enough position, but the Dragons are not there. The gold is still close, and they have not performed well at this stage in the game. These even 25 to 30-minute games have been a weakness for TL this year.
Yeah, there's so much pressure on this team, and it's interesting the conversation you were talking about earlier too, with Team Liquid and thinking about specifically this matchup for CLG. There was an interview with Travis Gafford that had Whippo talking about, okay, versus CLG, only we can beat ourselves. He said, referring to Team Liquid, only them being the ones that would be the reason for the loss if they lose to this team. They're really, really, really confident in this matchup and trying to focus on themselves. So you have to think about what kind of doubt would that put in your mind if you go down 2-0 in the series.
A little bit of damage back and forth. Blue Smite for Contracts does not slow Syndrome, but knocks off the passive shield. And lower armor and MR, but there's no fight to be had. Contracts waiting for him to come back. It's only 15 seconds. He had 2 charges. 2,000 gold. Red Bull Baron power play. Pretty small overall, about 1,000. We just sit and reset and wait. The IE is in. Last Whisper for both AD carries. Looks like the total gold count really close between the two. Difference of a stopwatch, though, for Hansama. Quite relevant.
I do actually really like Anathema's Chain. Santorin's gone at 3rd item, and so a lot of this gold difference, is jungle gold difference, and he's using it for some really nice utility items for the team. On top of the Frozen Heart Aura we already talked about, the Anathemas, you put that thing on Luger, you reduce so much of the main force of this teamfight damage, as well as giving more possibility of CC chains here if the cleanse is down.
Right, he's already got the armor, so it's going to multiply pretty well against the defensive stats in terms of not getting killed by the Sivir, but then, as you mentioned, the negative tenacity, if you can CC chain him, it's going to last absolutely forever. Minute and 15 to go until the rest of it happens. Still a very close game. Luger preempts the zap and just tanks it, but Boom can recall safely. He needs to tank it, the turret rubble, and it would stop the Lulu, so giving his homie a little bit of help as the Putrefier is in for both supports here. Croy has one as well.
This dragon fight is going to be exciting. I mean, if CLG somehow steal this to get the Ocean Soul, that's going to give them the ability to push up these side lanes, because for the last almost 8 minutes, it's just been TL sitting on the side waves, quote, creating pressure, but not really doing anything with it. So now's the time where CLG has finally left their shell, and they're trying to take control of River.
All right,
40 seconds.
Yeah, Dokla's the furthest one away. There's no deep ward for a flank.
Pull in, Contract's a bit low. Stun's gonna land on the jungler. Santorin pretty tanky, stays alive. Luger has every summoner just playing at the edge. He can spell shield something. He has a bailout Lulu. He can always flash cleanse, something else happens to him. Now he cannot flash cleanse a set ulti. Some of that CC is unanswerable. Whippo takes a bit more damage there as well. Looks like he got hit with some Grievous, and everything's gonna be okay. No more zap damage coming through. Palak's gonna shove out mid.
More sustain for TL, so these little trades are slightly positive to them because they have the Yuumi.
And even well, Hansama flashes, stays alive. Here comes the backline access. Luger to stay alive. On the front, they go for Bubble flashes and cannot find the kill, but Luger is nearly out of the fight. Zap's gonna come through, but Contract gets the first kill of the fight. Palafox back in the front, does not feel afraid at all. Hansama, they flash combo. They got him. The stopwatch will not matter. It's CLG. Contracts flash W's on Bobby to interrupt the Zeri there. They get him on the wall. They get the soul, and the Baron is coming up as well. CLG can take it all. Looking for a 2-0 lead in the series off a narrow 200 gold lead. House of the Dragon Soul Ocean Regen's gonna make it very easy to sit here and tank up this. And as long as they can mark Sejuani, this is theirs.
Team Liquid are praying right now. Praying to Santorin. Can he pull off the miracle? He has flash.
Boom.
It is strong.
Boom's too far up. He's in a bit of a 1v2. Bjergsen finds the first kill. They'll pull back the tank. It should be enough to kill Santorin. He's gonna jump over the wall. He will die. And now
They don't have
they've got a chance. They're gonna burn it down anyway. The damage is still there. Luger and Contrast come through to knock down Baron. And CLG are up to 700 in game 2.
I saw that the smite was on cooldown and I got a little spooked. But they have come back in this game.
Are these scheduled tweets?
No, surely not.
Okay.
That would be incredible. If they just gave the login credentials to their social media manager so he could tweet as things are happening in game.
Next step.
Anyway,
That's the next step.
This catching Hansama right there first is so huge. They get the cleanse and the flash. But then they're able to actually disengage this fight. Both AD carries are down summer spells, so now it's about who can get their cooldowns back to do it again. And watch Contracts and Dokla just waiting until Hansama steps in range.
They actually section out the team fight so well, and once they take down Whippo, they slowly move up. Freak mentioned it, but Luger was so low he couldn't freely auto, so it's all about these two. They flash in, and they catch Hansama for a second time in the same team fight near a wall. Contracts makes it happen with Big Dokes again.
Lord Dominic's now in for both AD carries, so 4 items in the backliners. Despite Luger being zoned out, there's plenty of damage on the other 3. And CLG came in with a great team fight victory, 11-10 in kills. Red Bull Baron power play at 2,200 right now, and looking at Whippo, not an easy way out, gets a bunch of shields, and they won't get any kills until he comes back in. Maybe got shoved, I can't tell, but the kill comes across all the same, 12-10. 4th turret kill for CLG.
Got a bunch of kills, but CLG has a bunch of damage. Dokla could be caught out, though.
Ulti, he'll try to live as long as he can, but there's almost no way you make it. Yeah, 1 versus 4. Decent damage, not going to happen. A trade of top laners, but CLG go for the base. Inhibitor turret's gone. Inhibitor itself should fall as well.
Palafox also has teleport, but he's gone back to deal with the bottom wave and start pushing early for CLG. Look at this tempo that they're trying to get. They want to get the early shove here on bottom side while the rest of the team finishes up with that inhibitor. And they're successfully able to get multiple areas on the map at the same time because of the enormity of the lead that they have.
Yeah, they can still use this bottom wave. Dokla will be up in 25 seconds, does have teleport available. So CLG running through the jungle, collecting gold, getting ready to push this next wave. You saw the power of Sivir's ricochets take Hansama to 30% just in that last fight alone. So CLG is still ready to fight.
I just love how they're one step ahead. They push the bottom wave so quickly they can just transition over. The rotation from CLG from topside is seamless. Dokla's coming up and he'll have Unleashed teleport as well. So they'll be 5 strong again.
Boom, 200.
Okay. That was his area W.
Yep.
Gonna get nerfed on next patch.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Same area all playoffs.
Appreciate it.
Well, Whether or not she's there, it is still CLG playing the better game overall. Higher KP, lower deaths here on the Sivir. Luger overall having the better series.
And just more coordination in team fights.
Yeah.
Better synergy with target selection, better frontline, even though their champions don't even have like better frontlining kits compared to the Sejuani and the set. So CLG, if they can close this one out, it will be a very impressive win.
Yeah, I mean, especially with this Poppy pick, this play from Contracts where you're using some of Zeri's biggest strengths against her and her trying to hover towards these walls and think of them as safety, but he's gotten the jump on Hansama multiple times here to get the engages for CLG that they're necessary for these team fights. You mentioned how well the front line is playing to set them up.
Ocean region making it harder as well, of course. You don't burst them, and by the way, TL's comp not terribly bursty. CLG gets a lot out of the region here. Plenty of tanky champions. Lulu, of course, helping for those who aren't innately that big, such as the Sivir. Luger level 17 here. Doing incredibly well. Guardian Angel is done. Full build, 400 CS.
Yeah, it's actually super meaningful. Palafox going to actually section them off, and they'll just melt the tower.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be easy to do, but still have it be on the turret. They're being engaged. They're going to try maybe. A lot of damage coming across the side. Sivir is still untouched, and Hansama loses the shield bow without ever being directly out of attack a single time. Luger doing so much more work.
That's just really impressive to me by CLG. I think most teams, when Baron is no longer on them and Elder is coming up in a minute, they're probably just pushing waves and waiting, but they find an angle there where they're able to wall people off, get a lot of damage, and they break an inhibitor with no giant buffs.
They're not done yet either. The CLG siege is brutal. Fellas, this team has been kept down too long. People were not believing that this year, this split, was a true resurgence. They kept on doubting, kept on questioning if this team was really going to be good enough to take down some of the top of the LCS. And now they've got Team Liquid against the ropes in game number 2.
It has been about 7 days since CLG's last best of 5 victory. So they want to make sure that counter doesn't get too high again.
Exactly. Keep that thing low. I mean, it's just such an interesting story too, with the majority of these CLG players all coming out of the academy system and them really being rewarded. Let's see if they can finish it off though. One inhibitor remains, the middle inhibitor. CLG push up their super minions. They're moving down, contracting into the Elder Dragon area. Team Liquid know. All right, it's the time for the Hail Mary play and pray.
Yeah, I mean, TL.
Just walk in, hope for the best.
Good reflexes, gets away from the seismic shove. Still decent damage on a Dokla, but more onto Santorin. 2,500 here on the Sejuani. Contracting down to this one. Contract, though, has done so much in these team fights. Zap's gonna land, 388. Pushed back out again. Whippo on the flank, does have flash, has everything.
Oh, he's got a lot of CLG members around him too.
Yeah, he does. First stun to start it out there, and Dokla's in the chase, gets the slow. A dunk buys some space, but now the squad is here, and they're gonna burn him down. You cannot live, but on the backside, they got the catch. Boom is down. Huge play by Team Liquid again, set up by Santorin.
So no enchanter for Luger, and also has burned the Sivir.
Look at the base though!
They might just go for it!
They don't need the Elder Dragon, they can go into the base! Team Liquid have to get back!
Everyone's gonna turn around. As long as they can force the recall, so it means they can guarantee the rest of it. It's CLG sitting in the fog. They force one back, but Bjergsen has TP.
Oh, this is crazy. 17,000 health on this Elder. It lasts an eternity.
How much time can they buy? Because he needs to clear his waves out still and then channel the teleport. There aren't a lot of really close. There we go, over the wall. Comes teleport, coming around for this one. 4v4, stun, Santorin stopwatch, buys time. Contact to the back limit. Can he kill anyone? Gets rid of the 80 carry. That means they can start to burn. A trick back onto the top side as well. But will it be enough? Hansama tackled, has to run away. The flash forward. The chase down is in. The kills come across. And CLG kill every last one. Bud Light Ace, Team Liquid are routed. It's gonna be a 2-0 start to the series.
The names are overrated. CLG activated. They're gonna take down the legacy.
We're going to game 3 off a 2-0 start. Whippo gonna fight valiantly by himself as TL came to dominate, but CLG just did it so much better. Turret 1, Turret 2, game 1, game 2. CLG on the road to a sweep.
2-0 right in this moment for CLG. They need to win one of the next 3 to eliminate Team Liquid from the playoffs.
There is so much pressure on Team Liquid right now. So much pressure, everything put into this team, and in the lower bracket now, on the brink of elimination from playoffs.
And we were talking about how CLG was all business after that first game. You can tell there's a little bit of elation and excitement here. Hard to blame them. They need to make sure to channel that energy for focus in the next one.
Yeah, game number 1 of the series, that is one thing. You know, you mentioned it multiple times. Team Liquid, they've dropped the first game of the series, every single playoff series so far. But following it up with a game 2 like that.
Yeah, that game was very close. That was also a game where Hans Sama with Zeri, with the Yuumi, did have an opportunity to carry, but he could not get away from Contracts. Contracts kept finding the angles to slam him into walls, to stop him from dashing away, and CLG just fought better together.
I mean, as well, props to Luger. 0 deaths this entire game on the Sivir. Only 1 death for Palfoss, so combine these CLG carries. Only single death between them, and with the front line creating so much space and making these team fights so easy for them to play. Really impressive stuff.
It is impressive. I mean, Team Liquid, we saw the stats earlier on. I think Raz was presenting them. Team Liquid is first place in like every early game stat. First blood, yep, they got that even over CLG. Gold lead, first tower, all that stuff. Yes, their early game is awesome. And they were the 3rd place team, right? CLG were 1 game behind the regular season. I mean, now they're 3-1 head-to-head, I guess. So, but they were 1-1 in the regular season against each other. So CLG have done so well to bounce back from the early game starts. TL, you'd love to see them figure out their mid game and actually close these games out because it felt like they should have been in control. We'll see if they can get it here in game 3. But match point has arrived for the CLG faithful. So while both teams ready up for game 3, we're going to join the State Farm analyst desk.
And just like that, we're sitting on series points. CLG with a solid 2-0 lead over Team Liquid. This one, though, didn't come as easily as the first. And so I think there's a fair amount more for us to dig into as we see chat showing plenty of support for the CLG squad, but still some representation for Team Liquid, probably and most accurately in their current state. I mean, TL fall down here, but not without showing us some of what we talked about has given us faith around this team. A very strong early game from them. It was CLG that had to come back from it.
Yeah, man. Whenever you see series like these or games like these where Santorin just takes over, it's beautiful to see. And it's on tanks. A lot of the times you just forget the fact that he is the type of person who's really creative and how he plays that out. So, like, I think Team Liquid definitely, at the beginning, I was like, wow, they woke up. They're ready to play. And CLG has to be able to deal with it. And it was Dokla who was put far behind because of the early gank. And it's insane that they were still not able to win this game.
I think what's cool about this one is CLG didn't have like an out draft like the last pick Galio that seemed to swing in their favor. Like this was a pretty heads up matchup. And to your point, things did not go well for them that they just like snowballed the game on Team Liquid like game 1. This was a hard fought come from behind victory that like didn't just come because their draft handed them advantages.
Yeah, I actually liked Team Liquid's draft here.
Yeah, I love the Sejuani for TL specifically on red side. We've talked about how that can be a flex pick. I'm not always a fan of the jungle Sej. If there's one team that's going to play it well, it's going to be Santorin and TL, just because he's already known as a Sejuani player.
Yes. And the game started in the most classically Santorin way.
Great.
We have a couple clips, I believe, to talk about how Santorin was helpful in getting TL off to a hot start. Emily's going to make her way over to the wall.
These are very hard to run.
I was going to say, she made a mad break for it.
I know. So we'll just roll these clips. This is Santorin, as the cast touched upon, ganking every single lane. He starts off with this early level 3 gank. His first clear was red to birds to Krugs, and then up into this. You see how far Dokla is up on the lane, and they're really easy to get this kill. And then we're gonna go mid, we're gonna go bot after this. One thing that I thought was really funny that you'll see by the bot gank is that Yuumi was attaching, like CoreJJ is attaching himself to Santorin as like the next level of like Yuumi roaming. This was a really nice counter, by the way, to Contracts going in. It was really unfortunate they didn't have the damage and both junglers were here, so it ends up being a kill for Bjergsen, which was another presence. And then here's Santorin with the Yuumi on him. They used this several times. Whenever Santorin was setting up for ganks or skirmishes, the Yuumi would actually be on Santorin. Whenever they were setting up for kind of more 5v5 fights, the Yuumi would be on Hans for obvious reasons. And this was great. They drop Herald after this. They get so much from it. And when we talk about like Contracts finding these early angles for ganks, I think we kind of forget that Santorin is also known for this as well.
Yeah, it's insane because Santorin was well known for finding those early bot lane ganks. Of course, there's always a risk involved with it. This one was probably the riskiest one. He did a full topside clear, let the bot side basically be held as the, I guess CLG is pushing bot side. So Contracts can just invade and take his buffs, right? That could just clearly happen. So it's always a red flag where you're like, okay, this gank better work. It does. It gives Blippo the advantage he needs and puts, honestly, Dokla behind in a winning trade situation that Dokla had. So, I mean, got to hand it to Santorin for how the early game went.
I'm glad you pointed that out because Contracts actually did do just that.
Yes.
Well, and so, okay, so we've established that TL was able to do what they were demonstrated they were able to do all throughout the split. But same thing, Mark, we call into question their mid-game where they struggled all split long as well.
Yeah, I think that's the crazy thing about this game for me is, okay, you had the good early game. We've seen Team Liquid struggle in the mid game. And CLG has been a team that more often than not wins because they snowball early games. And so the fact that they had a number of great team fights where they basically out front to back team fight Team Liquid, some good ejections by Contracts in these, sometimes just finding good re-engages with the use of the phase rush Poppy, where you are surprised at how quickly he can get on top of you. And he did a really good job of dealing with the front line through the first part of the fights and then finding the right time to get onto Hansama. Contracts had such a good performance in the late game.
Yeah, it's like all game long. Those ejections were so crucial. That one where he wasn't only taking the set out, but also the Yumi along with him. And then,
2-for-1.
Yes. And then the later fights where he was able to do basically the same thing. This was beautiful as well. Contracts had an insane game.
Well, and we talked about, by looking at some of those statistics, comparing the regular season to the postseason, the damage percentage, the damage share that ADCs are finding in the playoffs. And that's what this game came down to, as you mentioned, Mark, that front to back. And Emily, Luger, Deathless, you heard Kobe say it. He's finding a way to position in these fights, get the damage out, but without putting himself in too risky a position to be taken advantage of.
Yeah, and the big thing that we have to credit Contracts for is being able to target that Zeri, right? Because you need some sort of hard CC to get on to Zeri, because you saw Hans was still a massive threat in a lot of these fights, and in a lot of them, it looked like he was just going to end up taking over and getting some sort of Zeri highlight.
I love that you put the spotlight on Contracts because it was exactly that kind of target selection and that kind of target finding that delivered the win for CLG and brought us to series point. Contracts on the Poppy, finds the angle to attack the Zeri with the wall slam. That's the opening they need to deliver the win and the Grubhub dub.
There it is! Right here, just this play is exactly what I was talking about, where they deal with the front line first, do a good job of focusing down Blippo early on, and then right when Hansama is beginning to split a little bit away from the team, Contracts solos him out, finds the angle, goes in there, comboing with Dokla to get that kill.
And I think just like moments before this as well, he was completely separated from the team. So Hansama is just finding it really difficult in these fights to have that natural front-to-back interaction that they were expecting coming into this game. Great job from Contracts.
All right, we have 2 of our 3 finalists locked in for finals weekend. Order Grubhub with code PLAYOFFS LCS and earn the chance at the grand prize of tickets to the LCS Championship at the United Center in Chicago, along with other awesome prizes like Grubhub gift cards and new Rocket products on orders of $10 or more. All right, here it is, do or die time for Team Liquid, down 2-0. 3 in a row, but it's got to start here, Raz. They have side select yet again. They're going back to blue. Red didn't work for them. Red didn't work. We're rolling it back to game number 1. Blue side. What's the approach? What's the answer?
Right where it started. I feel like they're going to go back to what worked for them initially throughout the split. Go back to comfort, especially if you're on a winning situation. Mark certainly doesn't believe.
What do you mean?
Are you also
TL 3-2.
flip-flopping?
TL reverse sweep from here. You can't believe in CLG yet.
So this
Too much faith hurts them.
This is the exact position, though, I feel like, where CLG must ban Zillion. Because this is the time. This is the time when you get a little too comfortable with the lead you've built. You let something like that through, and it becomes the catalyst for TL coming back.
Alternatively, they feel like they have a solution for it on red.
No.
Here's my...
I don't disagree with that.
That's the kind of thinking that gets you in trouble.
I am wondering if they have been tracking the Zillion, because this is, I feel like, the perfect time for TL to pull it out.
I think it's going to be difficult. If you're on blue side, and I think if you're on red side, you can get it as a third pick, and it's easier, so you don't have to deal with the 4 or 5 bans. If you're on blue side, you're going to get a counter pick. So I'm just a little concerned about that front.
Yeah, I think TL is going to be okay. The Santorin had a great early game. Just the late game fights got away from them. Really not worried about it at all.
Not at all.
Little Prey Jackson going on over there.
Going on.
Come on, put the hands together, Mark. Put the hands together. All you TL fans out there in the chat better start spamming the praise if you want the full 5. After a season of blood, sweat, and rebuilding, we find ourselves at match point already, and CLG has a question for us all. Check it out.
What's kept me faithful is how the org has cared about developing these players.
Looking at the players, the confidence, the poise, their killer instinct.
There goes again, Palafox finds him, and Palafox finds his man. Down goes Bjergsen.
They just aren't afraid of anyone and they are down to fight all the time.
Now Jensen seeing what else he might be able to find, and it's only a tombstone. Dokla on a killing spree. They want to go for the end of the game as FlyQuest are trying to get back to the base. Philip wants to survive, but Palafox wants to stop it. The Nexus turrets are gone.
If I don't have faith, then why am I even here?
Okay. How much for a collector's edition squishy pig with holographic cover art? I'm trying to save some cash.
You don't have to sell that. State Farm has rates that fit your budget.
Don't even look at my squish. Don't even look at it!
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Welcome back to the LCS playoffs, where only one of these teams will be taking the next step on the road to the LCS Championship next weekend in the Windy City. Visit Ticketmaster.com to grab your ticket for the LCS Championship weekend at the United Center. And Once you've reserved your ticket for the LCS Finals in Chicago, get ready to punch your ticket then to Worlds. To stop bots and scouters from stealing your seats, LOL Esports is working with Ticketmaster's verified fan system. Check out lolesports.com for all the information you need to get registered. And if you're a MasterCard card holder, you can get pre-sale tickets for groups and knockout stages at 9 a.m. Pacific on September 6th, just 5 days away, and tickets open up for all verified fans the day after. So stay tuned, gonna be a whole lot of fun to run all around North America, gonna be a banger. It's gonna be great.
How are you doing, Kobe?
I'm doing great.
Yeah.
I'm not even kill. Honestly, this is a very exciting series. With the first game being such a blasting, I was glad that the second game had that back and forth and had more depth to it so that you really got to work out in some of these team fights, you know, that the actual moments where one team is outplaying each other. Because game number one was like super smash, you know, draft and some mess up on the early tower dive and it kind of snowballed out of control. But game two, much closer.
And it really does feel like Team Liquid have to win this series. Otherwise, how could they finish fourth? You have to take it if you want to finish fourth.
True. Let's take a look at the picks and bans here, though. There are some things that need to be reminded. Team Liquid, when it's a best of series, best of 5, and everything is all on the line, Zillion. Zillion, Zillion, Zillion. Whenever you see Bjergsen, think about the Zillion. The other side is that for CLG, they also have some solo lane picks like that, some assassin picks. The Yone, the Akali, these types of things they have used for Dokkan and for Palafox in big moments to get and finish off series.
Instant saver, not a surprise. I mean, you had mentioned it earlier on, right? TL started with, oh, we should take away Seraphine. Doesn't work. Okay, we're going to ban Seraphine now. And then CLG's like, we'll take away Sivir. And TL's like, okay, we have to grab Sivir early on. It does feel like Team Liquid feel more pinched in the draft.
And this also means that we're likely seeing Zeri Yuumi from CLG or Zeri Lulu if that's Poom's choice. They have the option now to pick their support of choice.
Other option is Prio and Poppy, if you care about that one a lot. Trundle is gone as primary answer. Poppy has looked very good for contracts, and if you're okay with either Enchanter, you could go Prio on jungle.
And the AD carry trade has been very beneficial for CLG so far this series. Luger getting the better of them game after game.
Deathless this series. Against Hans Sama Core JJ.
Pretty good player.
Crazy how times have changed, and yet Zeri Yuumi locked in again. No surprise there.
Yep. So it does seem like it has to be in the right hands. Sadly for Hans Sama, he has not had the impact he had wanted so far. Everyone else on TL made the All-Pro voting. He was conspicuously off, had an amazing run at the 2021 World Championship, came on a TL, incredibly hyped team. We saw the tweets at the pregame show, like, this was a team built to dominate. And we have seen teams win from this spot. TSM was down this against Golden Guardians and then ran the entire league. Evil Geniuses were a 9-9 regular season last split, dropped lower bracket, ran the league. TL now grabbing a Vi for an aggressive look here in game 3.
And a direct counter here into Zeri. You know, Vi and Nautilus have been the two champions most picked into the Zeri, so you can use their ultimates to try and get that dive off, hold them in place, and I would love to see it followed up with a different champion from Bjergsen. I think the Sylas has not been it for Bjergsen. An Ahri would do much better to follow up on a Vi. Vi, Ahri, point and click, you set him up, you guaranteed hit the charm, you assassinate somebody. Azir has been left up as a blind again. This series has really not been prioritized by these mid laners.
Xin Zhao going to be the one picked up here. Poppy was available, chooses to say, no, it's actually not that great into Sivir, apparently. Once Xin Zhao, of course, instantly the Zillion ban. No game 3 clutch Zillion for TL.
Yep, they were also watching the 100 Thieves series. And CLG was like, hey, they gave over Zillion to Bjergsen in game 3, and it almost sparked a comeback for TL. CLG has learned from their ways. Their 1-2-3, very standard. I think pretty standard trades for both teams, quite honestly, and it just isn't in the advantage of Team Liquid. Hans Sama, to me, yes, he had the off split in Summer Split, not making it into the All-Pro, but he just hasn't looked good on these Sivir Zeri trades, whereas Luger has looked very good on these Sivir Zeri trades. And then the supports, Poom loves Enchanters, whereas I feel like Core JJ is much better on Engagers. So this whole series with them trading these picks back and forth is surprising to me. When Team Liquid literally opened playoffs, banning Lulu Yuumi every game against FlyQuest, and it worked great, but they pivoted completely away from that.
I think what really matters here, these last picks here for the solo lanes and what change Team Liquid are going to make to get them more life in playoffs. Continue this series, push it to a game number 4 here. Really do think, again, it needs to be a switch up for them. No more Whippo set, no more Silas for Bjergsen. They ban out the Talia here, one of the roaming champions that CLG have used for Palafox, and of course, they're going to have to blind pick first. Who's going to take the blind hit? Is it going to be Palafox or Dokla? They could just put Dokla on a frontline tank, a top lane champion.
Just
I feel like
walk
would
it
be
in?
the easier one. Save the counter for Palafox. He's been able to use them really well versus Bjergsen. In this, I really think Team Liquid should go with the Ahri. Just plays so well with the Vi and can follow up, try and get those dives, those kills onto the Zeri.
What's the look? Team Liquid have to grab their entire team on this section of the draft. They need mid, they need top. Orianna will be the Vi follow-up. Not quite as aggressive, but still has that possibility. Put the ball on. For now, it's Ornn. It's Whippo. You are on to tank duty. Their team fight damage obviously high with a Sivir. Hansama's most played champion. Luger's the same, actually, the Sivir as well, but need some more damage out of mid, most likely, or you're not killing anyone else. Orianna, I think, fits the bill reasonably well. I still like the Ahri look, of course, if you want to play more aggressive. Even Azir. Kate's just straight up frontline. You don't quite have that same dive alongside Vitamin. Azir can try, but I don't love it. But it could just be early pressure and team fight.
We might see a Kali here into Azir. That might have been what's been dropping the Azir prio was Palafox.
Or Palafox, I know, I've tried to bring this up multiple times to him. Xerath. Hard poke champions to really bully Azir. He has said every time I brought it up, though, my team won't let me.
Yeah. They also win with the call.
Yeah.
So,
Every
does he really
single
want to play
time.
Xerath?
Huh?
Yeah? Xerath?
Yeah.
Okay.
Feels risky into Ornn and Vi, I will say. Like, one of the comps were like, I'm
Seems not
agree with
good.
you until I see those champs. I'm like, hell no. I am dying. But
my team won't let me. This time, though, this is something the team has let him do, and he has rewarded the team. One of the most successful champions that they have actually used. This has been a successful champion for him, for CLG, ever since his academy days, even back when he was on Cloud9 Academy. Let's see about it. Team Liquid elimination game. They have to reverse sweep to keep their hopes alive.
this is gonna be fun. Patch 12.15. This could be the last game of the year for Team Liquid. CLG could send them packing early with a 3-0 sweep, the 3rd and 4th seeds battling for spots. And the talk I had heard online was, wow, only one of EG or TL could make it to Worlds. Maybe 0 of them if CLG has something to say about it right now. Doing so well in this series. Now, Team Liquid, though, to their credit, have scale. Game 1 was rough. Game 2 was a narrow defeat. If they keep improving, that's a Game 3, 4, and 5 win.
And for CLG, I feel like this is where nerves will enter the equation. I think they play so much freer as underdogs. I think part of that was how heavily they pushed C9 in their original series, but then how much they got pushed by Golden Guardians in the next round because they were expected to win Golden Guardians. They weren't expected by outsiders to beat Team Liquid in the series, but now that they're up 2-0, the expectation is that they close Team Liquid out.
All right, Team Liquid fans, as someone who has been there, don't give up hope. We have had LCS teams win the entire split from this position, from the lower bracket. TSM did it down to Golden Guardians. They ran it all the way back and still won the entire league. Team Liquid still has life left in them.
I like the plan. This is a really cool plan for any double enchanter lane. It's very common to send like half your team down the bot side, ward that middle brush, and then recall out. And TL's like, we can catch you before your recall hits. Like, there was a world where this is a double kill at level 2 or level 1 right here because of the planning. It doesn't end up working out, but actually it's a very intelligent level 1 by TL.
Yeah, and CLG on the back half, they get their classic ward here onto the Raptor pit. Love this ward for every opening. We'll know that Santorin is going to start on the top side of the map and allow contracts on this Xin Zhao. Very, very powerful duelist, very powerful early ganker. That extra edge. We talked about at the very beginning of this series. We had a video from Santorin talking about contracts and how he upsets expectations of what people think is a correct play and think he is going to do. Makes him very difficult to predict.
And I also love the Akali pick for Palafox. I know we mentioned it in draft. Not necessarily dominant in lanes, but it allows him to be so dynamic. Like, these are the types of team comps that CLG found so much success with, where both of their soul laners can flank and find angles in fights.
Yeah. Till you have level 6, not going to have the kill pressure, so looking at mostly farming here, trying to avoid damage from the Azir early on while securing as much CS as he can.
Love this in the chat. Yeah, very exciting stuff right now. Is bot lane's fighting, top lane's fighting. Reckon Ornn should not be terribly volatile. Mid lane definitely going to be active. I mean, your melee versus range, you're always going to auto attack whenever the Akali goes for CS. Then it's all about finding your own dance back and forth. Is there an all-in window? Can you dodge the damage?
Yep. With the shield start, with the potion, just trying to mitigate as much harassment as possible. Meanwhile, you see on the bottom side of the map, the Sivir again. Sivir Lulu getting the shove as expected on the early Yuumi Zeri. Should be able to get the first move as well. And both junglers, if I draw your attention towards the mini-map, finishing towards the bottom side as well. Scuttle Crab coming up.
Expected early push through. Reckon gets the heal, gets most of the CS, and hops on out as Whippo's under the turret. Still 15 seconds till Crab comes in. Expected push there as well. Very standard to get the third wave, the one under the tower. Pretty solid CS underneath for every single one. Mid lane actually much more at equilibrium. As Palafox's Trinket Ward. I want to point out the positioning, actually. It's actually pretty smart. Where you can not only track them ganking your lane, but also going in towards Raptor. If it's in the brush, they can sneak past it and get to Raptor Pit. If it's off-center a little bit, you get to watch kind of the entire route in. So I think that's a very smart one overall. Same ward exact for Bjergsen.
Yeah, and I think the jungle pathing also makes a lot of sense. The pushing lane for CLG is up top, so they take this crab. The pushing lane for Santorin was bottom, so he took the crab, and now is at least considering a dive, but with a full health Zeri, I think it's unlikely.
Yeah, it's really hard versus the heal exhaust still being up as well. Very, very dangerous. And with what happened in game number 1, that should be a warning, should be a reminder for Team Liquid as far as executing on these drives.
Yeah, Q still heals for 105, and he comes back out okay on the trade. But yeah, I want to point out, it is Ghost Flash Zeri, right? All the CC on TL side is basically uncleansable. Ornn's a knock-up, Vi's a knock-up, Azir's a knock-up. So other than cleansing Whimsy, which to be fair is very valuable, he's going to drop that Summoner and just go for more mobility.
Yeah, and the early ping on the Gromp as the Gromp is coming back up for Team Liquid. Contracts will move into a counter gank position here, even though Vi, because of the extra time spent down there, is going to be a little bit later on the recall. And they expect him to just continue on normal path.
I think Ornn is my favorite counter pick Turinectin. Not because he necessarily counters him in lane, but because if you can just do okay in lane phase, it seems like you bring so much more effectiveness to team fights. And the way TL did draft around at this game is generally smart. They have push bot, and you saw earlier they have push mid as well, so they can buy time for the Ornn. So I don't have big complaints about Team Liquid's team composition this game, but they still need to execute.
Palafox getting to the break point here. Very nice stuff on Akali, able to push in, focusing on the experience, and he'll just use his teleport to get back. Level 6 will be acquired shortly, and they can actually make an offensive play. Plus, keeping vision here throughout this river. If the observers would return towards Team Liquid vision, the map is very dark right now. So once that Akali gets to level 6 as well, and the roaming possibilities, gonna be very, very dangerous. Xin Zhao hovering.
Luger still feeling safe down here. Knows Vi has a little CC. Cortege could like flash Whimsy. That would be okay-ish, but they probably can't get Luger off the wall. Santorin is around, but you see it's 4 around here. Oh, Poom could be a target. Poom's knocked out. Poom could die. Exhaust. They're flashing for more. He's slowed. They chase in, and the Q's gonna land, but it's traded back already. You mentioned the roam was already there, and indeed Xin Zhao is in. Flashes to stop him, and it's gonna be a kill. Santorin gets one. They will trade him back.
That is absolutely worth from contracts. You'd think, hey, why is this guy flashing to his doom? Look at Luger. 2 kills now on Zeri, primed to take over the game.
And 2 kills to the Vi, whose goal is to lock that Zeri down.
I'm taking the Zeri every time.
Kill him. It's gonna be an interesting one. Santorin gets the counter kill as Contracts flashes in front of him to make sure they're gonna get one more in the bed for their carry.
No. Core knocks the ward down. Luger, perfect information. I want to point out that he actually started Cull. There's not a lot of lanes people start Cull, and he's like, you're definitely not killing me in this lane. He's right about it. Jumps in for a bit more. Spell shields only some Zeri.
Aggressive.
Yeah, a little bit of a Yuumi damage, I should say.
You really want to get that wave in so he can reset and not give too much over to Sivir.
He's not even potioning, by the way. Like, he's at half HP. He's like, you still can't kill me. I'm saving this potion.
Man, so Poom getting locked out with Yuumi here actually kind of triggers TL to overcommit. They completely ignore the fact that Contracts and Luger are right there. Quote, focus the support when the 2 damage dealers can just return damage and give CLG the upper hand at the start of this fight.
Now, all of their flashes used, and then here, Contracts flashes in front, but is going to be the trade kill. Santorin finishes it off instead of giving it over to the Sivir. Palafox not getting any of those on the Akali, but also not having to invest his ultimate.
He got assist.
Yeah, not getting any of the kills.
Okay, that's some gold.
Yeah.
like some of it.
Okay, those are...
Hans was able to share in the Xin Zhao kill. Didn't actually, he flashed him. It didn't even touch the Yuumi. He's only got 1 assist, and for sure that man hit Xin Zhao. So his actual initial flash sadly did nothing for him based on the scoreboard. But we look at CLG down in gold. It is Team Liquid sitting plus 300 right now. The fact that Ornn's actually up farm is a very good sign for Whippo, who's completely held on and just ready to just obviously outscale Renekton in the late game.
Yeah, that's a tale that we have heard time and time again. Tank duty, outscale him. Renekton not able to get an early lane lead. Should mean Whippo will have a very big impact towards these team fights, and they're already starting off because of the top triangle. But look at the AD carry roams already. Luger's coming over with Poom. They want to fight this.
Time's gonna be tight though because it's burning down. Sivir is just taking the waves right now. So Contracts, he's gonna see it. Has empowered smite. Santorin the same. 900 is the number. Ulti's not gonna land for much, but they're gonna chase in on Renekton. Scoop him back. Vile. R, and a kill comes through. Dokla's gone, but it will trade back for Rift Herald. Actual gold earned relatively close between the two, but Hans Sama is solo farming bot lane.
Yeah, this is so much better for Team Liquid. They get so much more out of this. Sivir great at annihilating these minion waves. 1 turret plate already down. Hans Sama shoves it in. CLG lose the extra wave of experience there on top of it. And Dokla goes down, plus burns his flash.
Really like the decisiveness there by Team Liquid making that move. Hans Sama desperately needs those plates to get back into the game, even with the plates going down, still down about 500 gold to the Zeri.
I think this gives Team Liquid so much momentum now in this game where they absolutely need it to pull themselves back up in this series. After the bottom play, kind of even trade, but that one was huge for them top side. And again, the Ornn here for Whippo, flash advantage as well into this Renekton. See what they can do next. The Kempuck Chainsword again finished early here. Santorin trying to get it to reduce that healing of the Yuumi team.
CLG back on first strike. I feel like it's every single game they've gotten first strike in the series, and looked at it here in game 3 as well. He's got a ward for coverage. Mid lane is fine, and bot lane has pressure, so it feels like he will be untouched almost certainly. Palafox now coming down to make sure. Santorin is on the way, so there was a chance we get a scuffle. I don't know if he has time for it. I don't think he goes over the wall. He's got flash. He could try, but it's guaranteeing his flash down just for a chance at a Drake.
Really good for CLG. I feel like Drake stacking for Team Liquid is actually what Team Liquid wants to do, and CLG need the option to forego Drakes for side lane pressure and collapse upon Team Liquid as they're grouping for Drake. So getting that first one really is good for them.
I think also we must mention that Palafox got to actually pick up the Rift Herald eyeball himself, and we're talking about how much money can you actually focus on this Akali. Holding the actual eyeball means that you guaranteed can get the turret plate money. Either half if you're sharing it with someone else, or all of it. And that is something that's very rare for an Akali.
Jumps in, gets away from the scoop. He's got a lot of damage. Your flash follow. This Contracts go for the rest. Vile buys a lot ignite. Oh no, Palafox will not go down. Contracts can't find this damage either. And a lot of summoner spells burn everyone getting out.
Incredibly close fight as Santorin is there for the counter gank, but they want more.
They want the ruin of Hans Sama. Spell shields a bit, will not get locked in place. Nice try by CLG, but TL answers it beautifully. No summoners down, only a single ulti burned, while Luger got his own ghost and double ult out of CLG.
Yeah, the important thing here is tracking these cooldowns. And now Azir, no flash for Team Liquid, and just use the ultimate as well. Definitely have to worry about repeat ganks towards this area. Meanwhile, on that bottom side, just the ghost used from Zeri.
The damage towards core, they know that Hans Sama actually took the recall, so he's going to be down a wave on this one. That's one of the benefits. Yes, you're down cooldowns for longer, but that is, 100 gold denied from the enemy to carry.
Yeah, and I want to track how much money that's going to mean for mid lane, because ultimate for Akali comes back up way before Azir flash does, and as we said, the Rift Herald.
Oh, he got it!
Santorin!
That was beautiful.
Assassination!
What? That was absolutely beautiful.
It's actually really hard to kill the Rift Herald that fast, but he Qs to the back of it, pops the eyeball, gets the smite at the end as well.
I don't remember seeing a one-man Herald kill as it's dropped in crash range.
I believe it was getting some turret damage as well. He summoned it right in front to get some turret shots too.
That's a kill. That's a solo kill's worth of denied gold right
It is. So because the turret damage here, if you summon it outside of turret range, then it's very, very difficult for a single person to get the burst damage. But because he summoned it within turret range, the extra turret damage there gives Santorin enough to burst it down. And that turns my whole point around. 0 turret plate money.
Wow. All right. Well, low gold from the kill itself. The turret shark 25 from Santorin, but obviously a very good play. Denies 320 off of Palafox's Akali. Denies that turret from going down to half HP as well. So it can't be taken down earlier, easier at some point in time. Luger actually hatching a ward right now. As Contracts comes by with his support. Will debate work
down here.
Brings over Yuumi. Information at this point probably known as Santorin waits in the wings. Does have ult and flash.
Yeah, that would be the time, but they don't know that Contracts is left.
He's also enough to the wall that I think Vi can't guarantee touching him before he gets over the wall, and it won't be any danger.
That damn wall, man.
Yeah.
Let Zeri get away with so much.
They're not giving up, though. Look at this. Santorin is a stubborn jungler, a stubborn ganker.
What can't this man do? He killed the Herald by himself. He can't do this, though. He can't stop this Zeri from farming.
No, takes a little poke damage, but she is fine. I mean, you're playing it as safely as you can, right? Like, this is the thing. You're playing around your point of safety. Turret plate taken by Whippo. Up, already over 10 CS. Got the turret plate to himself as well. It's 1-1 on that scoreline, but nearly a second. I believe it didn't quite go down to minions. But turret plates are dropping in about 30 seconds. Close in gold. CLG up the first Drake. Gold nearly tied. Contracts can't get all the way in onto Bjergsen. Won't find a knock-up around there either. Knows if he goes for any more. Shove it into the tower. Probably looks bad. Doesn't go for any plays.
Yeah, I think it's going to be fairly calm until second Rift Herald does come up here. A little bit of a half-hearted attempt to try and punish that Azir flash we were talking about. But with him being so close to the turret, having his combo up to just slide right back. No attempt at the dive here from CLG. Maybe that would have been a different story if they actually had vision on Santorin and knew the Vi wasn't here for close around for a counter gank. But without any extra deep vision, you get more cautious games like this.
Yeah, and
this is why you see junglers going for the kind of half-hearted ganks rather than full committing.
And Scuttle claimed Santorin. Gets the better of Dokla. He doesn't have to smite for it. Just autos it.
Yeah, and I also think that was more of a cross into bot river for Contracts, as he's really prioritizing getting deep vision and also getting set up for this next Drake. Whereas Team Liquid is seemingly focused on gold acquisition. Santorin getting top Scuttle and will probably be going for Rift Herald, but they know he's up here, so it's a potential dive onto Bjergsen here. TL is trying to support.
Q and W are down, which means he can't reposition it, so the ulti's come across. They're just going to try to burn him. Stopwatch buys time. TP coming across as well. Don't quite have the damage, but they got Whippo to force the TP, to force the ult. A knock-up onto one. Is it going to matter, though? And it's going to be Palafox diving in, zoning out Hansama here as well.
4v4. Renekton and Vi were both top.
Palafox really playing for it. Gets knocked in the air, though. Saves R2 to get out. Summoner heal.
Oh, Dokla's arrived. He TP'd in.
Will it matter? Look at what happened to this one. Just walking right back out. Now, mid lane's getting pushed in by Santorin, by the way. All of CLG is down here, which means mid lane is just being attacked. We get the Herald summon. And Santorin, he can kill Herald when it belongs to CLG. He can kill it when it's neutral, and he can summon it to kill mid lane outer.
Yeah, so it's a bottom tower trade for the middle one here, but still, the discussion of the dragon remains here. Take a look at the ultimates that were used. CLG have used every ultimate except for Dokla's. Meanwhile, Santorin here on the Vi has the guaranteed lockdown.
And Akali is spotted in mid lane. No, they got numbers for a little while. He's coming down. Smite is up on both sides. He's going to go in for a bit from the Vi. Ulti comes across Renekton. Tanky, polymorph, and dies. But Whippo gets the kill. Going back onto it. It's a 2-for-0. And Team Liquid coming alive in game 3. Luger runs for his life. Flash to safety. Will it be a Vi? Not quite. They won't get him. Turret will not kill him either.
They pull off Dragon, but they get 2 very important kills right there. And the ultimates, as you mentioned, Kobe, just were not there for CLG. Definitely an overreach to try and contest this one.
Yeah, you could tell it was a split call right there because Palafox went mid. The caller was like, I don't have ult, I am out. That assassin without the ultimate there, they knew it was too deep, too much in Team Liquid control, but the rest of CLG stayed around and they give in 2 kills. Team Liquid, they're marching back in this game, slowly but surely, in this series, fighting to push us further. And here it is, look again. Kali's so far away.
Yeah, Dokla, I don't know if he just got polymorphed and couldn't cast his ultimate. A lot of chain CC, and then Contracts didn't have his R yet either. They needed about 10 more seconds before they would have had a higher chance. And also Palafox wasn't there at the start, as you mentioned, so TL just run through CLG.
Yeah, they used too many cooldowns on the bottom side play. Team Liquid happy to get the Dragon as well now, splitting those.
4 minutes, the next one comes up. We got a 1,200 gold lead. Team Liquid, by all rights, winning on this scoreboard. Hansama feeling comfortable on the Sivir, it feels like, as a top skiller goes to Contract. And we go back to the holding pattern of 80 carries the mid lane. We got a kill onto Hansama on this one. A kill and an assist added to his record since the bot lane scuffle a while ago. Still 2-0 on the Zeri.
And Santorin is very fed. He has his Mythic completed as well as his Chainsword. They're going for Bwipo.
Decent damage. Flash forced out. Gonna find a little bit more, but not enough for the kill. As he flashed again away from Yuumi ulti and got out.
2 ults burned, so CLG will be unable to make a play for a little bit. Sivir also applying a lot of pressure on that mid wave, and now TL might try to dive of their own.
If you want a Dokla, he can clear some of the wave, gets it pretty well. Here comes Vi combo. Ulti's in for much more. He can get his own ult and his stun. Flash the scoop, and Centauri dives for the tower. Dokla for the second time in this series.
They're not done. Luger's on the attack.
He gets rid of one slow, and they can't get in for any more, so Han's gonna live.
Another attempted dive onto Dokla from Santorin gets turned around. He flashes Bjergsen's ultimate, but Contracts is very deep inside their jungle.
That was so much of Team Liquid's strength. Santorin was the first player in the game to 2 major items, and he gives his bounty away to Dokla in a 2v1 turret dive.
Palafox is playing around Bwipo, finding a lot of damage. If he had ulti, I think there's a chance he goes for the play. Actually, he nearly has it. And it's just going to be Bwipo at 300 health, walking away. Does have, of course, some MR and plenty of health. Palafox cannot get him all the way down. Roccat, flip the switch replay. Dokla to 1v2.
Yeah, you can tell the considerations here. And they wait until Dokla moves up towards Bjergsen to finish off the minion wave. And once his slice and dice is down, then Santorin's like, okay, let's try and do it. Let's burst him down. But Dokla, this time around, he gets his ult off, he stuns, and then flashes immediately as he sees Bjergsen come in. Once the Azir comes in, sees it through, and the tower shot finishes.
Stun under the tower, they're shoving around. That's what you wanted to see out of Santorin. Comes right back, finds the other soul laner to kill.
Yeah, if you fail at first freak, just pick yourself up and try again. Santorin right back to the other side, and Team Liquid will also get the tower in payment.
Man, that must have been right on the cooldown. Like, we just got out of the replay of his last Fi ultimate to come into the replay of his next one.
Well, I actually like this defense from Team Liquid too. Not only do they get the kill, but with this teleport down, they rotate over. They don't give up the counter objective. Team Liquid go +2 on the play. 1.7 thousand gold lead, as well as drawing even on the Dragons.
Looking good, and again, you're going to feel good about, I think, pretty much every one of your lane states. Honestly, it's every single champion is going to feel very comfortable with their current state. Hansama leading the SPF total gold graph by about 15.
Another turret.
Turret falls down, growing it by a bit more as the global gold comes across. So Team Liquid holding all the cards. Game 1 was rough. Game 2 was close. Game 3 now in Team Liquid control.
Are they tarot cards? Can you read them for me, Freak?
Yes. It's the... I'm going to make stuff up because I don't know them. The sun. It is shining brightly here on a new dawn for Team Liquid.
Okay, it's not the horse?
I didn't even know that was a card.
Kobe, you need to read the tarot cards if you know what they mean.
I got you guys next time, don't worry.
Okay, cool.
Meanwhile, I see in the future of CLG, a Baron Rush. Bwipo does not have teleport, so Bwipo will have to walk his Ornn all the way up. They're doing it because Bwipo has no teleport.
He's going to walk. They're going to TP over.
It's a very big worm. Like, it takes a long time to
slow take here for CLG. Let's see about the turn. They're looking to turn off of it.
Will there be a fight? Flash in, Yuumi as well. They're going to find the root. Will they find the kill? Zeri tries, and it will be Vi dying. And now in for a Akali. It's Corjay flashing away. Good damage to the Palafox. They get the TP, they get the roam, they get a kill, and CLG gets to walk out.
It works! They just start Baron at 20 minutes. They make Team Liquid check. The whole plan was to peel and get a kill right off the bat, but now do they have enough map pressure left? No ultimates for this incoming Cloud Drake.
Yeah, 10 seconds left on it, so they can get over there very quickly before Santorin is able to. He's gonna be reviving and running straight from base. Team Liquid pushed the waves in first, though. You see this is a fort to them. They had bottom lane pushed already. They push out the mid lane, and they go and burst it down.
CLG can't stop this. They hopefully learned their lesson from last time when they didn't have ultimates and tried to contest a dragon once again. I think they would have wanted more from that Baron peel. I still like the play from a deficit because that fight could have gone even better for them, and Team Liquid do pick up the Drake.
I think if Core died, and it was close, he flashed away at 200 health. If Core dies, no ultimate 5v3 is probably enough where Bjergsen doesn't solo clear the fight anymore. But with ultis up, you never know, right? But either way, yes, CLG in fact back off. They get the side waves out. Gold remains 2,000, but Team Liquid, with that lead, are up a Drake.
But let's try and compare this game with last game, where Team Liquid also had a mild mid-game advantage. They have not been a good team in close games this split. This time, though, they have a lot more scaling. Ornn, Azir, Sivir, they're all very powerful late-game champions, but the question does need to be asked, is this lead enough? Because CLG still has a lot of playmaking and a lot of coordination.
Yeah, not only do Team Liquid have a lot of scaling, but they also have a very straightforward way to play this game out.
Right.
It is front-to-back team fighting. They have two of the best scaling team fight carries here in Azir and Sivir in the game, and Ornn ultimate to start it out.
They're going to go for the fight right now. Ulti's coming across fast and furious. In contrast, gets deleted, never gets a chance to ult. Yuumi a guaranteed kill afterwards, and that TP just delivers himself to the meat grinder. 3-0 Team Liquid.
Group up as 5, straightforward, get the ult, get the kill. Team Liquid will get the Baron.
Santorin finds that engage, but what was CLG doing sniffing around that area? Team Liquid now take what was a close game and blow it wide open.
They've stabilized this series. It really feels like they're taking this one calm now.
Listen, every CLG series has to be a banger, and that means you're not allowed to 3-0 in either direction.
It's in the contract.
It is. I've read them.
We were talking earlier, Freak, though, like upset 3-0s are bangers.
They are.
It's just like when the favorite 3-0s, it's definitively not a banger. So no matter what, today will be a banger.
Here it is, though, and Team Liquid are so happy to take this because you look at the minimap, they are very well aware. It is split push 1-3-1, the Renekton showing on bottom, Akali on top. They get the first kill so quickly.
Going for Whipple now, invisible as
buddy.
Fox. Will it be enough, though? Condra's ulties, he can't get hit by Sivir, but it's going to be enough, though, as you've got Azir firing on the side now as well. You got the chase in. Vi has arrived. They chase one back down. A flash for a knockup. Not going to land from Whipple. They can't get the kill just yet. Zap isn't bad, but still healthy.
Coming.
Does Doklik even have the play, though? Is there enough going on? Of course, you've got Aziri with a Yuumi, a slow and a Bjergsen, but he's still got a Bastion to safety. Whippo still seems to have ulti, so I really don't think CLG has much going on here. Palafox back to Invis, and with the TV coming in, Whippo, I think it's Ornhorn time. Yeah, he's going to look for it there. Can he jump the wall? Flash will do it. Doklik going to be okay for now. Has to dash back, but still the chase is on. Hansama is pretty quick. Zoned out a little bit. Turn. Be careful, Palafox. Is it enough? Looking for the stun. The polymorph just peels him off. He can't kill Hans. And there's what you want. Bjergsen shows up and finds their 4th straight kill. Nothing doing for CLG. Now Luger gonna play to his limit, but it's not gonna happen. He overplays it as well. And that's gonna be 5 in a row, almost. Contract's here to maybe deliver a bit more gold.
Team Liquid fighting back, and with a 7,000 gold lead now, they're going to take this one further.
Oh, knock up Mains a bit, but he's got to be careful with turret, able to fire at him. He will not down the tower just yet. Still another attack can be tanked. The turret goes down. The gold lead grows to 8,000 in Team Liquid's favor.
Again, really nice structured battle lines for Team Liquid. Vi Ornn in front, get these picks, and have the follow-up here from Bjergsen and Hansama chasing them down. Nice stuff, just really snowballing this one ahead and chasing them through. Whippo gets his recall off, teleports back out for the Ornn ultimate, and splits up CLG.
I will also say, when CLG is behind in the game, they do not wait around. They will try and fight their way back into it every time. Like, look where Palafox finds himself, ulting under the Azir turret in the midst of this, and then even the attempt to turn afterwards when they're face checking the Renekton. I'd say a noble effort, but Team Liquid, as you mentioned, just has the battle lines drawn and are executing accordingly.
Trying again now, he's coming across. Palafox and Viz for a second, and able to get away. Just barely survives. A lot of ultis burned. All 5 popped right now. Dokla alone. Dokla just a bounce house in his own right. Whippo gets the kill credit. 2-0-9. The tank play on point.
Hansama, maybe a big confidence builder this game. 5-0-6, this time on the Sivir side of the Zeri-Sivir trade. 10,000 gold lead trying to push open these inhibitor turrets.
Feeling a lot more comfortable here, and this feels like a Team Liquid starting the road back in. Elimination games, every single one of them right now. Team Liquid down 0-2 in the series, about to come back and see if they can make the reverse sweep happen. They need 3 in a row, and then, well, 3 more series to win the entire title, but certainly a possibility to do it. And it all starts here off of some very good play. Santorin set up every single lane for success.
Yeah, one step at a time here for Team Liquid. I think Santorin has been playing quite well this entire series, despite the early losses for Team Liquid. So nice for Team Liquid to have that structure this time around. They will take everything from CLG. They will take everything off the map as they exit.
Soul point for them, minute and a half until Baron would come up, but they might not need to wait that long. With the Sivir, they can just kind of walk up to the turrets, try to get a lot of ricochet damage, and see how much they can chunk it down.
This is such a big confidence builder for this team. Takes off a decent amount of that pressure, and being able to push back out with this big of a lead should be able to close the loop here on CLG. Already starting to think about the next game in the series. And the plan, laying out the plan for the possible reverse sweep. Like the changes that they've gone with here. I really wanted them to drop that Silas. They pick up the Azir that's been up the entire time. Corgi taking a face check, though.
Gonna try for those coming across after the Whimsy as well. Ulti gonna buy even more CC, but Contracts, you have enough though. Puts the ulti in. Can they find the kill now? Palafox in the wings, looks to kill somebody, and it's Dokla just getting deleted. Every single fight, 2-6-0, and another one gonna come through in a second. A double kill now in for Santorin, and everyone's just gonna drop. CLG's bot lane retreats as everyone else falls. TL in the 5-2, you are right. They do not need Baron. They just need one more team fight and they'll end the game. 29 minutes, the Nexus should fall. Team Liquid will bring us back to a closer series. One on our hands as they'll find a single game now. Shoved to the wall, look at the kill into Luger. Almost getting him, can't quite get in range. There's the shot coming through from the Emperor himself. A 29-minute victory, and Team Liquid win game 3.
The Ornn was the answer for Bwipo.
He takes it down. The counter pick to connect, and that is part of why I feel like it is the best counter pick in that situation, and the morale needs to be boosted for Team Liquid. The most important game is always the next one. It's never about what has happened in the past. They forgot about the first 2 losses, and they made their first step towards victory.
Great adjustments that we were looking for from this team. Tank front line here, straightforward dive, got the picks that they needed.
Kobe, the banned Aatrox. I think that's number one.
They got it, baby.
Here.
They
made
got
it happen. Yeah, Aatrox bans 100% win rate. CLG did it in game 2. They took away that one as well. But this is just, it's best to see because Santorin got a kill in literally all 3 lanes. He showed up to every single one, knocked someone down, and from there it felt like TL just had control. We know their early game is good. It's the best in the league, and they had it again, but this time they kept just escalating it, right? It kept getting better and better and better and better. And that's what it's supposed to look like when TL's playing on point.
And Freak, Santorin's done that 2 games in a row.
Yeah.
Like, he is really on point in this series and has been carrying Team Liquid through, even though they're still down in the series 1-2.
Absolutely, but it could be a reverse sweep, so we're gonna head over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, Freak. It ain't over yet.
Who believed? Who started believing and cursed them?
Me. It couldn't have been me. I've never believed in CLG, right? That's I maintain that from start to finish. 1-2, so still some work to be done for Team Liquid if they want to take the series. But this is probably a confidence builder, to say the least, but also, I think, the most solid draft that they've brought out so far.
Actually, didn't have, like, overwhelmingly massive issues with their drafts before, but this tells me we're going scaling. You know, if the game is going late, even if we make mistakes, we have Ornn, we have Sivir, and we have Azir. And a Lulu on top of that.
That's a comfort zone for Team Liquid.
I mean, this is kind of the thing that a lot of people were concerned about the team defaulting to as a playstyle, which is just scale. I will say Santorin on the Vi was a very good bridge to get there. He has had incredible early games, by far the best performer on Team Liquid so far, but the draft itself doesn't really enable him to do that so much because every lane just wants to scale.
Yeah, and I really enjoy the... We are pretty critical of Vi, you know. Look, it is what it is. This one I quite enjoyed, just because it's the typical, sure, people focus on Zeri, but Zeri and Yuumi, very easy to just go in, and of course immediately CC's Yumi, so good luck on that front. And I just like the team fighting overall from Santorin. He has been a major piece in this win for this team. It seems like it's going to rejuvenate them in the series.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a scrappy early game. CLG was in there for a little bit, but I think Santorin did a good job of neutralizing / coming ahead in almost every single play. This one was a 1-for-1. The Rift Herald ends up going in CLG's favor, but then Santorin had that incredible smite of it because Palafox is not a jungler, and I don't think non-junglers are used to knowing where they should drop the Rift Herald on, so the fact that he dropped it in turret range allowed it to be smited
Yeah,
down.
this was actually massive because, like you talked about, TL actually got a kill off of that. They also had Sivir. They were funneling money onto the Sivir in bot lane the entire time while they were taking Herald. So the fact that CLG are unable to get anything off this Herald that they traded a kill towards TL for and gave up a bunch of gold bot, it was actually massive.
I'm also going to say it, Contracts was standing next to Palafox when they picked up the eye. Like, it was an option for the jungler to have it and deploy it. Instead, Palafox took it. Obviously, you don't expect that to happen. That's, you know, like a 1 in 100 chance that Santorin is perfectly positioned to do it, but that is a huge gold
couple
swing.
hundred gold swing, yeah. Just from that play. And then from there, the 5v5s heavily went in Team Liquid's favor when they had that insane comp. And Santorin, despite the losses, has clearly been the best player. I think especially when you look at the kills and assists at 14, he has been incredibly proactive, up gold on Contracts every single time. And it's more the mid to late game that has been working for them, which explains their decision to go into a full scaling draft, because if Santorin's having good early games, we just need to make sure we have the advantage late.
Yeah, and I think his early games were a big part of how close the previous game was, too. Even though TL lost, we pointed out how well he did there and how much he has been able to track Contracts early, right? Like, we have not seen that, like, you know, level 3, 3-minute patented Contracts gank that we've seen from other series that CLG has been in. A large part of that is due to the team and specifically Santorin being able to track him.
Yeah, because Santorin is such a... He was able to read the map extremely well. That Rift Herald that we kind of talked about quite a bit, like, we kind of knew that that was a perfect Rift Herald timing for Palafox. He was going to come into the lane, get the wave, and Azir, who had taken that base, is going to be late to the wave, right? So it's one of those moments where, like, this is the moment, it's going to be used. Santorin recognizes it, gets into the position. And then for this game as a whole, I just really enjoyed the direction that Team Liquid said, kind of like going back to what we said about scaling. Azir is something we were looking for. They waited a long time to be able to pick it, of course, on 4-5. Kind of waiting to see if Palafox is going to go for it. No, he waits till 5 pick. And then the Ornn, where really difficult, Ornn and Lulu, really difficult for an assassin to go to work. And so I thought that just this game in general, Palafox was going to have a really difficult time finding a fight.
And I appreciate Bwipo going back to meta. The set counter pick wasn't it for me. Like, I appreciate the idea. It wasn't working. Your team needs something a little bit more stable that they don't need to play around. The fact that they could kind of leave him on weak side and go focus more on Hans's lane, I think was a big change as how they approach the early game. And I think even if it's not specifically Ornn, these kinds of champions that perform a little bit better just generally in the meta.
Speaking of focusing down on Hans's lane, just as a point of news, yes, blue side's going to be picked up by CLG, so that's interesting. I'm going to talk about it a little bit, but I wanted to talk about the fact that CLG just went all in on bot lane. There was the Akali going down bot lane. There's the TP from Dokla. They were really not getting anything. Of course, they were going to get the turret. But Santorin is like, well, I have the second Rift Herald. I'm mid. I'll just get mid lane turret for free for the TPs that were lost from CLG side. It felt like they were so hungry for a fight that, and of course with Bjergsen being so low, like he couldn't get that kill. And they were like, we should be able to make this work. And it didn't work for them, and they lost a lot off that.
They were blood hungry there. They definitely were overreaching a little bit. Really great on Santorin from a macro perspective to realize the opening that left them in the mid lane to drop the Rift Herald and get into Dragon River. Blue side for CLG is going to be the play. This is the first time where the onus is on them to get side select and move over to that side. So I guess my question is, what do we expect to come out from them? Because the Akali didn't seem to be it. But by all accounts, I don't know if they really need to change. I don't feel like anything that Team Liquid did there really exposed anything within CLG's play. They just kind of beat them straight up with standard, as we said.
Yeah, perhaps just free your bans if you're on blue side, while Cole is going straight in for Hansama. And probably just a confidence booster. But yes, I think bans are probably the big thing, right? If you're on blue side, you have more control on what you can ban. You can go for target ban, say, hey, Dokla doesn't want to play Ornn. We hate playing against Ornn. let's just straight up ban it. Maybe that's going to be the strategy. I'm interested to see how they go in that.
There's also the bot lane meta, which has been just the scaling side thus far. It's been Sivir Yumi.
Yeah.
We talked, Sivir Zeri, excuse me, but we talked about how both teams do have the capability of playing the Draven Kallistas if they want to.
It's just been CLG banning them both every time so far,
so that's what I'm
right?
saying. On blue side, you can maybe leave one open. See, you know, like, I don't know. We'll see what they try and do.
Yeah, that's what I am actually the most curious about too, is tracking where if Seraphine stays banned. Obviously, TL were the ones that banned it.
After trying to play it, yeah.
Yeah, in this game specifically. But then also, again, the fact that both of these bot laners will play Kalista, will play the Draven. We have 2 Draven players here. So opening that up could end up being really interesting as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm infinitely curious to see what plays out in the bot lane because with, Seraphine, Senna, Draven, Kalista, and then you still have, of course, the picks that have been played so far all on the table. And now we're considering banning out an Ornn. We still have to have the Zillion on our mind.
I was gonna say,
this is again that I'm like, I just don't even know at this point what the approach is.
Yeah, and it's the first time I would say in this series that CLG has surmounting pressure on them because they're in match point. They don't want to go into a reverse sweep situation. No one wants that. So they're in the ultimate pressure of, we need to end this now. We don't want to be in a game 5 where we feel like the series has been going in our way the entire time. And it feels like Team Liquid has a great idea and strategy around just scaling and team fighting, which has been their big point in spring.
I hope that CLG does not get baited into the late game as the focus because that happened in the Golden Guardian series where it felt like CLG might have gone a little bit too much into that identity. The Akali didn't work, but they almost got that kill on him early on when Contracts flashed in front. They ended up giving it to the Zeri, but if Akali got that gold and also got the Rift Herald gold, she would have had about 1,000 more gold that game, and she can maybe take over. And so Palafox has a really clean Akali. There were a number of times he just couldn't finish people off in mid-game skirmishes, so I don't want them to pull back on that idea.
I want Poom back on Lulu instead of Yumi. And then I want Contracts on something other than Xin Zhao. Be it the Poppy, be it a Sedge.
It was a weird Xin Zhao angle.
Something other than Xin Zhao. I just am not sold on that pick as of yet. We'll see if the faithful shall be rewarded or if Team Liquid Honda will stay alive in Game 4 right after this.
I think I'm gonna lose my mind next game.
You're gonna 1v9?
I'm gonna try to lose my mind.
In a good way or in a bad way?
I hope so.
Just say in a good way.
In a good way.
Yeah, it's in a good way.
Smite is up on both sides. He's going to go in for a bit from the Vi. Ulti comes across for Nexton. Tanky, polymorph, and dies, but Whippo gets the kill. Going back onto it. It's a 2 for nothing. And Team Liquid coming alive in Game 3. They're going to go for the fight right now. Ulti's coming across fast and furious. In contrast, gets deleted, never gets a chance to ult. Yumi a guaranteed kill afterwards. And that TP just delivers himself to the meat grinder. 3-0 Team Liquid.
This is a league built on speed and precision, where everything needs to perform at a pro level, especially your hardware.
They block the road. They want to complete the final piece of the puzzle. They don't have enough damage for it, but who cares? It's all a formality, baby. The winner of LCS Lock-In.
Even if you're hard stuck plat, like me, forever. Roccat, the official mouse and keyboard of the LCS.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the last or penultimate game of this series. CLG roared to a 2-0 start, but Team Liquid clapped back hard in game
They also
3.
roar?
Rah! I mean, I think Orn does it. It's literally bellows.
True.
I realize the bellows is a different thing, but, you know, he's bellowing all the same. I mean, a really good game. I think everyone really did very well over there. Santorin got all 3 lanes ahead. We had, I think, a deathless Orn overall. Everyone looked really comfortable in game 3.
The thing that Team Liquid brought back was structure. They track contracts. They draft a really straightforward team comp, dive. They get their picks off. They have really good scaling for both their carries later towards the end stages of the games, and they can just play front to back.
And I think that guy on your screen right now, Hans Sama, needs to continue to perform at a high level. They're doing these Sivir Zeri trades. He needs to be completely on point with how much power AD carries have in the current meta. He has been off in a lot of these games, and he cannot have another off game or Team Liquid's year will be over.
I think that last game is just what the doctor ordered for them. Great stabilizer for the mental game. The thing is, now you're going into it, and you have to give blue side back to CLG.
Yeah,
blue side on this patch has been very powerful.
Yes.
See what the first pick priority is here, because CLG have been able to whittle down, especially on the bottom lane picks.
And statistically, for both of these teams, they have a 67% win rate on blue across the split and about 50-50 on red. So I know we've seen them go back and forth. Oh, is counterpicking valuable? But both teams have performed better on blue. CLG side selection here, pick it in game 5. If they lose this, we'll have selection again. Odds maybe favor them, but TL have gotten better and better throughout the series. Each game looked better for them than the last. An early Jarvan ban through for CLG as Seraphine remains on the TL ban list.
What the heck does CLG have planned here? Because Jarvan hasn't been banned 1, 2, or 3 in any of the previous 3 games, and they just throw it out there.
Wow.
They have to be following up with a Trundle or something then too, because that's Santorin, go-to champion.
Unless they're trying to get Team Liquid to ban Trundle.
And they're just leaving up everything, right?
To play it.
Like, this is a really interesting idea. So Sivir going to be dropped by the TL side, saying, no, we're not going to let you play that one. I mean, Zeri feels like a fairly unanswered AD carry regardless, but, I mean, anytime you don't go for, like, the meta bans, like, you're willing to take stuff back, it's fine.
Yeah, and with Seraphine Sivir being banned right now, I can still see them first picking Trundle and then saying, okay, Hans Sama, play Zeri, because they just don't have faith that he will perform well on it. But this is a really weird ban phase.
And to be clear about Luger's champ pool, it's 10 games Sivir, 8 games Zeri. Next place is 2 games Seraphine. Like, he just plays those champions. Not that he can't play others,
open
to be
as well?
clear. Yeah, Kalista as one of the primary AD carries is open, but it's like, do you really want to give us Kalista, bud? Because that is a perma red side ban.
So Trundle is open, Yone is open, Zeri is open, with a lot of other things being banned.
I think it's got to be the Zeri here to have that upper hand for the AD carry scaling for later on in the game. Yuumi is also available too to pair with it, so it just seems too good for me. Plus, Zeri is good against Trundle. You know, as an AD carry, you'd be like, great, there's a sitting duck jungler there.
But why? Like, why give Santorin Trundle by banning Jarvan? Like, what is...
Because the Trundle doesn't have any threat on the Zeri.
Thanks for the pillar, I'll zap through it.
I'll jump over it, I'll zap through it, exactly.
So part of my mind as well is the way they're going to play this draft now is they're like, yeah, as long as you can't lock down backline, like, we're good here. Go play a semi-tank. We're chilling. If you can't engage on us, we're happy with this one. I mean, maybe it's the Xerath angle, you know, we're going for that one. But it makes me think CLG have a plan with how this draft is playing out. They have a comp in mind. Jinx comes through for Team Liquid's side. First of the split for Hans Sama.
I mean, Jinx Trundle teamfight comp. That's what Team Liquid is shoehorned themselves into right now. So CLG can then pick a lot of dive. A lot of times Jarvan is really good against like control mages, which would be another reason you would possibly ban it if CLG was then also going to try and do scaling team fighting. But I still don't understand the Jarvan ban.
So Hans Sama across 15 games, Jinx is easily his best champ on his career. 87% win rate when his overall career is 54. It's a 30% win rate jump when the man's on Jinx. Yeah, there's biases in the data. Who cares? He's performed when he's picked this champion, and he's got a Trundle for safety.
Certainly does. And Team Liquid, straight up structured front-to-back team fighting is what got them the win in the previous game. So that's obviously what they're going to want in this game as well. set up those battle lines. That makes you also then project further into their draft and think that, okay, they're also going to need either another frontliner from Core JJ or Bwipo. One of those two has to be the main engage, because Trundle is not the main engage for your team, so you need some hard CC on one of those two roles. And I would expect Core JJ to have a CC support because they're playing into a Zeri Yuumi lane here.
What if it's Zilean here?
Could be.
I mean, it's
fast Trundle.
It would be a blind Zilean though, and
blind Zilean.
The thing is that Bjergsen has, pulled out the Zilean in a lot of Game 5 scenarios, but it is rarely blind.
Yeah, I know. So unlikely there. Ornn is indeed the grab. We'll see if CLG cares about that ban. I like it too.
And that's that CC, that other main engaged front line that I'm talking about there for Bwipo from the top lane. Plus, worked out great in game number 1. I would give 0% chance that Dokla picks Renekton into it though this time around.
I'm gonna give it 2.
You're gonna give it 2%. All right.
There's always a chance.
You're leaving up leaving up the strong 2. Meanwhile, they do get again the Yone ban here. One of the most
no-brainer.
Yeah, exactly. Fearsome champions here with both those solo laners.
And I do wonder, like, the team fighting front to back is still very strong if they run Jinx Lulu. They can definitely run that back rather than having like a third engager, because Ornn Trundle is actually pretty good engaged with just the 2.
And I would think that Team Liquid would then want to supplement this with an Azir in mid lane again. So if CLG do not ban out Azir in the secondary bans here, I think Bjergsen for sure just picks that and they save the counter pick for and they say the counter pick for Core JJ. So CLG, are you going to give it to him?
I think perfect 4-5 bans by Team Liquid there as well. Yone and Sylas. Sylas angle was so juicy there.
If you don't ban the Azir, they've got to take it again.
Yep. And then that would mean CLG goes back to Akali.
And hope they play it better this time. They say no, Zilean still maybe the angle. There aren't really any other damage threats in the team. Ornn and Trundle really aren't it. So says, nah, one threat comp's still too much for us, so gets rid of it. The reviving the slow play certainly could work. It could be on Hans Sama. So yeah, is it Azir after all? Or do they really want to let both solos get counterpicked?
Does it feel to you like TL is just getting everything that they want?
A little bit. I mean, Jinx has 1 recorded pick on this patch in top regions.
Ooh, the disengage. Janna always pretty good into Wukong to be able to buff the monkey right back out of those team fights. Gives a lot more protection here for this Jinx. And the lane phase is actually quite good too.
Yeah. I agree with you on the Trundle Ornn point though, right? Like Ornn clearly very good in the previous game. That said, it was Ornn as the counter pick. Now it's Ornn counter picked. Dokla is happy to play any of an array of counters of fighters top lane. Azir does go through to CLG. They've almost certainly got the better backline damage now. Question is it a side lane play? Are you trying to match top laners? So Camille will try to keep the Ornn locked down. And to be fair, can try to answer the Jinx in a team fight.
All right, Fudge did it. The Camille into the Ornn counter pick. Let's see if Dokla can replicate that success. Team Liquid, the reveal here, Bjergsen, what is it going to be with all the mid lane bans? The Ahri finally coming back.
Quick nod from Core JJ. Locked in for his mid laner. Team Liquid's backs are against the wall, but they handily took care of business in Game 3. Must do the same here in Game 4. Hans Sama, I believe, 13-2 on his career on the Jinx. Has performed. Bwipo back on an Ornn he's done so well on as well.
Yeah, I think Team Liquid are actually very happy with this draft, considering they're on red side this time around. They're able to get Santorin, his most iconic champion. Bwipo just had a great Ornn game for them.
I think the biggest question is whether or not Hans Sama is going to be able to exist in team fights. Wukong, Camille, possibility of being buffed up by Yuumi as well. Like, how well can Core JJ's Janna, a very seldom seen pick, keep Hans Sama alive?
And CLG, how quickly can they get this map open? They would love to split push. Get this split push going, open up this map, get their picks rolling.
Final comments from what could be the last time in this split from the Team Liquid coaching staff. Spending on an incredibly star-studded super team, grabbing Gyota over from Immortals as well, grabbing Hans Sama with a great Worlds just last year. Still poised to be eliminated in the top 6, 5th, 6th in LCS playoffs. Not where they wanted the season to end, but with how Game 3 went, they are on the trajectory of the reverse sweep, of moving on and awaiting that EG TSM victor on Sunday for a spot in the championship weekend. We'll see more of one of these teams in just 3 days. Is it CLG ending 3-1 as I predicted? Or does TL keep it going? We are on to the Rift for Game 4.
If they're going to do it, Freak, it probably has to be a meaningful contribution from this counter pick, Camille. Dokla here is the one that they gave the draft resources to that counter pick, the Camille. Whippo unafraid to blind pick the Ornn.
Yeah.
After the success in game number 1, of course, that one was in answer to the Renekton.
And the Team Liquid roster is all about winning. It's put together to win the LCS, and as TL find their footing in the series, Santorin has his eyes set on the championship.
I really want to win, and not only, you know, go to Worlds, but like actually win NA, because for me it's been a while, back in 2015 spring, and this is the only reason why I'm still competing. You know, I want to get titles, I want to go to Worlds, do well at Worlds, this kind of stuff. And for me, the first step is win NA first, which I just haven't been able to do. But I feel like I've been close, and you know, at some point we're gonna hit and we're gonna win.
And to add, Santorin has actually been so close. 2020 on FlyQuest, finals in both spring and summer. 2021 Team Liquid, finals once again, although migraines took him out of the actual competition. Finals again in the summer split of that season, and then 3rd place in the spring of 2022. So really wanting to break through and recapture that title. And he's on the Troll King. He is the Troll King to me. 27-10. His Trundle is so feared. It has been banned all of last series, every game of this series, but was left open by CLG this game, daring him to pick it, which of course he did.
Yeah. Hey, him and Xmithy have been the two that have the most fearsome ganks with the champion as well. Santorin, even sometimes going for super early Trundle ganks with the pillar, forcing flashes. See what they can get out. Tracking already, though, spamming on the yellow pings on him as Santorin does a normal clear. Palafox, I love this ward. Mid lane push means you get to move up, ward the Raptors. They'll be able to suss out jungle.
Santorin may throw a path to skip Raptors entirely and not get the info away. Pretty standard, actually, just go red into like something like red buff, or looking at Scuttle afterwards or top lane, and indeed skips the ward.
Well, especially when you're Trundle.
Yeah.
Don't have any AoE. Don't have any AoE.
Oh, he's actually mid instead. He never sees him, and he's got no easy way out. He's only level 2. He cannot jump. Saves the summoner. First blood comes through. Great pathing by Santorin around all the vision.
How does he keep doing it? The level 3 gank on Trundle.
Troll King!
Level 2 pulls it off.
Troll King! So Palafox self-baited, like I thought as well. You know, it's like the classic Raptor ward, but
those choppers are pretty good. It's going to be a lot of damage to Boom. Yeah, he can regen it, but still nicely placed by Hansama. TL get the early push. And as the cannon goes down, farm will be tight between those 280 carries. I really like the Bellows right there. Immune's part of the stun and knockback there, but guess what? Contract's near top side. We'll get some damage. Will not force the flash, but it may require Whippo to TP. I don't know. He's still got that Doran's shield for regen.
What about this Scuttle Crab here? Because Santorin, seeing Contract go for the gank, is going to be able to slip in, get it from him as well. The price of the damage.
Could be first blood, and also a double crab for Santorin, considering his bot lane does have cryo. Opts to kill chickens instead of crossing mid for the quick crab take, though. Still a very strong early game so far by TL.
Bot lane's in the recall, he's part of it, and his mid lane the same, so indeed lets them buy. Bjergsen will hold his TP. He walks back to lane, only had the assist, buys boots and upgrades refillable with it, or buys his Doran's ring regardless. And we still see the top lane trade go in as Dokla dodges the turret aggro, but it's 2 CS lead for Whippo despite receiving a gank. Dokla will make this a freeze as he matches the recall.
Exactly. He groups up the minions there, so they'll focus fire the first one down the line from his side and get it to slowly push towards him.
Oh, wow, interesting. Says I don't have much to buy, so I'm just going to actually try to deny you some XP and gold. Indeed, forces the TP. Misses 2 minions, grabs the 3rd. Ooh. Try right there, a little bit of stun, a little bit of damage as he kites away and blocks a bit of it. Grasp still comes through for Whippo. Gets the cannon.
Ornn is just such a unit, man. Like, every time I see Camille flying around doing all this fancy stuff, then Ornn just wins the trade.
There he is up 700 golden items, which doesn't surprise me, but Smite, auto, hits it in time. Bottom Scuttle does come through, so ends up not being double Scuttle because he didn't path towards it. So Contracts gets one himself.
Yeah, very, very close on that because Santorin did have a Smite charge up as well, trying to get into range. But should be another farmer, another calm one for the early stages. On level 6, Contracts can make some big moves, but not a lot of openings until then.
Feels like a little bit of a nervy start from CLG to me. Dying to the first blood of Santorin, that kind of weirdly timed smite by Contracts. I feel like Dokla not really trying to put the pressure on in the top lane, but has not been able to. So I think Team Liquid definitely in control here in the early game.
This TP Flash version of Camille, we've seen a lot of permutations there, Ignite sometimes, but of course, Ornn relatively tanky, can make the Ignite not terribly useful. As Santorin sees that Gromp is up, it's like, Wukong's coming. Camille has pressure, can't go for it, take the reserved option. Gets some vision, we'll see if Context is able to see it himself. May not check that brush right away, and we'll see how long this one's going to live. You can get a lot of mileage out of this one until the blue buff respawns. You pretty much always walk through the brush when getting blue.
Meanwhile, we've got our first support roam timers as well. See if there's any action from this Janna, the Core JJ pick. It's pretty rare. Has been seen a couple of times.
Yeah.
Does have the possibilities of getting a little bit of vision here through this river setup between mid. Of course, the Ahri looking for possible roams. So if you can get the early support control vision through this river, which is where exactly he is right now, then you can try and open that up for the Bjergsen level 6 Ahri play.
Yeah, when we've seen the Camille win this matchup, like in the C9 series versus EG, Fudge talked about in his interview how much the top lane vision has to do with his ability to play aggressive, because especially once he gets Divine Sunderer, that's the moment we're waiting for. He will be able to kill Ornn in long lanes, but he will be very vulnerable to ganks. One important note, though, is Dokla did take a more conservative laning setup. He went Flash instead of Ignite, so he wouldn't be as gankable by an Ornn all-in.
Yeah, jump the Trundle Pillar and then even Flash if they Flash followed anything else. You can even dodge ulti, things like that. If you're close enough range, you can ult for ult and dodge the knockup entirely, but it still means you're locked in if Trundle's there. So, yeah, the movement can matter a lot. Recall finally comes through for Whippo, so you can shove this in, deny it all. Get division's the important part, because it means, you know, you actually can shove it in. Nice knockup there. Sharma's gonna land. There's a lot going on. He's only got Ghost Flash, ultis, gets towards the wall. The heals are enough, and indeed stay alive. 3 summoners out from CLG. Only 1 burn from Team Liquid, cleansing the exhaust.
Definitely a nice combo there by Team Liquid. Pulled that off a couple times. When Core JJ lands the Tornado with the Glacial Shroud, they can chain it with the Jinx.
How much time here can they waste? They see Santorin trying to use up a little bit of jungle time while the Rift Herald is spawning, by the way. So timing for these trades really important. All these summoner spells down pre-Rift Herald arrival. There she is.
TL would have first move up towards that Rift Herald, and they've also already burned the Zeri ultimate, so Contracts can't start this Rift Herald knowing Santorin his path up towards it.
But at least Scuttle gives vision. That means Contracts a lot to play around here. Not going to be easy to lock down. Of course, has the Wukong W, so nothing's going to matter there. You put a pillar, he jumps over it. The ward could be fought. They can start this one anyway. What's the pressure going to look like? Camille's walking back from base, no TP. Wave is under the tower, so it's going to be a sacrifice of 100 gold. And even more experience if he drops it, but he is going to do that to play for Herald. So
bottom lane coming for Team Liquid as well.
A wave denied, and Zeri going to stay bot lane. This is eventually a 5v3. The question is how much time can you buy? As Jinx gets sent back, they leave just Core JJ.
Oh, whoa, whoa.
CLG jumping into this one. They know the eye is available. Will not put it in smite range yet. Big smite up for both junglers. Pillar will be on cooldown, giving some more space for Context to play. You can always W the wall and then jump in for more. Is it a fight? Flash Charm's gonna land. Can they kill him? The knockups keep landing and Dokla drops. What a setup by Bjergsen. The bot wave's still getting farmed, so TL are in control. And Contracts may not be able to play with this one at all. Red buff means some damage. It is gonna be the claim on Rift Herald. TL get everything here in game 4.
And CLG do not even get a plate because Hans Stama stayed bottom lane that entire time. A very weird sequence by CLG. You could tell they didn't want to give the Rift Herald over, but were unable to do anything proactive to stop it. They didn't have the bot lane tempo, and they were unwilling to straight up concede.
Yeah, the part that was the best here from Team Liquid is the call to have Hansama circle back to bottom lane. CLG think that, oh, they're gone, they're missing from lane. They're going to overcommit to this, but they don't. Hansama gets back to the tower, collects all the minions, and this is a massive early game lead now for Team Liquid. They want to go to Silver Scrapes.
They're looking like it right now. It's feeling pretty good. Drake's still alive for the first one. On her way, on a 1,500 gold lead though, Team Liquid definitely feeling good. Hansama is happy here on 95 CS. Highest in the game momentarily as Luger now ties and passes him, but still looking good down there. Cole nearly done. Luger needs one more wave. It'll put him pretty close to shield bow money when that happens. Won't quite have it, but is getting close.
Or JJ, Janna roaming. Big difference here between the Janna and the Yuumi in Enchanters. Using that move speed, gets up to the top lane. Santorin also coming. Dokla under attack.
1v3 has ultimate. Will it be enough? He can lock the first diver into place, but they just hit the turret itself. A chomp on a 1. Looks like they are not going to summon the Herald yet. Chompers could be good. He actually jumps into a misplay by Dokla. Down to half, nearly knocked up. That might have been the combo. I think if they land that ulti, they go for more.
Yeah, TL in no rush, though. They know they're just chipping this turret down. 2 plates without even having to drop Herald. Contracts also has to move up to cover, so no pressure being generated anywhere else by CLG as TL just keep picking up the plates.
Yeah, super smart early swap here with the rotation over towards bottom lane. Getting off the early chunk on Dokla and allowing Whippo to chunk down some turret plates of his own. That Ornn getting a turret plate and a half himself. Dokla trailing now, trying to come answer, but Team Liquid with the priority here on the first move to the objective get big rewards again. They extend the gold lead.
I mean, everything has gone Team Liquid's way, so CLG, I think, are going to be looking to make something happen. They are not the team to idly get outscaled. They get Crab in front of the Dragon Pit and might be looking to force a fight here.
Look at the bottom side, all revealed by the Scryer's Bloom. Ward comes down, Dokla cannot get the kill. Luger, yeah, he's not gonna land if it's invisible, sorry bud. So that vision will stay until the control ward comes down. With the early Cold Rush, Luger is on Mythic. First one to it in this game, right? Greedy build of Cold plus a single potion. Your farm's on point, yeah, you get an 11-minute shield bow. Will it matter though is the question, because it looks like CLG not able to fight around it. Hansama still on his way, doesn't have it yet either.
Dokla wants to use his ulti. And maybe when they see Whippo revealing on top side, they'll head right on up there. Santorin as well reset up to the top side of the map. So Contracts has free reign on the bottom, and they will at least move into the area. Dokla's gonna get 3v1 tower dove again.
Yeah, I mean, Herald is still up. If they kill them here, they might even be able to take 2 turns.
All right, Drake finally going to happen here. I think it's going to burn down pretty reliably again. Mythic here on the 80 carry. The boot combined comes across 12 minutes. Thank you for the free ones. 3 plates down, and this Herald guarantees the final. Solo turret gold will go to Whippo. The plates will be shared 1-to-1. There's the 210 for the plate plus the global gold onto Santorin, and a lot of money. Whippo might actually be #1 right now. Drake comes across, Hansam being attacked. Luger wants it, but they have the damage. Huge Janna ult builds a lot more space. The roots come across though. They may still find this kill. 3v1, 3v2. Here comes a bit more. The ulti gonna get stuffed up for now, but Contract's almost back in range. He drops it to go for Hans. He drops the Core JJ kill, and the heals. It's almost enough. It's gonna be close. They don't have it. Hansama gets one back.
Meanwhile, they're 2v1!
He immunes the knockup though, but does he have the health that's needed? He's still getting burned down by the Trundle. TW finds the slope, but the Chomp is still gonna kill him. Across the map, TL get the kill.
Team Liquid! They get the 1-for-1 on the dive on the bottom half of the map and successfully kill off Dokla again here with Santorin, Trundle, King attacking the turret as well. They're gonna get a substantial amount of damage. Look at them bite through it with the Divine Autos as well.
He makes so much happen on Trundle. I really don't understand why they gave it through. There's no master plan coming together in this one. It's just Santorin running over CLG in this game.
Well done, Santorin. CLG leaving up his second most played, but maybe his best champion right now. Ward spot what's going on. They say, okay, 2v3, too much for us. Out they walk. Core JJ might have gotten quick vision of Luger, but won't get much. He doesn't have spell thief, so this won't be poke that matters, but it might be a recall stop. Indeed it is. Try again.
Core JJ's Janna looking surprisingly clutch. He's landing a lot of those Qs, somehow surviving that dive down bottom lane where they actually are able to put up a pretty great defense, still don't lose the turret, and allowed them so much time to pull off that play on the other side of the map. This is a gargantuan gold lead, 4,000 already for Team Liquid with the scaling advantage as well.
I think he's got like at least seal money, I'm pretty sure. He's been in lane for 3 minutes and change, so 1,200 gold. Okay, 1,700 gold. Yeah, even better than that. Might have got a, share of something else maybe, but looking good right now as CLG are pushed back yet again. And that is going to be the turret falling as this whole time Luger got to kill a wave, but would have loved to buy a Zeal Plus and can't do it.
Yeah, good interrupts from Core JJ and Hansama over and over and over again. You mentioned Core JJ's Janna. It was also a big roaming impact from him. Difference there with the Yuumi, both mid lane and towards top lane. And now we'll transition towards the team fights with a massive gold difference that's going to actually be a real item advantage for Team Liquid.
Donk, donk, down goes the ward 50 minutes in. And TL are winning even harder in Game 4 than they were in Game 3. Every single game is getting better for TL. For an early game team, they are a late series team.
I mean, Hans Sama did talk about this during the 100 Thieves series, but I'm going to pause that point because Team Liquid want to fight this Rift Herald. Dokla's not here. TL have 5 in the area.
Sidesteps here. Ornalty, of course, is available. Rank 1 on it. Eye popped yet again. Smite is 900. Here comes Bjergsen over the wall now as well. Team fight will start. Will it be enough, though, as Orn holds the front line, finds a couple of bits of CC, and already Wukong is dropped, but Zeri's going to fire for more. A flash of safety from Bwipo. Dokla doesn't find his way in, but already it's Palafox down. 2 for nothing. Looking for a third. It's going to be it. And CLG, every single time it's Luger and Poom forced for away at the end as Team Liquid's front line just holds every time.
The battle lines for Team Liquid too strong there. They bring all 5, but Hans Sama?
The chompers are still there, though they keep landing. CLG failed to dodge them. And it's now Luger forced to run. Ghost is on for a little bit more to get out afraid of what Hans could do.
Hans wants to keep that Jinx win rate alive, and Team Liquid are going to help him do it. 6.4K. They have a new Rift Herald to push down these turrets and further accelerate the game as well. They're not going to let Azir, Zeri, Yuumi scale.
This is a stomp, and you can understand CLG's idea here. Just kill the Jinx. Everybody get through, but they can't do it fast enough, so he gets excited off of the Contract's kill and then is able to run away even though Palafox gets the shift in.
And a great ultimate there, the Ornn stopping Palafox, getting that knockup as he went in for the instant shuffle back. And if you're going to make that call, then you have to teleport earlier because you don't want to be waiting this teleport channel time when you go for the flash engage. You're missing out on critical seconds in basically engaging a 4v5. And Bwipo knows it.
That's the Ornn momentum right there. Winning the last 2 games on Ornn.
Ornn duty never felt so good.
It's a problem pick. I know that CLG would have planned to ban Ornn on 4-5, but TL surprised them by just blind picking it at the end of the first phase. It's not the difference, but it is a big difference in this game.
And now you got to dive for the mid. He's near the wall, does so.
He'll take the money.
Will still die as they're running for safety. Pillar may land, but it shouldn't matter. Contracts always has his clone to get out as well, but we get the Herald the charge on mid, so it's going to be a 2-tower push. Gold lead grows to 7,000. The fact that CLG has 1 Drake just doesn't matter because Team Liquid are absolutely crushing this one.
So Hans Sama has said he likes building momentum throughout the series. That's what he did in the FlyQuest series. They lost game 1, and then they had increasingly powerful stomps against FlyQuest. And it almost seemed like it was going to be true in the 100 Thieves series. They don't get a single kill in game 1. Game 2, it's close and they lose. They win game 3 and 4. Then Closer like kicks them 500 times and ends the series. But aside from that aberration, they have been able to improve throughout these best-of-5 series, and this game is an example of that.
And that's what you expect from veterans. You know, poised on the stage in critical moments like this, in best-of-5 series. And that is the advantage Team Liquid are bringing to the LCS playoffs.
Yeah.
Poised now to push us to a game 5 here.
Every series has got to be a banger. CLG has gone to 5 in all their series so far, for better or worse. Cloud9, Golden Guardians now about to be Team Liquid as well. As Hans Sama, unkilled, untouched in this game, finds another tower kill. 7-1 the scoreline, 6-1 in turrets.
Man, I mean, so what adjustments are they going to make in game 5?
Yeah.
I think that's maybe some teams stay really in the moment. I think that's CLG. Other teams would actually start talking about what happens in game 5. Personally, when I look back, Kobe, I still do not understand the Jarvan ban. This Trundle.
That's why we called it out.
What
And I
are
was
we
like,
doing?
okay, if they're banning Jarvan, then they have to ban the Trundle as well, surely, but they do not. And so that's definitely going to be an angle. They know this blueprint for Team Liquid. This is not a surprise. This is, you know, the straightforward.
I think they got tricked. I think they were pinching and planning on picking Trundle first, but then TL banned such that the Zeri just looked too good. And they're like, okay, literally every Zeri counter is gone. We must take it. Fine, we'll give over the Trundle. Still doesn't make sense why it's Jarvan of all champions.
Sure.
But it would be, that has to be what they were thinking, and it might have just been having this pocket Jinx to go up against the Zeri is actually very clutch by Team Liquid.
Yeah, and he's fine, right? He's showing up in the team fights like he's the beneficiary. They didn't really win through bot, but they won through solos. First blood level 2 in the mid lane. Good job. Goes top lane. CLG's solos are 0-5 and 0 combined. Santorin's 3-0 and 3. They crush the solos, and Jinx is like, cool, we're chilling. Like, we're just gonna win solos, it's fine. Like, I'll be okay in team fights. 2.5 items, he's comfortable. And even though Luger and Poom live through every team fight, because TL just kills frontline first, it's not enough. There's not enough damage there. Santorin chunked down to 1k. Decent damage there. Good sidestep on the zap. Contract, I know he's on the side as well. Sharp Flash not gonna land. Here comes Wukong engage. Isn't gonna matter though. Can they kill Bjergsen? No, it's gonna be Contracts just dying. Nothing works for CLG, and Team Liquid say no jungler. That's Baron.
Yep, and now with the smite advantage, they also have every relevant ultimate for the team fight, or an ultimate. That's the most important thing. Ari, I didn't realize had burned it, but they're still gonna be going for this one.
Here comes the teleport. CLG gonna try and contest. No smite, but here we go.
Damage comes across, half health already on the Baron. They've got to take this fight, but how will they? Palafox can't get in. Ornn's gonna sound. They're gonna find the knockup. The kill in the Baron. Now it's a team fight time. Whippo types him. It can't find much. Luger kites away, stays alive, but there is no meaningful damage dealt by CLG. He hugs the wall, deals some damage. It does not matter. Sidesteps the rocket, whatever. 9,000 gold lead. Red Bull Baron power play now might include an inhibitor for Team Liquid.
This has got to be one of the biggest 21-minute gold leads we have seen in playoffs. Team Liquid absolutely crushing CLG in this game.
Santorin, player of this series so far for Team Liquid, I feel like.
Yeah.
Such huge stuff from him. All right, let's see what he's doing now, though. He's getting a little frisky here.
He gets it.
Get as much as he can. He knows the advantage that Team Liquid have. Trying to push up. Look at this vision, denying everything from CLG, and now with Baron buff, they're looking to finish.
This game, actually, what's interesting is it has become less and less about bot lane. I know we've been talking about Sivir and Zeri being so important in the metagame, and the very first draft was, oh, we have to take Seraphine away. It's all about this. And it's actually been about who's done better in top lane. Think about game 1. It was a stomp, and it was Dokla starting it out 1v2ing the top dive.
Yeah.
Reno has just been outright winning on Ornn. Yes, with help, sure. But he's up in CS, and then shows team fights and goes like, we win now. What are you gonna do about me? And it's been the solos who I feel like have done more to win this series. And so far, it's still getting the better of it in game 3 and 4.
Have we come full circle with Whippo back on Ornn?
Seems like it. Mid inhib is gonna drop. Bot inhibitor turret gonna take some damage. Contracts can't find an engage. He's too tanky anyway. Not gonna matter. Zap won't land, but there's a pillar and that might be scary. Contracts. He's got nowhere to go. That's a knockup. That's a kill. He defends a dead turret and just dies. Followed along with it. Palafox gets away from Hansama briefly, but they're still going for more. 5v4. It's gonna look good. Bit of damage comes through for Luger, but half HP. Zeri is not gonna carry this fight. 4v5. Palafox healed back up. Shield bow popped. Couple of roots come across. Bit of time built by Azir, but Hansama gets a shutdown. He's unstoppable. CLG lose another solo lane. 0-6 combined, I believe, as they go for that little bit more. Nexus turrets will fall. A 24-minute victory. Finally a death onto Luger, but an absolute stomp. Team Liquid crushed CLG under the heel, and we're going to game 5.
That was absolutely clinical by Team Liquid. It was very fast. Like, that was what peak Team That's what peak Team Liquid looks like. They pick to scale, but they're still strong early game, so they don't give you a window back in it when they are performing at their best.
Chat, why do they take so long to warm up in the series?
I don't know.
Every time, starting out with the losses, building up here, and you saw how quickly, smoothly they got up this time around. Everything's in full swing for Team Liquid now.
But this playoffs has been too good. How many times have we been here before? Actually, last week, Team Liquid started 0-2, won the next 2, but then could not complete the reverse sweep against 100 Thieves. This is the 3rd time that CLG is moving into a game 5. They have won one and lost the other. So it is still, as dominant as that game was for Team Liquid, I think it's still anyone's series.
It surely is. If there's anything we know about these playoffs, anyone can win these games. We've had so many upsets, so many game 5s, and we're going to get one more at least.
It's going to be so much fun. So we'll go to the analysis pretty soon, but I want to see what the adaptation looks like. Because you mentioned, okay, CLG, maybe the team's going to be more in the moment, but now it's, okay, you've got about 10 minutes to start the next draft, and you got to figure it out. To me, Orin and Trundle are the obvious points to look at, but playstyle might matter too.
How crazy would it be if they let Jarvan through and then Santorin carries? Like, and it would have been totally
be
the
like,
right
see ya, I told you.
50-0.
Oh my gosh, we'll see what happens. Obviously, bans can get really tight when you're still afraid of the top picks in the metagame, like Kalista, but you're also afraid of things that they're good at, like the Trundle. We'll see what happens. Heading over to the Tape Farm analyst desk.
I mean, it's summer 2022 playoffs. We should have known this was going to 5 games. Apparently, that's pretty much the only way a series can go at this point. TL strike back. Not only do they strike back in the most dominant and fastest game of the entire split. That's regular season and postseason together. Team Liquid has officially come online.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big things, the cast already talked about the Trundle, like we've talked about Santorin's Trundle. The Ornn is really interesting considering that we've seen prior series with CLG where they have definitely not seemed as comfortable with the Ornn. And Dokla does play counter picks into it, but the Camille did not get off the ground, so it's just really difficult to play from behind. And then I was going back and forth on whether I liked the Janna pick.
I love it. You have to love it, right?
Yeah, I do. I really like it. Like, I really like it into what, you know, the Wukong, the Zeri. It's great, actually, here. Like, that is the pick that makes this draft.
It's even really good into the Camille, which hadn't been seen yet, but you know that you want to you counter Ornn with melee divers, usually like Fioras and whatnot. And Janna's great into Camille, especially because you break the Hextech ultimatum if you ever jump in before the ultimate is out. You just push him right out, and then suddenly whoever he was trying to target out is taken care of. So right from the jump, even though CLG's scaling, you could argue, was better, the way the two team comps interact, I think, is heavily in Team Liquid's favor in actual 5v5. So if the Camille doesn't get ahead in the 4-1, it's really difficult to win.
Yeah, it's funny because this is just a great draft from both teams, honestly, because I actually liked CLG's idea, core concept, because like, oh, if we play the game normally, Team Liquid should never have 5 people in a team fight at the beginning because Ornn should be tied to his lane and should be struggling. But look who's struggling right now.
I was gonna say, I love the point you're making, Raz, because I think we're all in agreement that objectively, you get late enough, everybody's on 6 items. That's a pretty good-looking comp for CLG.
Yeah.
They just didn't account, again, for the early game that TL can manage to put together, especially at the hands of Santorin, who gets involved early and gets involved often.
You've got to know this is coming, right? Like,
well, you know it's coming, but you don't know what lane. That's the problem.
Classic Santorin,
Jaws
level
music.
3, Trundle gank. I feel like you could even target which lane it is, right? Because you've seen him do this for Ahri, who automatically has the charm, can lock you down easily, but yeah.
Oh no, we got 2 charms in a row. By the way, Bjergsen's been hitting these.
What are we even doing here?
This one.
Why are we even contesting?
Yeah, this one was just way too greedy because like your bot lane is together, bot lane, trying to chip at turret plates. So your entire purpose here is just trying to maybe get a smite steal and just to keep tabs on.
Watch the Janna here, though. This is where the Janna comes up big as Contracts for the engage. Yeah, see ya. Get out of here. Contracts does 201 total damage in this fight. 201!
The Janna NATO knocked him up right as he drops his ult. So he's just spinning around the middle of everybody. Little pop, Beyblade drops right after, and it's just too easy for Team Liquid from there because the Ahri pick getting ahead gave them some leverage to playmaking in the mid game, which allowed them to snowball that hard. The early game, the early gank by Santorin and whatnot, and then these skirmishes were just so heavily in their favor.
And it's worth talking about the Jinx. The range advantage has always been the answer versus Zeri. We've seen throughout the split picks like Twitch. Not so much Jinx. The fact that it's being revived here and that they're putting so much resources towards bot lane to get him ahead. The most comical part about this game was the amount of times they stopped the back from Zeri and Yumi. Because they were trying relentlessly to find a base timing.
Yo, if you were to take the PGBs from this game, which we're looking at now, and the one from last, TL was in full control gold-wise, start to finish in both of them. You compare that to the victories of CLG.
Yeah.
The gold did fluctuate. It hit both sides of the graph in their wins, and so it does seem to indicate that when TL gets control, they never relent. And I love bringing up the Jinx, Raz, because especially considering how many bot lane bans we saw with the Seraphine, the Kalista, the Draven, all of that, when you pull out something like Jinx and Janna in the face of all of that, it's going to completely warp the approach for the next game because you have to think differently about that bot lane.
Yeah, especially since like the community and even the casters were question mark pinging some of the points of the CLG draft and the ban specifically, right? And that's fair. But then looking at the risk that Team Liquid took with that draft, the Jinx being prioritized, the fact that you've mentioned all of the counter picks to the Zeri being banned, letting them have it, and then having this draft specifically to deal with the Zeri, you have to believe at some point during the week that they had practiced this and they were ready for this point on match point for CLG, and it works out.
Well, also now Hans is what 13-1 on Jinx
Yeah,
all
it is.
time.
Ooh,
So
that's
like,
scary.
Yeah,
Feels
that's
good.
obviously something like Jinx isn't so out of meta that this is out of left field, right?
Right.
And it's a comfort pick for him and something that they can go back and rely upon. And we've seen TL do this in some of their drafts, most obviously with the Bjergs and Zillion, but we have seen them come back and be like, we're comfortable with this. It's not so far out of meta that we don't know how to play it. And with the Janna, I thought it looked really good.
So I will say also, there's one play I want to look at that I think is interesting heading into Game 5, because we talked so much about the experience that both teams had, and I feel like this play, you can see the moment getting to CLG a little bit. This is one of their few opportunities where they had a legitimately good setup to a play. Contracts is on a flank after already burning everything from the Janna, just EQ ult the Janna, but he kind of hesitates a little bit, gets knocked up, doesn't finish her off, then turns back around to try and get the Zeri. They end up finding the kill, but he drops as well in the turret in this entire time. Team Liquid had the jungler up on the top side making that play. That should be a quick 2-0, grab the turret, you're back into the game. And just those little mistakes, they were playing so well through the first two games before there was any pressure on them. And it felt like, you know, this young squad suddenly has the moment ahead of them. They start fumbling a little bit, and the solid veterans are starting to make the plays that are winning them the series.
That and the Herald contest that I think Raz mentioned, right? Because when you're trying to leverage something like that, it's like, okay, do we want to get gold on our bot lane, and are we just going to be posturing around this to look for a steal, like you said, Raz? And trying to make those decisions, you could also see it, and part of it is compositionally, but you could also see it in the team fights where like someone's going in, but the rest of the team might not necessarily be on the same page. We saw it in the last game. We saw it a bit here, not as much because, you know, TL just started outpacing them so significantly. But now when you're looking at the way TL won their previous series, right? It was, or the way TL lost their previous series, rather, it was off of 100 Thieves, again, having played together for so long, relying on really an interesting draft, but also the Lee Sin from Closer, right?
Yeah.
A comfort pick for him. So now I'm really curious to see what CLG select here, because like I said, I didn't mind their Game 5 draft against C9, right? The one that they lost where they saved the Vex counter pick and stuff like that. I thought they were in position to win that game. So now it's about execution.
No, they clearly still have more up their sleeve, right? It's just a matter of what they're willing to bring out here when the pressure is on. And I think, it is a worthwhile conversation, Raz, this idea of the experience and the way that players live up to pressure. Because as we've seen with Team Liquid, they can have a disastrous 2v1 dive that goes totally awry, and they could go down 0-2 in a series and still have the confidence to come out and start locking up games in fastest split game times. And so for CLG, the question really remains, do they have that bit of edge to them that can, you know...
Is anyone going to believe? Is anyone going CLG?
I never believed.
So I think every single
of course, yes. Never, huh?
No, I never did. I predicted
Well,
CL
here's the thing.
3-1.
Every single human being watching the series, no matter who they want to win, should be predicting Team Liquid.
Right.
Because TL fans need to have the faith in themselves, and CLG fans, you don't want to believe too hard. And so if you predict them to win, so every single
100%
person,
of fans are fans of Team
100%
Liquid.
Team Liquid
Factual.
predictions.
All I'll
Factual
say
statement.
is, didn't TL start winning as soon as you put that CLG hat on?
There you have it. The stage is set for game number 5 and Silver Scrapes. It all comes down to this. Tournament hopes and postseason hopes alive for both Team Liquid and CLG, but only one can come out the other end still alive in the postseason. We'll come back right after the Silver Scrapes. See you there.
Nice muscle, bro. Nice arms. Nice muscles, bro. Yeah, you like? Good, bro. Like my muscles, bro. Oh, this shit doesn't close, man. Is that, bro? You can see the you can see the progress, bro. Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Here comes Bjergsen over the wall now as well. Team fight will start. Will it be enough though? As Orn holds the front line, finds a couple of bits of CC, and already Wukong is dropped. But Zeri's gonna fire for more. A flash safety from Whippo. Douglas doesn't find his way in, but already it's Palafox down 2-0. Looking for a third. It's gonna be it. Nexus turrets will fall. A 24-minute victory. Finally a death onto Luger, but an absolute stop. Team Liquid. Welcome back. It's time for Game 5. And in 1 hour, one of these teams is done playing League for the year.
You don't know that. It could be like a 2-hour game, bro.
In 2 hours, one of these teams is done playing League for the year. The other will come back on Sunday to face the winner of EG and TSM for a spot at Worlds and the spot in the LCS Championship. Now, Team Liquid have looked better and better and better and better every single game of this series.
They're scaling in the series.
But the question is, will history repeat itself from last week when 100 Thieves came back and took Game 5 anyway? Or does CLG fall off in this series?
What we definitely want from CLG is meaningful adaptation in this series. Ornn is a very big pick, in my opinion. There's all these bot lane bans being traded around, but it hasn't granted them a big...
Hey!
All
right.
That's one. That's the Trundle. Unless Dokla has a magical answer to Ornn, I'd like to see that as the next ban.
And I wonder what the discussion is, right? Okay, we're going to ban Trundle. Are you cool to beat him with him coming over on a Jarvan or a Poppy or a Wukong? Or do you just get rid of it and not make it about that top lane scaling?
Well, it is a little bit more complicated than just banning Ornn, because what TL can do is they can set up a pinch here. So they banned if they banned a lot of AD carries, they could basically force CLG into a specific ban, but it doesn't look like they've done so.
Ornn is off the table. CLG straight up banning the important answers. Sivir, it looks like the obvious first pick here unless TL get rid of it. Azir hasn't been in every game of the series. Poppy's been skipped over. Wukong's been skipped over when needed. Does TL say that's the one? They do.
All right. The Zeri choice again. Zeri, Yuumi left available.
But even though Luger's been living, he hasn't been the one carrying. The game has been about
I think
solo
you still do it.
In the beginning games, he was really, 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 really good for him. He was the one carrying in the games that they did win. I would bring up, though, for Team Liquid now, since you know you're giving over the Zeri, your priority on the Vi, on the Nautilus, do rise up. Point and click so you can actually kill it and make sure Luger does not carry another.
And I think an important choice for TL, whether or not they pick Jinx again, because Trundle and Ornn were such big factors in keeping him safe. A lot less protection available just to be drafted by TL, but they do go with it again.
You can always pick different items. I think about Kraken Slayer in the previous game. He's like high front line. I can just hit for damage. This time he can just go Gale Force. Make him safe. It depends what is on the CLG side for dive.
I really do think Vi right now is just through the roof because it's also very good into Jinx. Honestly, both sides can utilize it pretty well.
Yeah.
I think that's probably a jungle Sejuani, though, for Santorin. It's about recreating the same structure and simplicity in the team comp that TL's had in the last 2 games. So even though the tools are going to be different, I think Sejuani slots in Trundle's spot.
That does track. I do agree. Also, though, raising you, Whipple has looked best on these tanks, and Ornn is banned. And Sejuani keeping it as a flex to the top lane, I think, is important.
True.
Yuumi, probably. I mean, you just go to the tier list at this point. It's like, it looks solid. Honestly, the 2-on-2 has looked good overall. Weirdly, I've actually kind of liked the Lulu more as a strange thing because she's had lane prio. Like, Luger got kills when he was playing the Lulu.
And it's very noticeable, the lack of the roams with the Yuumi. You definitely, experience the difference in the early stages of the support vision difference.
Goes Renata, goes for lane dominance. I like that. CLG's had the better of the bot 2-on-2, picks the most aggro Enchantress available. I like this a lot, actually. You can 2v1 the Jinx. If you land Handshake, she's just kind of dying to you.
Also, Team Liquid have preferred, hey, we are going to take some really strong scaling options, and Renata can accelerate the game much quicker than Yuumi can.
Yep. Plus, if there's big grouped up team fights, the ultimate does buy a lot more space for them.
Oh, there it is! Dread it, run from it. Bjergsen Zilean arrives. Game 5.
Thought of it in game 4, takes it out of this one. It is blind pick mid lane. Yes, you can cover with bans.
The
but
Chrono Keeper himself. Bjergsen lays it down in game 5 to keep Team Liquid in the playoffs, to keep their hopes alive.
That's the trump card. They always have it ready at some point in the series.
Their social media doubled down, by the way. I saw the tweet from the Team Liquid account. They said, yes, we've been saying this entire time, this team is built to win or nothing. And they're staring nothing in the face, and they won back-to-back games.
You said, Kobe, that this has happened before where a team has been down 0-2 early on in the loser's bracket. It was TSM in 2020 summer. They then ran the table to be LCS champions. Bjergsen was in that situation on that team 2 years ago.
The threads are coming together, Jat. The threads are coming together. All right, let's look at it. Team Liquid with some protection bans here. Yeah, exactly.
What else are you looking at here? Or is it Aatrox? It's going to be Silas, who can, of course, take away Zilean. Of course, a strong champion. How much consistent damage is available, though? The more AoE you are, the less the Zilean matters, because you revive the Sejuani, but everyone else is at half. Fight still over the still retreat, you get the kill afterwards. If it's all single target front line, now you just get a health bar back, and too much time has been spent. Everyone else has to retreat. CLG, get rid of Renekton. Aatrox is up. I think he's been a really big deal in terms of winning lanes and then being there for the team fights.
Olaf ban as well, trying to deny Zilean Olaf as a combo. Remember that Sejuani flex pick is looming, though, so they can pick top lane or jungle. They're probably going to save that pick and pick CoreJJ's support here to keep CLG guessing as much as possible.
Lulu is the grab. Yuumi, left alone on this one. Lane dominance more important. Yeah, the hover's like, we know we left it up.
They're going to throw Yuumi mid into the Zillion.
But yeah, I mean, it really does feel like the ability for the supports to run out of lane, get stuff done, fight early on. CLG really want to step up, and I mean, Yuumi's one of the worst laners out there, right? Realistically, Lulu gives you more pressure there. Of course, Core can roam himself, leave Hans alone. What? CLG get their signature solo laners backs against the wall.
Oh, this is perfect for a game 5.
Where did Yone come from? I forgot he was available.
The quintessential champions for both teams. It is the Dokla Palafox Akali Yone versus Bjergsen Zilean in game 5 with all of the stakes.
Lion, Yone top. Whippo, welcome to NA. Pick anything you want, because Big Dokes is his champ.
I know there's a lot of strategy in bans and the way you weave it through the draft phase, but if we were going to have a blind pick game 5, I would hope it looks something like this. Signature picks for Bjergsen, Palafox, Dokla, even contracts with Poppy and how much success he's had on it so far this split. These are amazing drafts for a 5th game.
Well, Yone outscales very slightly. Well, I mean, it's Yone. He outscales whichever one, to be honest. I think the Chak's the one who kind of meets up with him. What's it going to look like in this game? Time ticks down. There is plenty of damage on TL. Hansama is an amazing Jinx player. The Aatrox, Whippo, very good as well. Zilean has enough champs to support. But there is so much threat. You might revive one, but if Akali R2 is up, someone else is dying to that.
Oh, dude. I hope this game delivers. I don't want to see a team run away with this super early on in the game because the flanking potential in those team fights, as you mentioned, and Bjergsen trying to zone people with bombs and revive the right person is just going to be so fun to watch.
Oh, the crowd getting into it. What hype here for game number 5. Everything on the line, their whole year worth of work poured into this final game.
I believe in CLG, and let's go Liquid on to game 5. Monkasteer versus Prage, who's it gonna be?
Bjergsen Zillion currently stands at a whopping 74% win rate over 43 professional games. He saved it for the final game.
Calione is also the forbidden combo for CLG. They're so good with those two in the solo lanes.
If you are one of these new players trying to take down the big names of the LCS, the legends, Bjergsen is literally the biggest, most famous player on his most famous champion right now. If you want to start the legend of Big Doxione, this is the game you have to do it. If you want to start the legend of Palafox Akali, this is the game you have to do it.
And I mean, every good CLG victory is as the underdogs. Their very first time winning the LCS, Double Lift's trophy case, no longer empty. Against TSM, no less. They come back, replacing half the members. Who he's in as a rookie, Styx is in as a rookie. They do it again. They go to MSI against all odds. They do it here. And now Palafox against Bjergsen. Had done it regular season, up against Game 5 Zillion now, though.
And in the last 2 games, Team Liquid have said, let me remind you why you're the underdogs.
They have played so solid in the last 2 games. Top diff has been a big thing, though, with the Ornn, and specifically with Santorin, finding such efficient early gank angles. Those 3 camps before ganking first huge. And Dokla, he's undeterred. He's just going hard onto Bwipo.
Yeah, chose to drop CS. He could have last hit the 3 melee minions. Instead, tries to deny as much as possible instead.
And he did deny experience even on a couple of those. On
really?
Bwipo, I see he's missing.
That's pretty big then. Yeah, obviously that's pretty much more important then. Going to be level 2 on 1 minion here. Gets away from the Aatrox Qs, but get ready. He's going to have E right here with the dash. He can take a pretty heavy trade. Doesn't go for it.
Doesn't have eyes on Santorin yet. Has memories of that last game.
Yeah. And he learned shield, by the way, so he can get more durability for this one. There's the handshake in. Decent damage. Hansama takes all of it. But a CS lead for the TL bottom lane. Perfect CS for the AD carry. And it's Contracts coming here first. There's already a ward.
Yeah.
Dokla has knock up now, but Contracts is seen.
They can force him off the wave.
Yeah, they're still going to try and push him off. The turret diving of Poppy is so strong.
Zillion could teleport up. Zillion would be the only...
Red buff Poppy's a lot of damage. Gets the heal.
Angle. He doesn't get
around. They got a lot of damage. He can't dash. And it's first blood CLG.
Phase Rush Poppy doesn't even need the stun.
El Contracto! Another first blood before 3 minutes. He gets in there. He sees the ward. He doesn't care. Bwipo goes down. He teleports back at bottom lane, getting harassed as well.
Had tons if he needed it. Luger back to more defensive options. As the wave goes down and Dokla.
All right. Santorin is down here. They did get a good trade onto Luger. They get even more.
Low. He's so low.
They have heal on Poom.
Is it dive for a dive?
That's a huge handshake. Good damage on a core JJ. Summoner heal burned now by core.
This is tense.
They have no offensive summoners. Santorin doesn't have snipe for this. It's fightable, but he gets the % health damage, knocks it down.
It's actually going to be a counter jungle camp. He only took the big Krug, so the medium Krug's going to be stuck there, but CLG avoids that dive. The lane dominance is coming out from Hansama and Core JJ, however, already 8 CS up in this matchup.
Little bomb hit there as they trade back and forth on the top side. Dokla gets away from the yoink and is chilling here. 22-12 in CS. His inventory is up 650 gold in stats. That's supposed to be the assist. He didn't get first blood gold. So he is off to the races here. TP down for both top laners. Flash up for them both. So if there is a gank, it can be played safely. And Contracts up the first blood. Equal in camps.
Dokla has flash. Santorin going for...
And Dokla's going to feel safe because he has Contracts or Raptors. He is not safe.
He can always pull back. They're going to play around it, and he's going to instant flash. Slow's still going to land. Q, auto stun. He's got a shield, but it's not going to matter. They're going to knock down Dokla.
Santorin answers back in the top lane. Jungle gank for jungle gank. Both of them finding kills. And we're back to almost dead even on gold.
And with TP down, this is arguably actually a more harmful kill. Keep in mind, kill credit went to Whippo. He got more money out of the kill, and it's going to deny a lot more gold.
And remember, they got his flash, too. Really, really big there. Not having to expend the flash of Sejuani or Aatrox. Flash advantage on top lane now for Team Liquid.
Actually, he's not going to lose that much. The wave was big enough. Centauri didn't help him push, so the entire wave is here. I feel like you actually really want to shove that and deny gold, and he denies nothing.
I think a little bit of a missed opportunity for sure. Dokla actually hoping to stop a recall, but Whippo picks a safe spot. And yeah, we're really back to neutral. The gold is only 100 different amongst those top laners. The 400 gold lead for Contracts isn't amazing because Poppy doesn't scale incredibly hard. So as we approach level 6, we're going to start seeing those really important flanking team fights and clutch moments of whether or not Zilean Ultimate can save.
And I think where the gold is going to be really important because bottom lane for Team Liquid, even though the team gold is basically even, Hansama is eating up down here. Constant lane pressure for the Lulu Jinx.
Alexander Ward doesn't reveal it with his own control ward, so perfect info by TL. He doesn't know you was spotted necessarily, except for the Scry's Bloom.
Mercury Tread's value also so huge in this game. Contracts rushing with Zilean stuns, Sejuani stuns, polymorphs. Palafox with a very aggressive purchase there. Traditionally, Sorcerer Shoes early on in Akali wouldn't be that big of a deal, but just the threat of one polymorph or one Zilean bomb, meaning his demise, means he has to play perfectly to survive.
Trigger Ward will time out without being killed. Not a huge deal, but once again, the vision is there for Team Liquid as Contracts gets a couple of control wards to get rid of. See 40 to 36 in CS, both junglers good for one gank and about 10 camps each. Double stun. Nice shots by Bjergsen. Palafox knocks down the wave and sits at equal farm right now. Dokla. Wow. Didn't think you get away from the pullback. Does not want to get comboed and just ults for health.
And look at the wave spot. It's perfect for Whippo. Pushing towards him, he can keep this. Dokla does not have a teleport. He's gonna have to walk his way all the way back as it slowly builds. You need the DPS of 4 ranged minions to keep it frozen. It only has 3, so it'll slowly move back the other way. On that minion wave, it's very important too, because these can be mini objectives. If you build up a 2-3 stack top wave, then you can try and play off of the crash as another objective. Whippo doing a good job here, just barely last hitting.
Yep.
Cannon minion keeps it in front.
It's 140 gold or so denied so far. A cannon and 3 melees gone. Gold and XP both. Very relevant. Handshake's gonna land for a double stun. But Luger's gonna get a bit low. He's gotta be a bit careful. Heal is up for Poom. Might need to use it pretty soon. Core JJ, good damage. Sidesteps the rocket. Could have flashed if he needed to, but hugs the wall.
Very difficult lane for CLG to survive in here.
They're ganking Dokla again.
He's got no ult, no flash.
And they're waiting around for it. Here's Q3, Q's away, and Santorin's gonna have the slow. Is it enough though? Poppy eviction gets rid of the jungler, and it means it's not enough damage anymore. Whippo forced to flash this time out.
Yeah, flash from Contracts forces it from Whippo. Counter gank from Contracts, barely in range there. They save his life for now.
And Contracts had to go up there. Dokla was just going to get denied indefinitely by Whippo, the threat of his ultimate and the freeze he had. But because he got pulled top lane, his bottom lane is also in pain. So TL applying pressure in both sides.
Yeah, the lane dominance here of the Jinx Lulu combo from Team Liquid. Increasing its CS lead here with the Cull stacking as well. And they're gonna get another hard shove in as Santorin comes to answer Contracts.
Aatrox in base though, knowing that he recalled to buy cooldown boots.
A very long time to finish up the Herald though.
And level 6 Zilean in Rift Herald fights is very strong. It takes them so long to kill one, and they'll never get that first kill. Whippo on his way. Lulu also over here first. It's going to be tight.
Will just about one shot it, but can they make it happen? Stun's coming across. Here comes the team fight. So much damage to the back line. It's Dokla already gone. Palafox can't fight, and CLG gambled and they lose.
Whippo did so much damage there on the Aatrox. He turns to the champion that gave Team Liquid so much trouble in the past. And now he's showing up huge, huge, huge. He's got the early serrated Dirk for his Eclipse build. And man, that was felt.
He is going to be a problem, especially with the support of the Zillion and Lulu if needed in team fights. The higher damage variant build. Now a 2,000 gold lead opened up and Rift Herald in inventory for Santorin. This is looking a lot like Game 4.
All right, here's another look at it. As soon as Whippo gets here, Santorin goes with the ult. Sweet spot into sweet spot for him. Number 3, good night.
Yup, he's back, but the stun combo was there. Santorin, and then followed up by Bjergsen. And you've got a 0 and 2 Yone, who started out winning his lane handily. Denied XP, got a first blood gank, was up the first recall. And Santorin turned it around. Whippo played it out right.
So if you want to get it all back.
Has ult, does not have flash. Can he heal enough is the question. Knockups are there, and they hand the kill over. CLG not willing to die yet.
They can get maybe a turret play here too, but Whippo does have his teleport to get back to lane after dying. We'll take a look here at the lane swap from Team Liquid. They moved their Jinx Lulu into mid lane and have Bjergsen on bottom side matching the Akali. So it does mean +1 teleport here for Team Liquid. If Bjergsen can get that shove off, the Zillion with the extra teleport.
I mean, such a huge play there for CLG, keeping Doka in the game. Is gold now even with Whippo?
Walking a straight line. I mean, you don't even care about dodging Borderlands, really. Just get back to your tower. He's going to be fine. Does have TP if needed. Earned a bit more money. So still probably slightly trailing Whippo.
Okay, still a game. There was a danger there that TL could run away with it, but I think getting that kill onto Whippo, getting the 2 plates onto Dokla, means he will be able to get to his mythic item fairly soon, maintain relevancy, and first dragon still yet to fall.
Team Liquid, though, they're going to get more plates here. Hansama can free push on top side. They still have Rift Herald in hand for Santorin as well, so that's more money they haven't even used that's still in their pocket. CLG looking for the counter, though.
They might go for a fight here.
Double blast plan. Oh, they don't get Boom, though. He was not on the right side of it. So there's no play to be had.
Well,
I think he wanted to come with and contacted too early.
I mean, if he does come with, I'm not sure who wins that fight.
Yeah, it's still a pretty even 3-on-3 there. Bjergsen also going to trail on up here through the Zillion. Another hard push from Team Liquid, though. Just going to use Rift Herald, kill the Rift Herald tower. You threaten with the Jinx passive. There's a really good play from Team Liquid. Bjergsen comes.
Look for the Berserk. Big damage to the Rift Herald going to get shot. Stays alive, though. The shield was good enough. Santorin pushed out, but the Herald charge still lands. And Shake claim knocked down the Herald, but it is now with 2 minutes till plates drop. 4 claimed on top side.
Okay, 1,500 gold lead. Team Liquid definitely in control. They need to continue to stay around Hansama, allow him to get to his mythic item, keep protecting him throughout the game. They have the tools to set him up to carry. They're also laning well enough to have a lot of pressure.
For Hans. He's got Flash Cleanse, has to burn the 1. Nice setup by Luger. Drops a couple of CS, but clearly worth it.
Yeah, CLG, good awareness there. The ping's coming down on the recall spot, and Luger jumping over.
He has ult, it'll bounce, but W of stuff. No, careful. Wow.
Oh,
that's such an overplay. Thing is, he could have cleansed the slow. I mean, maybe Santorin is going to chase him down, but Flash did not get slowed up.
Yeah, I still think that is an overplay by Luger, but Hansama's Flash, possibly the most important summoner spell in this game. Luger actually going to be behind on Hans in tempo now.
They've got a ward on him. Bjergsen can stop him.
Yeah.
Okay, I see you. Sees him on the ward, gets out. Bjergsen crushes much of the wave as he can, but this is now a much later recall for the AD carry. Luger can get back to lane, but could lose the tower if they want to play for it.
And this is where CLG has definitely gotten in trouble in the last 2 games. They have been getting out-pressured on the map by TL. TL is consistently crashing waves when CLG can't reach it, but then CLG still tries to contest the objective. So right now, TL has the teleport advantage and can probably set up around this dragon, and CLG has been arriving late to these objectives.
And it's been the Rift Herald fights. Here's 3 people collapsing towards mid, though, on the Aatrox.
Flashes, he knows that Contact would stymie and E-dash, so doesn't want to take the knockup for it. Burns it, get out.
Those Rift Herald fights have really been the factor that just slingshotted Team Liquid ahead in the early game both times. And they're going to get the Dragon as well, with Contracts going for the chase attempt there on Whipple towards the Raptors. Santorin starts up Dragon and shouldn't have anybody to worry about.
Hans and Core in the right spot. TL playing around them. Says, okay, we'll go for bot pressure. Find the first break of the game will be ours. Still quite a bit away from Herald spawn. Well over a minute at this point. As Drake, number 1, goes to Team Liquid with a 2,000 gold lead.
And look at that gold difference between Hansama and Luger. 1,700.
Absolutely massive. I mean, he is huge on a signature pick of his. Doing very well now in both Game 4 and Game 5.
Yeah, so much is going to come down to, can CLG get the assassination? They have to get through a Lulu and a Zillion if they want to take down Hansama. Team Liquid have so much peel, so much defense for him. Not to mention the revive.
Gotta pay attention to these player cams. How much stress is CLG feeling, knowing they're falling behind in this game? They don't have answers to this Jinx, just taking what was plate after plate, but now the first turn of the game to extend that massive gold difference. You can see Kraken Slayer, 1,300 gold in inventory, and Luger still doesn't even have his first mythic.
And he's dropping farm. You can see he chooses to not play for the bot side. Instead, lets Dokla grab it. He'll walk back to mid and play for this. 126 CS, I mean, well under 10 a minute. We're looking at, 8 to 9 at that point, whereas Hans is over 10. He's clearly getting anything he wants. Even Bjergsen's farming really, really well, but it's about the CLG solo laners as much as it's about the Team Liquid bot lane.
Rift Herald.
Yeah, see, they should be able to get it.
Yeah.
We do have Unleashed Teleport for Bwipo. It's burning down pretty quickly, but Team Liquid heading over.
Palafox isn't dealing damage. He's sitting in the brush when no one's near on that side of the map. It is going to be burnable. It'll be in smite range in a second. Shouldn't be a problem. Is claimed. I don't believe they can kill contracts. He will be out. So TL, look at mid, see it's happening. Dokla simply grabs the mid lane wave as he can come down and match Bwipo, who stayed bot.
Possibly a stabilizing Rift Herald there for CLG. It's nice to get some small victories when Team Liquid does feel like they're strangling CLG a little bit on the map. Still, they have their mythic items on Akali and Yone now. They have very dynamic team fighting with these two champions.
Chance at a 1v3. Now we got contracts here as well. They're going for damage to Santorin. The tackle, but Luluwat buys a lot of space. Poom is around, but no. Bjergsen's already here. There is no fight that turns into actual kill. As Bwipo comes in, they're gonna find the stun, and he never hits a button. It's Poom going down. They're able to flash in time now into contracts. Stopwatch with the bomb still hitting time. It's gonna be close. They find the stun, and Bwipo gets the kill. 4-2, 4,000 gold lead. Add 500 on top because mid lane's going down.
Team Liquid get the fight. They're not done there. It's gonna be going for 2. Dokla on the outside, looking to punish though.
Is there a play going in? Ulti, not gonna land anything but minions. Stunned and just locked down. Team Liquid will not be stopped.
They are a machine at the moment. The last 3 games have been total domination by Team Liquid. CLG throwing themselves at Hansama, unable to land the crucial skill shots and just getting killed one by one.
Wow, Team Liquid this series. Starting out
Gets
looking...
the heart beating.
Yeah, starting out the first 2 games looking limp, but now standing tall. Team Liquid, okay, so again, everybody immediately starts coming to the skirmish from Team Liquid. If you look at the mini-map, they're all heading over as the cooldowns are used up, and Luger and Poom get flanked by Bwipo while Santorin still has Sejuani ultimate, nails that one.
And just how much impunity Team Liquid can have as they chase through. They haven't even needed Zillion ultimate in 17 and a half minutes.
And yeah, exactly. The bomb's doing enough.
He hasn't used it.
CLG on the run once again. And Santorin.
Not yet. Rockabell didn't want to play. Nice knock-up. Still gonna go in for E2. Decent damage. Hansama look at health left. He has the invis for some time. Jumps in towards core. Can't find that kill either. Whimsy gonna win it out invisible. Hansama still safe in the sides. Eviction onto whom? Gets rid of Santorin. But Bwipo is here, and Bwipo is here wide-eyed looking for a whole lot more. Dokla running away. Knockup's gonna land. Berserk buys a little bit of time, but only forces him to walk away. CLG get a breather. They will survive, but they will certainly not thrive.
Yeah, Team Liquid are inevitable. They charge forward again, only 18 and a half minutes into the game. They've got the health to keep pushing.
We're looking at a turret right now. Hansama safe to free fire. Stunning to Bjergsen. The no bomb is huge. Nearly sets up with Bwipo. Poom burning, staying alive. Dokla back out with the bailout. Doesn't get much for it.
You can see CLG just trying to pull out all the tricks there. Palafox just landing everything on Akali. Still not nearly enough, but they do more!
Short knockup. They're going to find Hansama. Flash the zap. They get a single kill. Look at how much effort it took for a single drop of blood.
Maybe they can get the dragon out of it. There is 30 seconds left on this death timer here for Hansama. doesn't look like they can traverse over the map quick enough to get another objective, and so they go for a kill instead.
They get away from the Bjergsen bomb. Here's a TP. Going for broke is CLG. Needs the knockup. Needs 2 more Qs to land. There we go. Gets a bit of time. CLG will just about die to the snapback and does so. The other bot lane member is dead, but Santorin soloing Drake.
Exactly. That means Team Liquid will get that dragon then. CLG getting some money back with a couple of kills for themselves. But Team Liquid marching ahead. 2 dragons now. Rift Herald used on top side for CLG, though, to try and push forward.
Very critical kills for them. I specifically think getting the bounty onto Luger is so necessary if they want to have any chance in this game. Dragon is a bit of a pipe dream to try and get that at this point, but getting the kills, getting this turret, at least make the game somewhat playable in team fights.
Yeah, get that solo tower gold onto the Yone
They
power
can get
box.
this, though.
Eclipse Whippo, auto, Q. Ult still up. Holding it now, dashes through, decent damage. Oh! Shuriken misses. Whippo gets out.
That would have been such a huge capper to the CLG sequence if they could have picked up their 3rd kill as well as getting that first turret. But still, love that CLG is still going for things. That's always going to be the way they play to the bitter end.
Yep, getting these picks, getting these kills, trying to claw their way back into the game. This is what you get when you pick Yone Akali-style champions, trying to get some outplays, trying to get some assassination plays as the map is spread out.
Definitely wants to split. Obviously, Zilean will crush most of the engaged tools that CLG has.
Watch Hansama's positioning on the map, too. No flash left on this Jinx, so how close the Zilean and Lulu are for peel means a tremendous amount. Jinx with low mobility, and Core JJ constantly hovering right behind him, just out of vision there, you see. Just making sure Hans can farm safely without getting picked.
Contact wants to spot it. Smite fight! Oh, 1 HP!
Oh.
Yep, thumbs up. Misjudged by literally 1 health, and it's going to go over. You can see, though, Dokla is a very good source of damage here for the team. 2 items.
He's got an item advantage on the Aatrox right now, so is able to provide a little pressure in those side lanes. I think the story maybe of this series, though, has been Hans Sama finding this Jinx pick, finding an answer to Zeri, something that he wasn't really able to find success on himself. It had been the target of so many bans, back and forth in ban phase, but he's not only won lane, he's also been able to perform very well in team fights. And look at this gap right now, 70 CS between the 280 carries.
And it also has done a lot for their champion select, for their draft. It allows them so much more flexibility here, in addition to being such a great lane source of power.
And you saw the push, right? Off of Yuumi into more lane dominance. It was clearly so good. Have you picked the litter? Nah, it's Renata. Go for as much dominance as possible. So, okay, Lulu will leave it up entirely. And the 2-on-2 heads up, won by TL. That pressure spilling over. Core, of course, so good at the roams overall. A 5-4 kill line, 2-0 in Drake's. Team Liquid leading. Knockup not gonna land. Dokla forces a snap back as Whippo holds the line safely as a Black Cleaver comes through. Now on 2 items himself.
Attempt at the pick, I like it. Sejuani, Santorin there kind of hovering, seeing if Dokla will go for more aggressive plays. He's constantly been hunting him here. Mid lane, though, they go with the speed.
Handshake's pretty good, though, and they're not gonna find much more.
It does feel like the game's a little bit stabilized, though, with how Team Liquid had been really taking a lot of turrets seemingly freely. Once they got those first 3 turrets down, CLG has been able to fight back in a pretty big way. Dokla able to win that side lane a little bit against Whippo, and no other casualties being suffered elsewhere on the map. The 3rd dragon will be a really big test, because it's definitely one of those Drakes where you don't want to give over Soul Point, but with the current disadvantage, if CLG lose that fight, surely the game is over, because it's likely going to translate into Baron as well.
And so I think the angle for CLG in preparation for that dragon is to try and force some plays in the next 30 seconds, try and get some cooldowns to help you get your advantage back for that fight. Because if you go in straight up front to back, it's pretty hard to do. But they do have the possibilities of splitting the map, and they're trying to push on the side lanes here. Hansama's flash has come back up, so Team Liquid with all summoner spells feels very protective, very ready for that dragon fight. If CLG can't force something out beforehand,
He's got Infinity Edge, though, and a lot of supports.
A full IE. They both recalled. Luger finished Hurricane. Hansama bot
Yeah, the
Infinity
flank
Edge.
coming in.
And here's
Here they
Whippo
go.
to knock him down. A stun to the wall. Is it enough as the Kali comes around as well? Luger's already gone, but will there be recompense? It's going to be Bjergsen safe in the backline. Burns the ult doesn't come down. Go back into Santorin. A low health bar. Palafox just dies into the tower. Cannot get a target. The Polymorph buys 1,000,000 hours and a double kill in for Hansama.
That was a moment where Hansama buys Infinity Edge and says, guys, I am very strong. Let's fight. They just walk it down mid. CLG tries to fight him, and it does not go well.
Team Liquid did it. They weathered the storm. They were slow starters in this series, but strong finishers. With that fight, the gold lead balloons, and they've got the Baron empowered recalls to reset in time for this dragon even. They don't have to give it up. CLG trying to come back from those death timers. And here's a look at how it started. CLG tried to make this move onto Bjergsen Zilean. They don't have the burst damage to kill him before he can get out of the stuns, and so he revives and goes under the turret. Meanwhile, you look at the front line, whip on this Aatrox, has just been a terror.
It's not the split you expect, right? I understand trying to go for the Zilean in the backline with the flank angle, but then just getting absolutely mauled by the Aatrox was unexpected.
Yeah, and here they come to finish the job.
Contract stuck in place. Everything else is there. Hansama another kill. A spree for him. Berserk trying to find him, but it's already 2-0 for the AD carry. Santorin holds the front line. The ulti coming across to Hans. He's not going to die for anything at this point. Whippo zones the rest out. The shots, he's trying to get the last one. Rocket Belt Flash Auto. One for Palafox, but it's a Pyrrhic victory. A single kill, and everyone else is running for the hills or dead.
You can see just how damn hard it is. Palafox does everything he can to finish off Hansama. He has to wait out the Zilean ultimate. He has to wait out the stopwatch. He has to flash Proto Belt. He just barely gets him. And afterwards, he looks up. He's like, guys, I did it. And he's not talking to anyone. They're all dead because Team Liquid has ran them over.
Team Liquid again. Balloon the gold lead. It keeps on shooting up. Fight after fight after fight. Objective bounties have arrived on the map for CLG, but they're getting further and further away.
How do you find your way back in? Tough when you are a full item, nearly 2 now, behind the opposing AD carry. You are not killing this Jinx. Your split push pressure is not good enough when you've got a 4-kill Aatrox hold in the side lane. And though Dokla got his signature Yone, and Contracts ganked him for first blood, Santorin said no. Turned the lane right back around, and sadly for him, it's not enough here. 2, 5, and 3 has had some really rough games late in the series.
And Santorin has been so good all series long, even in the defeats. We saw him talking about how much he wants to win that first title since 2015. He has really willed Team Liquid towards these advantages.
Really has. Riftchild fight after Riftchild fight have gone Team Liquid's way in the last couple of games as well. He's even taken Wolves from Contract still.
That's right. Need many more of those. Honestly, still a trade that's not too bad for the CLG side. Plus 250 for the bounty. As now we have the inhibitor turret siege, and Hansama is so safe here on 3.5 items. Jinx feels all right. Pokes for bombs, and that's another turret going down. We brought back the Yone. CLG hoping they can find some way in, but I still don't know how it works for them.
I mean, rose-tinted glasses, Dokla, flash ults, 5 people, and then maybe.
But the health bar is now already low. The poke came in, couple of bongs, couple of rockets, and it's CLG getting burned. It's Dokla dying. He flashes away from the target he wanted to kill. Heals up for a moment, but there's just no way anything happens anymore. Gold lead grows to nearly 9,000. Cloud Soul in 2 minutes. Team Liquid about to close this series out in a reverse sweep.
How fast can they run with a Cloud Soul and Zilean and Lulu speed on Hansama? This is going to be the fastest Jinx you've ever seen. Go Powder, go.
Guardian Angel as well. Picks that over Bloodthirster. I think it's a smart call. Mikhail's being completed by Cordy.
They gotta kill him 3 times, and they gotta catch him with 10 billion move speed.
Yeah, I mean, we
And
talked
cleanses.
We talked about finding the Jinx pick for lane, but I feel like it also streamlined the way Team Liquid wants to play. They're like, okay, we have the Jinx. We don't have all this flexibility. We don't have the Zeri who can theoretically fend for herself. We must protect, set up structured team fights, and they have been doing just that.
Yeah, well, CLG trying to split push. You see Dokla out there on the mini map on top side, but Team Liquid aren't going to give him a lot of time to work with. Whippo moving in the bottom minion wave while the rest of Team Liquid sweeps through the jungle to take out that vision and join him.
13. Does TL play it slow? Last time around, they didn't have to wait for Baron. They just closed it out. They set up the siege for bottom lane right now. They know it's an easy exit back towards Drake. A few final recalls come in. The blue elixir for Palafox. It's time to go for broke. Can they get anything done? No hit. Whippo back out to safety.
Okay.
It's time for the play. Flash tackle. They get the stun. There's cleanse. There's out. Ulti hits the front line. But Lulu turns it all the way back around. It's time for Berserk. It's going to land. Ooh. Is it enough? It's a GA out for one. Can they keep going? Second GA is down. But Dokla's out of health. And Hans Sama is still attacking. A perfect cleanse for Luger for the slow. But it's not going to matter, because Hans Sama still is going to push CLG away. Many important cooldowns are missing, but still does it matter. 20 seconds to go until it's a Cloud Soul, and TL do not feel stopped. Boom, going to be in danger, runs back out. Double inhibitor going to be gone.
They've got too many lives. Freak Sama still has his GA, and Zillion ultimate is back up.
It's already back. The ability haste stack looks good. And Dragon Soul is up in 4. And meanwhile, it's going to be Palafox dead in 3. Stun, shot, kills come in, the W lands, Dokla's on one hit, and the Zillion ult happens still the same. Centaurin just will not die, but CLG certainly will. Not a single mark in their favor. Whippo's inside the base.
I think Bjergsen is... Oh, man. Bjergsen has found a loophole with double elimination. He's turned it into triple. They had 4 people that should have died in this fight. No one's gone down yet.
Ulti goes for a little bit of something, but can't find a single kill. Still drops in the end, and that's gonna do it. Team Liquid reverse sweep CLG and stay alive.
The veterans do it. They bring it back. The boys on stage.
Such a comeback by Team Liquid. Finding a way to rally around Hans Sama's jinx. They've definitely come full circle from the start of the split, where Whippo said, you know, I'll just go on Orin and we'll play around bot side. That's how they began that reverse sweep. A lot of relief for Team Liquid, but the job for them is definitely not done.
They await Sunday's match. They also await tomorrow's match. EG, TSM, fight tomorrow. Winner fights TL for top 3. Championship weekend, spot at Worlds. That's the stakes. TL is coming back in 3 days for Sunday's match. Speaking of CLG, 4th seed. They lost to 5th in the first round. They lost to 3rd here. Not quite up to the task of the top team. Still a good one, but not up to the upper echelon. An improvement over spring, to be sure. I want to see them back in summer.
Yeah.
But not quite as good as Team Liquid.
I mean, CLG is going to feel crushed, but they have nothing to be ashamed of with the way that they played this year. Up 2-0 against Team Liquid really, truly pushed them to the brink. They just couldn't quite close it out, but they are a hell of a team.
Huge improvements for that team, for that organization this year. But as you said, Freak, not enough to move on. The playoffs competition is getting so hot. Team Liquid squeak on through, reverse sweeping CLG, moving on to the next step. And again, they set their sights on winning the entire league. So this is just one best of 5 in a line of many.
Yeah, and this was the 5th series to go to game 5 of 7. A trend definitely in these playoffs is teams not necessarily being able to close out other teams. Like, being clutch in those elimination games has been the deciding factor for which teams move forward.
And you see now, you know, these veterans and the discipline that you have in best of 5s and not tilting, you know, when you're down 0-2, giving you the chances to go for these reverse sweeps. Just looking at, okay, what do we fix? How do we problem solve this to move forward in the series, and then replicate that each stage? And Team Liquid, as soon as it felt like, you know, they found their compact strategy, they were able to ride that all the way to the finish line.
Yeah, and it looked good to find what answers there are. Jinx had, again, 1 recorded pick on this patch in top 5 leagues. Hansama just added, 2 to the list at this point now, so he's 2/3 of all the Jinx plays in this patch right now. I mean, it works for him, right? There are always champions out there that do fit the mold and are good. I mean, Seraphine bot is one of them that every team plays, but a couple of these teams do, and it can look good. So good to see TL find a version that works for them. Now, we are going to Pro with Santorin in just a few minutes, but for now, we are joining Team Liquid Honda's bot lane duo for the Verizon postgame interview.
Thank you, Freak. A Team Liquid victory here today, and I am joined by the entirety of the bot lane. Starting off with Core JJ. All right, what a series, 5 games. What was that like for you and the rest of the squad powering through?
Well, I actually didn't expect we're gonna play like 0-2 situation again. This is not what we expected, but I'm really glad we reverse sweep this time.
Get the 3 victories there in the end to close out the series. Hansama, you've spoken previously about ramping up within a best of 5. Do you feel that Team Liquid was able to accomplish that today?
Yeah, I think today the best of 5 started kind of bad. I still have some feeling about that game 2. I think game 2 I was completely out of focus for some reason. So I'm so glad that we took the victory today. So glad that we did well for the 3 last games. I was really against finishing. I was thinking that it would be a shame to just finish the year like that, and I don't want it to happen. Especially playing with amazing teammates like that, I don't want this road to end, and I'm really glad that we won today.
I'm sure that is a huge relief from the overall team. Corjady, what are your thoughts on that? Hearing from Hansama that maybe trying to get locked in a bit in terms of the mental. How were you approaching that last 3? Because those were quick games. It felt like Team Liquid was very much in control in those victories.
Yeah, like after game 2, Steven said, guys, I can't focus. I'm gonna get out of my mind. Then we didn't know like what this mean by back when we were 0-2. And from then, we decided to play for Steven again, and then we play for the Hansama, and then it worked.
I think that's a very important point to make. Team Liquid throughout the year talking about playing through bot lane, and it feels like right here specifically in these wins towards the end, that was a huge factor, but also around Jinx coming through. And Answer, when we've seen a lot of the same 80 carries, Hansama, do you feel that having so much comfort on this pick, a lot of success, did that help you kind of focus and come on through for the wins?
I don't remember the last time I played Jinx. I just thought this champ is a hyper carry that we need, so I tried it out and it worked out. That's all.
I feel like there's a lot of emotion coming from you in general. How are you feeling just emotionally now in this series compared to playoffs thus far?
I'm not sure what is my feeling. I'm just really happy that we ended up reverse sweeping them. The feeling that you're 2-0 down and it's really easy to lose another world and you come back very strongly. I feel very happy that the team, actually the team, when I was watching my teammate, it really looked like everyone still feel so positive about keeping the same road. For the third game, we were 2-0 down, and I felt like there was a lot of people that were cheering everyone up, and the positive energy was still there. It was really good to feel. And I think that's one of the reasons that we came back. After third game, we still kept it going, really good positive energy, and we didn't give up. We did everything we can.
I think that says a lot about the team, keeping that energy through for the overall victory. Congrats to Team Liquid in general. Core JJ, just any last words from you going into the rest of the week as you take kind of this breath and this exhale?
Yeah, it was a really stressful series, stressful situation. We're in the low bracket, but I believe we can play better the next time, and then we're gonna win against either any of the TSM or EG. Like who cares? We're gonna win against them.
a lot of Team Liquid fans that have been here through and through cheering you on. I just want to say I could feel the energy from them below the stage. Congrats again on the victory. We do have more to hear from in terms of the Team Liquid voices. Hai is standing on by with Protopro alongside Santorin.
Welcome back to Protopro, everyone. I have Santorin with me today. Thanks for coming here. I'm gonna let you know, though, I thought you guys were gonna get 3-0'd after the first 2 games. Well, I'm pleasantly surprised you came back, because I actually predicted you to win 3-2. So that's a reduction, right?
That's smart.
Yes,
yeah.
yes. So here's my first clip for you. I wanted to point it out because this is game 2, and you kind of do this cheese gank, basically. You start at red, and you go to Wraiths, and then you go all the way back to Krugs, and then you gank top. I just want to ask, is this something you like doing often? Because if it doesn't work out for you, you kind of lose a lot of your jungle side, you know? And I kind of hate junglers that do this as a laner myself, because I die to it often.
Honestly, I just think in this meta, jungle really doesn't matter. The whole point of jungle is get your laners ahead. That's really, you know, the mindset of playing Sajani. You know, I think even like Sajani with no melees, you're fine. You know, you're just playing. So for me, it's like just how you can impact the game the most early game. So because said leashed, they think I'm pathing down, right? And to be fair, I think you should also respect this gank anyway, because, you know, it's, to me, now like kind of a classic gank. But in general, like, this is the one timing where I can impact top lane for a while. So if enemy jungle is pathing up, this is the only time I have. So since it's a kind of volatile top lane matchup, I want to make sure that I at least try to see if I can impact it before enemy jungle can come.
Gotcha, gotcha. So we're gonna skip ahead a little bit since you guys ended up losing this game, actually. But now this is game 3. It's been kind of back and forth this entire time. You know, you're down 0-2 in the series. This game has been kind of wild. And you have this fight at Baron. Can you tell me a little bit before this fight how you're feeling? Are you guys nervous? If you take this fight, you lose, this over for you? Kind of just run me through your emotions going through here.
I felt really good here. I was just waiting for Asir to get closer because I honestly, like, I think since Xiao was kind of just stepping too far forward for kind of a long time, and I was just like waiting to see when my Sivir and Asir could start hitting as well. For me, honestly, I felt really confident going into game 3 because I think the game 1 and 2, game 1 we really ran it down.
You felt confident going into game 3.
Yeah, I felt confident because I felt like it was us making so many mistakes. It wasn't them doing these like really crazy plays and like out playing us in team fights. So I felt pretty good. And then we also got, you know, the classic scale comp. So it was nice and cozy.
Gotcha. So then after that, we're going into game 4 now, and then I think every single game, level 3 or 4, someone has died on either side, usually them, and one time you, but most of the time them. I wanted to ask about that. Why does it work so often? Because I know in the past, Meteos has flamed me a lot for dying to level 3 ganks. And like, do you think it should happen that often work? Because like, you just walk mid and kill this guy here.
So, I think it's like a lack of awareness from their side because Palafox was really greedy. He just flipped the ward over to the Raptor pit, so it doesn't actually spot me walking behind him. And I think that's like the lazy ward that a lot of mid laners like to do because as a seer, I know this much, like, he wants to just like keep pushing and annoying enemy mid laner as much as you can. Like,
oh, is that why you take this back here when you hug the wall?
So he warded right here.
Gotcha.
So if I'm walking like this, they don't actually see me with the ward. So I think it's very, I really don't like this ward. I think this ward is like really
So
cool.
he should put it like right here next time?
Yeah, like there or here, or just kind of, you know, because this one is useless. The only thing it gives is that I'm doing Raptors. I'm Trundle, by the way. Like, I don't really care about it. So I think it's kind of on their end to make mistakes. I think usually it's enemy making mistakes in terms of vision control when you actually get a gank timing like this, especially with a champ that can't really like, I can't dash walls or anything like that. So I think that's just like a misplay on their end.
Gotcha. So this is your Trundle game. It gets banned every other game, basically. You're pretty much dominating. So my question from this play is, well, you're already destroying these guys. As you're going into game 5 after destroying this game, you said you're confident going into game 3. That carried into game 4 and game 5 as well?
I feel really comfortable. Sometimes you feel really uncomfortable because you feel like the enemy team is just straight up playing better and like they're just kind of smashing you and you feel like you're playing pretty good yourself. But I feel like we were playing really bad. And you know, I feel like game 1 was literally we couldn't play worse. And then game 2 is like, okay, we're getting better. You know, we're still losing, but we're getting better. I feel like we're just warming up, right? Like we get better and better. Whereas like I feel like the enemy team is like stale, the same thing. I didn't feel like they were doing much. There's not much creativity going on. I feel like it's just us losing the games ourselves. That's why if we lost this series, I'd be really upset because I feel like we'd have lost to ourselves.
Gotcha. So then, as we're going into game, I gotta switch the clips actually. Give me a second. Right here.
Ooh, technology.
Yeah, it's pretty smart. So at this point in the game, this is game 5. After you guys win this fight, for me, I feel like it's GG here. Did you feel the same about it after this Herald fight?
I feel like the game was over, yeah. Also in this game, I remember Hans and Cole were saying like they're literally getting smashed bot lane. They're literally, you know, we're winning really, really hard on bot. And usually in these kind of AD carry matchups, like whichever AD carry is really far ahead, just takes over the game. So this is like the last chance for them to kind of get back in the game. Because we won the sequence, I actually just don't see how they come back, yeah.
Gotcha. So I actually have one final question. As a previous player myself, I saw in Champion Select, one of the games, Hans Sama was saying that he was feeling Jinx out of randomly. How do you feel about that when a player out of nowhere is like, hey, how do you guys feel about this champion? Were you excited for it? Were you happy for it? Is that a good thing to see?
I think it's a good thing in most cases. So for Jinx, Hansama is a classic. I love, Hansama is Jinx to me. Like if we have Jinx, he's playing his best character. So I feel, when a player has like a really strong feeling about a champion, sometimes also, you know, Cillian for Bjerg or like Trundle for me, or like Bieber has this random counter pick that we haven't played at all in scrims, but he feels really confident about it, I get happy, you know, like, we feel good about the game because I know my teammate feels really strongly about something. And usually that's when it comes to like, you have a clear idea how to win the game, and that's what matters the most to me.
All right, awesome. Thanks for joining us, and congratulations on the win once again.
Thank you so much.
We're gonna send you all over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, Hai. Thank you, Santorin, especially after a grueling 5-game series, and congratulations. I love the call out to Hansama's Jinx, Bjergsen's Zillion, my Trundle, Bwippo, some random counter pick.
We've never played in scrims.
I love it so much. I am obsessed, but
TL
wow.
Did you still feel that one, Emily, or?
No, I don't.
They're smiling.
They found Wokage. That's what it is. They found Wokage.
But look how peacefully it's sleeping. It's smiling with a good grin on its face.
They're veg now.
Well, they
can
slept
go
through
sleep.
games 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Well,
so
now
that
they can sleep and relax.
Yeah.
And now they can sleep.
And now go home and sleep a little bit more. Who knew that the way you warm up is to 2-0 or to 0-2 a tower dive?
I was surprised Hai didn't pull the Aatrox clip.
I
Just to
kinda
troll
wanted
it. Like,
it.
now that you won, let's put the Aatrox clip.
Exactly. You can show all that once you win. It was very cool to get that kind of perspective from Santorin. A couple of points stood out for me. Number one, the fact that he and the team really felt like they were losing to themselves, and I think that goes into that conversation we talked about confidence and pressure, right? And so for the veteran squad to kind of be able to evaluate and realize that it's not that they're necessarily outplaying us and that this is an unwinnable situation. We just need to cobble a few things together and we can turn it back on. And the other thing I want to call out is just, I love the intelligent hugging of that wall on the ward. I mean, I know it's such a minor thing, but that's just one of, you know, that shows the level, the degree to which these players think about the game. And whether or not that ward's there, he's playing for it to possibly be there.
And I love, it's just like, he's been holding that in the entire time. A gripe for mid laners who've been placing that ward. It's like, I'm Trundle. This is useless.
I'm so curious to see how many of those wards make an appearance for the rest of the playoffs. Or if we don't see another one, you know if you're playing TL, you'll never see a ward there ever again.
It's so great to be able to see that. And also, like, just him talking about how they're losing themselves, it reminds me very vividly of, like, 100 Thieves versus Team Liquid in the past. Remember, just last split, the idea of, like, hey, we decided to just play like humans. Like, very similarly to that. It's when you are so confident in your own team's strength that you believe that you can come back, and that's the faith.
Going all the way back to game 1, there's that tower dive.
No. That was the LD. That was the Aatrox. You saw the Aatrox and you got worried.
Got the flash.
Yeah, you saw the Aatrox.
One thing I did want to say is that we talk about comfort picks a lot and things that like often look good, but there's plenty of times where people default into comfort picks and it's not a good time for them. And I think this is what CLG did. They saw the comfort picks coming in for Team Liquid. They went for theirs, but double melee assassins into Zillion and Lulu is kind of tough. And the top side was going well for them, but that was shut down early on. You heard Santorin talking about how his bot lane was like, wait, we're smurfing on them in the bot lane. And it's just, they fell behind. And like melee assassins from ahead, yeah, maybe you can get far enough ahead that you can force the Zill ult out early and then do these things. But, you know, it was just a lot of pressure to win right out the gate. Because if you fall behind in this matchup, there's such a range advantage for the enemy team and stuff like that. And I think, you know, CLG died going for what they did so well throughout the year. Just unfortunately wasn't the right game for it, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I can see what they were trying to do, right? When you're going up against Zillion compositions, you want to either have extreme poke or you want to be able to, like, have multiple threats. So you're like, okay, Zillion can't save everybody. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Exactly. And that's what they were kind of going for. But then the reality, they're on blue side. You know,
too deep a hole.
Exactly. Aatrox into the Yone pick. He struggled. The Eclipse build was beautiful, right? He just could not play the lane properly, even after that dive that we had seen. And so pretty much what Santorin said was true. Bot lane was stomping. top lane was struggling, and so suddenly now the 2v2 through mid is a little more dire when the side lanes are going to just constantly pressure you. It was a tough game for CLG.
And this fight didn't show up in the reel, but I do think for CLG, you can see what they were going for when they were able to actually execute a team fight.
Yeah.
And at that point, you already have so much healing from the Lulu, her ult to rescue people, the Zillion ult, all of the stopwatches. It was just like, yeah, they could not blow anyone up. So you really saw how difficult it was going to be to play these two champions into what TL had. So yeah, I mean, I think I'm sad for CLG, you know, because I do think that they defied everyone's expectations. I think their roster building and their approach to this season is something that should be lauded, and I wish that more NA orgs would actually try to emulate. However, yeah, I mean, TL came in, showed up with their comfort picks, and ended up taking it.
Yeah, I hope the heads are held high in the CLG camp, although I know this will sting quite significantly. I did want to call out on that PGB, the Jinx damage, and I love how, again, Santorin talked about the comfort that Hans finds on that pick.
Yeah.
But in a meta where the majority of ADCs being played are Sivir and Zeri, I think it's very interesting that this pick comes out now. And again, future opponents for Team Liquid have to consider how that pick kind of works in alongside the Cliston Dravens that are being banned every single time anyway.
Danny's looking at that saying, I can play Jinx here too, I guess, right? It makes sense. We're talking about that throughout the series. The range advantage that you have, and you put in resources in the Jinx. Later down that game, when Luger was trying to find openings with that Zeri E ulti, stuff like that, you're like, wait a minute, didn't work. And now I'm being outranged and completely stomped.
Hans may have been putting out the damage. It was Santorin who is honestly creating the openings for the team. Player of the series this time around, across all of the games, even in the losses, played tremendously.
Yeah, I mean, I covered it in that Game 2 loss, but he was everywhere on the map. It wasn't even until, I believe, Game 5 that we saw one of those early ganks from Contracts end up being executed because they were able to track him so well. And, you know, like, he did it on his comfort pick of Trundle, but also the Sedge flex is something you have to watch out for TL because Santorin is such a strong Sejuani player. And I just thought he did such a great job controlling TL's early game.
Yeah. Oh, this is the clip you're looking for, Mark.
There it is.
Just like this.
I'm glad. I'm happy we did this.
Look, we have to be able to humble him before we go into the highlights, honestly.
Well, yeah, and this sets the stage for how dire they were playing in Game 1. You heard Santorin himself talking about this. Like, they felt almost confident because they lost these games with such big misplays by them. And so you're like, if we just don't int 2 kills to Aatrox at level 3, hey, maybe the game's easier. So I think it's kind of funny in that way, where when you're playing kind of bad, it's easier to rationalize the loss away and keep confidence up.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and kind of going back to the point that you made, Emily, about the comfort picks that they have on the Sejuani and the Trundle, he just is doing well regardless of the picks as well. The Vi game was really well played. Yes, the Sejuani game in Game 2 that they had lost, he had done a really damn good job, which is when you look at that graphic, and yes, those are the 3 wins, and they look excellent. The performance that he had, even in their losses, is something that I think is inspiring. People should be able to watch those and look at it and learn from him.
Let's get the bracket up to take a look at how the postseason picture is playing out. But as we do, I do want to call out that in the 3 wins that TL had here to overcome CLG, 2 of them were sub 30. That 5th game, 30-30, just over 30 minutes.
Yeah.
So when they are winning and when they're in control, it seems like they're starting to hone in a little bit, Mark, on like, yeah, we can build early leads, and we're getting a little bit better at closing them when we have them.
Well, I think what was interesting in this game as well is they swapped to almost entirely late game scaling drafts.
Yeah.
They kind of ditched the set counter pick. They went to Ornn for 2 games. The Jinx was brought back, Azir, Zillion. I think they're good enough players on their own that they almost don't even need to opt into early game champions to help them out.
Okay, now, of course, that series done and dusted. They move on and await the winner of EG versus TSM, the 1 seed versus the 7 seed.
The upset of all upsets.
It could be a miracle out of TSM, but again, I'll remind people that this is a tough team to kind of nail down. They've already surprised us once in the lower bracket. They showed us the swap mid-series as well, so there's going to be questions there. And for EG, as many, if not more, question marks because of their performance against Cloud9. We expected a lot more out of them before they fell down to the lower bracket.
It's pretty insane, especially for TSM, because the performance that they had in their last series, you either get the anemic 0-10 Vi game, or you're going all in on what Tactical was able to do in that series. So really fun to see that team and how they play. And I'm excited to see how they do versus if they've just grown, if they've gotten better throughout the time that they had now.
I am not here for iron deficient Vi games.
Oh, no?
Okay? Just know that. I don't want them. I don't want to see them ever. All right, that's going to do it from us here. So now on behalf of myself, the cast of the entire broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching. We'll catch you tomorrow for more LCS. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. Good night.
You said iron deficient? That's like, so you want to be full of iron? You want to be iron tier? You want to be
I guess not. I don't know. That's actually...
Forward now, Bullock will not land on a Jack. Sun's going to land Q easily as well. Ignite is already there. Flash follow. Needs one more hit, though. He's going to hold aggro. Whipple goes in. He needs another hit. You gotta be kidding me! Anchored? You gotta be kidding me! Core JJ just whiffs an easy skill shot.
They might turn this.
By the way, Galio is here. Did it, buddy? A 3 for nothing, and CLG will not be stopped. Sun Santorin stopwatch buys time. Contact to the backline. McKenny killing him. Oh! Get rid of the 80 carry. That means they can start to burn. A trick back onto the top side as well. But will it be enough? Hansama tackled. Has to run away. The flash forward. The chase down is in. The kills come across. And CLG kill every last one.
I think I'm gonna lose my mind next game.
You're gonna 1v9?
I'm gonna try to lose my mind.
In a good way or in a bad way? In a good way.
I hope so.
Just say in a good way.
In a good way.
Yeah, it's a good way.
Smite is up on both sides. He's going to go in for a bit from the Vi. Ulti comes across for Necton. Tanky, polymorph, and dies, but Whippo gets the kill. Going back onto it. It's a 2 for nothing. And Team Liquid coming alive in game 3. They're going to go for the fight right now. Ulti's coming across fast and furious. In contrast, gets deleted. Never gets a chance to ult. Yuumi a guaranteed kill afterwards. And that TP just delivers himself to the meat grinder.
Nice muscle, bro. Nice arms. Nice muscles, bro. Yeah, you like it, bro. Like my muscles, bro. Oh, this shit doesn't close, man. Is that bro? You can see the you can see the progress, bro. Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Here comes Bjergsen over the wall now as well. Team fight will start. Will it be enough though? As Orn holds the front line, finds a couple bits of CC, and already Wukong is dropped. But Zeri's gonna fire for more. A flash safety from Whippo. Doku doesn't find his way in, but already it's Palafox down. 2 for nothing. Looking for a third. It's gonna be it. Nexus turrets will fall. A 24-minute victory. Finally a death on the Luger, but an absolute stomp. Team Liquid crushed CLG under the heel, and we're going to game 5. Red buff Poppy's a lot of damage, gets the heal. He doesn't get around, they got a lot of damage, he can't dash, and it's first blood CLG! Santorin just will not die, but CLG certainly will. Not a single mark in their favor. Whippo's inside the base. And that's gonna do it! Team Liquid reverse sweep CLG and stay alive!